Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Ch1, Terror Stream. Luke, wake up. Yeah, Mom. I'm up. The boy, Luke, muttered, dragging himself upright and slumping back against the headboard with all the grace of a half-dead sloth. Still here, huh? He sighed, a long, weary exhale that belonged to someone who had just lost a very private bet with the universe. Yup. Officially day 2 in this brave new world. See, when he cracked his eyes open yesterday morning, he was staring at someone else's ceiling, in someone else's body. Transmigration. That ridiculous plot device he had only ever read about in web novels had actually happened to him. Never in a million years did he think the universe would look at his boring, perfectly normal life and go, nah, let's eat this guy into a whole new freaking universe. But oh well. The hope he'd carried to bed last night, that this would all turn out to be some spectacular fever dream, had been thoroughly murdered by the merciless arrival of morning. So. No choice left but to accept reality. Well, technically, he'd accepted it yesterday, too. It's just that acceptance looked a lot easier just before bed. The closed eyes and calm mind gave you time to really think about everything you'd lost. Anyway. After waking up yesterday, he'd done the full transmigrators drill, checked the new body out, hardware was decent-ish, nothing too big but might get an impressed eyebrow raise from his future wife or girlfriend, and then, all hail the internet, figured out what kind of world he'd been dumped into. Marvel. Yes, he was in Marvel. The one with a green rage monster, a star-spangled patriot, a tin can billionaire, and enough world-ending threats to keep a guy up at night. And don't even get me started on the golden finger situation. Whatever cosmic entity dropped me here had clearly read the "make it complicated" memo because the powers I. And what's up with you, Luke? Mom's voice sliced right through his 2-second internal monologue. Is this sleeping in until noon thing gonna become a new hobby? Luke blinked. Right. Conversation. It's barely 9:30, Mom. She turned around, a basket of laundry balanced on her hip. Well, come downstairs for breakfast. With that, she left the room. And closed the door behind her. With her foot. Luke stared at the door for a long moment. He rubbed his face with both hands, then let them fall to his lap. Right. We're in Marvel. And the power that I've been granted is a terrorist system. Yeah, no, it's not a system that terrorizes me, it's a system that's asking me to terrorize. He unlocked his phone. His thumb hovered over the app icon as it might bite him. T-Stream. Or Terrorist Stream, he had renamed the app icon to preserve what was left of his dignity. Yesterday, in a fit of paranoia to confirm it was not just some random app or game, he had tried everything. Uninstall. Factory reset. Nothing worked. It came back every time. And then there was the other thing which completely removed any doubt. Yesterday, when he'd forgotten his phone somewhere and idly wished it was in his pocket, and it manifested. He tested it a dozen times after that. Every time, wherever he willed it, the phone would appear near him. It even floated for a couple of seconds as if smug that it could do it. Like some sort of teleportation that worked exclusively for this one device. Luke let out a slow breath. Congratulations. I've unlocked the most situational superpower in existence. He had immediately decided this ability was extremely useful, completely impossible to explain, something that would 100% get him dissected by a government or secret organization if demonstrated publicly. So yeah. Emergency use only. His thumb finally tapped the app. The screen shifted. A clean interface loaded in, minimalistic. Dashboard, locked. Shop, locked. Stream, locked. Tools, locked. About, locked. Love that. Big fan of having absolutely no information. Why even have an about page if he couldn't read about it? He scrolled. One tab remained. Quest details. Of course. Because why would a mysterious, morally questionable system bother with explanations when it could just hand out assignments? He tapped it. The screen refreshed. And then. The words appeared. Beginner's Quest, Live Terror Stream. Objective, conduct a live-streamed terror operation using the Start Stream feature within any commercial or public facility. Conditions. 15+ minutes duration, 5+ hostages, 0 casualties must occur during the quest duration by the user. Reward, quirk, explosion plus 50 terror points. Failure, in case of failure to achieve the given conditions or declination of the quest, the terrorist system will be removed from the user's device forever. Accept/decline. Luke stared at the screen. He didn't know what the terror points would get him, but that's Bakugo's quirk, isn't it? He muttered. Perfectly suitable for a terrorist in making. Great explosion murder god dynamite. But still. That was not a small reward. His fingers hovered lightly against the accept button. Then stopped. Because 5 hostages. Not mannequins. Not NPCs, actual people. He let out a long breath through his nose and read the fine print again. Failure, the terrorist system will be permanently removed from the user's device. Failure also meant a few years of jail. But still. The system wasn't asking him to commit a crime because it was evil. It was giving him a choice. It operated on a very simple principle: do the thing or lose the chance to gain powers in a chaotic universe. Luke leaned back against the headboard, phone dangling loosely in his hand. So either I become a terrorist, or I permanently lose the only power-up I've been offered in a universe where world-destroying threats are statistically likely to show up at yearly or monthly points. There was a perfectly normal, happy, and slightly modern family living in this house. Their sounds of joy would evaporate if their son got caught holding 5 people at Starbucks. Right now, Luke was 18. New body, new face, new life. But in his past life, the boring, perfectly normal one, he'd been 28. A well-paid IT worker who spent his days fixing bugs and his evenings wondering if he should pick up a new hobby. Not old enough to have gained age-old wisdom, but old enough to have learned one thing. Impulsivity was for people who didn't have to live with the consequences. He locked the phone. Right, he muttered, tossing it onto the bed. It landed with a soft thump that was frankly too innocent for something carrying a literal terror campaign in its home screen. Breakfast. He entered the bathroom. His reflection greeted him in the mirror, brown hair still a disaster, a handsome face, and a lean physique that worked out regularly. His reflection, unhelpfully, just looked back at him with the same existential exhaustion. Luke turned on the faucet. Somewhere in the back of his mind, a little thought echoed, the quest doesn't have an expiration date. Thanks for reading. Leave a comment please. Also drop your harem suggestions. Chapter 2, CH2, Slightly Modern Family. After a quick morning routine, shower, clothes, teeth, Luke made his way downstairs. And there it was. The most dangerous part of his day. Family time. Luke paused just before entering the dining area, hand hovering near the railing. All right, he told himself. Act natural. Which would have been significantly easier if he had even a single memory of these people. Or this house. So the only thing he had to work with was his phone, photos, videos, random bits of digital evidence left behind by the original Luke. Apparently, the original Luke wasn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. He even found a report where his mom had taken him to a child psychologist once. Thank God it was just regular dumb kid stuff, he thought, shuddering at the mental image of himself consciously acting like a drooling gremlin with his tongue hanging out. Hard pass. He stepped into the kitchen and immediately took in the scene. Dad was already suited up for work, humming to himself while spreading butter on a piece of toast with way too much enthusiasm for 10 a.m. His younger elder sister, the middle child, the studious one, had her face buried in a textbook at the dining table, clearly running on pre-exam anxiety. She was usually at her university, but today she was home. Luke, buddy, morning. Dad greeted him with a bright, salesman-grade smile. Morning, Dad, Luke replied, sliding into his seat and grabbing a plate. Leaving for work soon? Yeah, today's gonna be packed, Dad said, still attacking the toast like it had personally offended him. Did Haley leave for her interview already? Yeah, she's already off with Dylan, Mom answered from the oven, her voice carrying just enough bitterness to pickle a cucumber. Luke filed that away. Mom hates Dylan. Noted. He said aloud, offering nothing. His face stayed neutral. His ears stayed open. He was mid-bite when his father's phone buzzed. The man picked it up with the smile of someone who genuinely enjoyed talking to clients. Yellow, Phil Dunphy this side, Dad answered brightly. Mrs. Parkinson, yes, I have already found the perfect house for you. I'll send you the property's location in a bit. Across the kitchen, his mother was already suited up for work too. So was his father. The sister was buried in books. Everyone had somewhere to be, something to do. Perfect. No one was looking too closely at the son who'd supposedly lived here his whole life. As far as Luke could tell, nobody suspected a thing. And he planned to keep it that way. After breakfast, Luke excused himself and started heading upstairs when Phil's voice stopped him. Luke, walk with me. Luke tilted his head, keeping his face carefully blank. Sure. The two of them walked out of the house together at a casual pace. We're just going to the garage, Luke thought. They walked in silence for a few seconds. Then Phil glanced over, casual as anything. Is there something worrying you, buddy? Luke's heart did a little drum solo against his ribs. Surely, he thought, I can never fool a parent's eye. From what he'd observed, this family was genuinely close, especially the father-son duo. They had clearly noticed that something about him felt a little off these past 2 days. No wonder. Luke let out a small sigh. Dodging the question would only make them worry more. So. The truth. Or at least a carefully curated version of it. Luke sighed. Well. He rubbed the back of his neck. I'm just trying to figure out my future career path. Phil raised an eyebrow. Not suspicious. Impressed. Wow. That's great. What are you thinking right now? Luke allowed himself a small, mysterious smile. The kind that said I have thoughts without actually sharing any of them. I'll tell you when I think it through. Phil's face did something complicated. The corners of his mouth twitched upward. His eyes got that dad-proud sparkle. Honestly, Luke dreaded a hug and a single manly tear. Thankfully, it did not come. They'd reached the garage. Luke pressed the shutter button, and Phil slid into his car like a man who had places to be and clients to sell houses to. Good talk, buddy, Phil said through the window. Luke nodded. Yeah. The car pulled out. Luke watched it go, then stood there for a moment in the driveway, hands in his pockets. He smiled. They're nice people. Luke finally made it back to his room. The moment the door clicked shut behind him, he let out a long, tired sigh and dropped onto the chair at his desk. There was way too much to do. But no pressure. He rubbed his face with both hands, then pulled his phone closer. Time to do some proper research. Yesterday, he'd only scratched the surface. Today, he needed to understand the kind of Marvel universe he'd been dumped into on a deeper level. From what he could tell so far, it was mostly MCU-flavored, with the Battle of New York having happened about a year ago. The Avengers were real. That much was clear. But there were other pieces that didn't quite line up with just the MCU. Luke leaned forward, scrolling through news articles and fan sites, carefully avoiding anything that looked too conspiracy-heavy. He muttered, eyes narrowing. Charles Xavier was scheduled to give a guest lecture at Columbia University next week, the same university his sister Alex attended. Interesting. And just a few days ago, the X-Men had apparently stopped a derailed train caused by some villainous mutant. So the X-Men were operating openly enough to make the news. He kept digging. Then came the real curveball. Luke blinked at the screen, staring at a blurry photo someone had snapped of a white and pink-suited figure swinging between buildings. Okay, didn't expect her here, he said under his breath. Spider-Gwen existed here, too. Luke glanced at the time on his phone. 11:30 already. Well, gotta head out now, he muttered. Apparently, the original Luke had been working part-time at a golf club. Something about boosting his college application and gaining experience. Classic high school resume padding. The new Luke, on the other hand, had zero interest in sticking around. With his old corporate IT experience and a head full of future Marvel knowledge, college felt pretty optional. He planned to quit as soon as he could figure out a better way to make money without drawing attention. Still, he'd already called in sick yesterday. And since he needed some cash to keep things running for at least a couple of months, he had no choice but to drag himself there today. The commute took a painful 40 minutes. Thankfully, the job itself wasn't rocket science. Handing out clubs, helping with carts, smiling at rich golfers who tipped like it physically hurt them. He got the hang of it quickly enough. There were a couple of minor screw-ups, mixing up the wrong set of clubs once, nearly sending a cart the wrong way, but he played the "I was sick yesterday" card, and everyone let it slide. The day passed without any major disasters. No one asked too many questions, and no one seemed to notice that the Luke they knew felt just a little off. Things were going surprisingly smoothly for Luke so far. One of his colleagues was kind enough to drop him off a short distance from home, leaving him with just a peaceful 15-minute walk. The sun was setting, painting the sky in soft oranges and pinks. The neighborhood was pretty ordinary as well, with tall apartment buildings, general stores, etc. For a moment, everything felt almost normal. Honestly, the family he'd landed with in this new life was better than he could have hoped for. In his previous world, family had been a depressing mess, divorced parents, a dad buried in work just to pay alimony for his drug-addict mom, and no siblings to share the weight. Here, even though he'd only spent a couple of days with them, the warmth was real. The cheerful dad, the stressed but caring mom, quirky siblings, it was the kind of home he had quietly yearned for in his old life. He was already starting to get attached. He didn't want to risk any of it. Not for power and definitely not by turning himself into a wanted criminal. The heroes could handle saving the world. As for Thanos and the snap, Luke pondered as he crossed an intersection. Maybe there was a smarter way. If he could just rescue Ant-Man right after the snap and tip off Tony and the others about the time heist, maybe even warn Nebula in advance so 2014 Thanos never makes it to this timeline. That way. Sirens suddenly split the evening air. Luke's head snapped up. 2 police helicopters were flying low, chasing something fast-moving across the buildings. A human figure with massive mechanical wings was weaving between them. "That's Vulture," Luke muttered, eyes widening. Before he could process it, Vulture slammed into one of the helicopters. The rear exploded in a bright orange fireball. The damaged chopper immediately began to spin out of control, trailing thick black smoke. Luke's stomach dropped. It was heading straight for his house. Fuck. His mind went blank with panic. Everyone would be home by now, Mom, Dad, Alex, maybe even Haley. If that burning wreck slammed into their roof. He broke into a desperate sprint, legs pumping as fast as they could. No. It was useless. He knew it even as he ran. There was no way he could reach it in time. There was nothing a normal person could do. Please, someone, anyone, save them. As if the universe had heard him, a white streak shot across the buildings. Gwen. Luke's eyes lit up with desperate hope as Spider-Gwen swung in at amazing speed, firing webs from her wrists towards the crashing helicopter. Thanks for reading. Chapter 3, CH3, Terrorists Resolve. The wail of ambulances and fire trucks filled the evening air, but thankfully, no real tragedy had occurred. Thanks to Spider-Gwen. The Dunphy family inside hadn't even realized how close they had come to disaster until a breathless, panicked Luke burst in and told them. A large chunk of the damaged helicopter had broken off and fallen onto their roof, and the fire department had simply come to remove the debris and ensure everything was safe. Insurance would cover the minor damage, so at least that was one less thing to worry about. Still, the whole family was visibly shaken once they understood what had almost happened. Luke caught the scared looks on everyone's faces. He also chose to politely ignore the dirty looks his sisters, Haley and Alex, were shooting at the firefighters. Not the time, ladies, he thought dryly. In those girls' defense, the firemen were ridiculously handsome. And burly. And currently climbing around their roof with very capable arms. Anyway. The incident had hit Luke hard. He couldn't shake the gut-wrenching feeling of pure helplessness as that burning helicopter spiraled toward their house. One random weekend Spider-Man villain had nearly wiped out his entire new family. That was the wake-up call. He couldn't stay powerless in this chaotic world. He never could have. He was just in denial. But not anymore. Later that night, after a dinner that was way chattier than usual, everyone clearly trying to shake off the nerves, Luke slipped back into his room and closed the door. He sat on the edge of his bed, staring at his phone for a long moment. With a deep, steadying breath, he opened the T-Stream app. His thumb hovered over the button for a second. Then, before he could overthink it any further, he tapped accept. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the screen flashed white. A sleek, almost annoyingly elegant welcome card slid into view, complete with a little confetti animation that felt wildly inappropriate for something called a terrorist system. Congratulations on accepting your first quest. Welcome aboard. More notifications popped up in rapid succession, each one accompanied by a cheerful ding that made him wince. Achievement unlocked, new recruit. Welcome to the family. Please ignore the screaming. Dashboard page unlocked. Shop page unlocked. Stream unlocked. Tools unlocked. About page unlocked. And just like that, the interface transformed. The grayed out locks disappeared, replaced by vibrant icons and actual information. Luke let out a slow breath. Great. Things unlocked. He had options now. Actual menus to explore. And he was absolutely going to explore them, because if he was going to do this, if he was really going to do this, he needed to understand what he'd just signed up for. Dashboard first. The screen loaded into a clean, minimalist layout. Dark mode by default, because of course it was. A small profile icon sat in the corner, currently just a silhouette with a question mark. Username, Luke Dunphy. Terrorist rank, none. Power level, F. Achievements, new recruit. Terror points. Active quest, beginner's quest. Beginner's quest, live terror stream. Objective, conduct a live-streamed terror operation using the start stream feature within any commercial or public facility. Conditions. 15+ minutes duration. 5+ hostages, as a test of users' control of the situation. Just for the first quest, hostage casualties are prohibited. Reward, quirk, explosion plus 50 terror points. Failure, in case of failure to achieve the given conditions or declination of the quest, the terrorist system will be removed from the user's device forever. Luke squinted at the power level. F+. He'd seen enough anime to know what that meant. F was the bottom of the barrel. The plus was probably just the system being polite. F+ means I'm probably above your average civilian, he thought. Barely. Like, wanna fight against a particularly aggressive cat, above. How the system calculated that, he had no idea. Maybe it scanned his body. Maybe it just guessed. He filed the question away for later. Below the profile sat the stream statistics section, basically a ghost town at the moment. Latest terror stream stats. Max viewers, none. Total duration, none. Total hostages, none. Total TP earned. Graphs. The rest of the dashboard was exactly what it looked like, a standard stats page for a streaming platform. A few empty graphs, viewer tracks, etc. An average, low-effort streaming platform, judging by the design choices. No flashy graphics. No personality. Just cold, hard numbers waiting to be filled. He moved on. About page. Luke leaned forward, eyes scanning the text. This was probably the first and last time an about page of a platform would require this much attention from him. The huge block of text explained that TerrorStream was a multiversal platform that delivered real-time terror streams to viewers across worlds, universes, multiverses, and beyond. Streamers like him were carefully selected and given the chance to earn terror points, TP, by completing quests. Those points could be spent in the shop. Obviously. The most important part, though, was the freedom it emphasized. He could choose his own style, motive, and persona. The system didn't care about morals or winning, it only cared about creating terror and giving the viewers something unforgettable. It would also never force him or issue a quest to determine the fate of the hostages. And it also gave a warning about trying to be over-smart or try a loophole. Viewers might report him and he'll get banned from the app. Luke stared at it for a long time. So that was the deal. He was a performer now. A content creator for an audience of cosmic entities. The system cared about two things, terror and entertainment. Just like any other corporate firm, it gave a few rewards to the employees and probably made huge profits from its clients. The shop page was next, and it was a lot. Everything was in here. Real money. Yes. Information. Guides on everything from lockpicking to building a spaceship. Tools and gadgets. Standard stuff. Non-standard stuff. Stuff that definitely violated several international treaties. Ooh, a little boy and a fat man are here too. Sorry, Japanese peeps. Ah. Finally, anime powers. Thank you, Japanese peeps. Ackerman bloodline. The Hanma bloodline. Above 200 TP. He kept scrolling. Goku template. Saitama template. The price had so many zeros he stopped counting. Sung Jinwoo template. Same deal. Basically unobtainium. Pokemon. He could buy Pokemon. A Magikarp was somehow still 80 TP, which felt like a personal insult. Next. Stream page. Compared to the shop, it was almost disappointingly normal. A clean interface. A big, very clickable button. Start stream. Nothing much. After that it was Terror Tools. Luke clicked it. And paused. Oh. Okay. That was interesting. Very interesting. Terror Tools turned out to be far more impressive than the bland name suggested. The section was packed with features for information gathering, hacking, surveillance, and anti-surveillance. It looked less like a toolbox and more like the control panel of a one-man intelligence agency. Unfortunately, almost all of it was locked. Only the anti-surveillance tab was available. Everything else was grayed out, inaccessible, and covered in lock icons. Most features required the completion of the beginner's quest before they could be used. Others demanded TP to unlock and upgrade. For now, Luke could only stare at the possibilities. And there were a lot of possibilities. Well, at least anti-surveillance worked. This shall come in really handy to keep police away from Dunphy House. Luke was excited. He treated the quest that the system gave him not as a gunpoint demand but as a job that he'll get paid to finish. After finishing exploring the application, he leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. 15 minutes. 5 hostages. 0 casualties. That was the bar. The bare minimum to complete the quest and keep the system alive. But the shop had made one thing painfully clear: if he wanted the good stuff, the powers, the bloodlines, the Saitama template, he needed TP. And TP came from quests. He needed a plan. He needed a persona. What kind of terrorist do I want to become? Luke said it out loud. Then immediately winced. That's not a sentence I ever thought I'd think, he mused, dragging a hand down his face. But here he was. in the Marvel Universe. With a terrorist system in his pocket and a family that had almost died today because he was too powerless to do anything. Dual identity. That was non-negotiable. He couldn't do this as Luke Dunphy, son of Phil and Claire, brother of Haley and Alex. That guy had a future. A family. A life. The terrorist needed to be someone else. Someone the world couldn't trace back to a suburban house with a slightly damaged roof. He sat down at his study table, pulled out a notebook, and wrote at the top of a fresh page. Operation, first stream. Then he stared at the blank paper for a long time. How? Thanks for reading. Chapter 4, CH4, Guns and Glory. The next day, Luke found himself standing in the middle of a sun-drenched golf course, wearing a white staff polo, black sunglasses, and a cap that did its best to hide his existential crisis. He looked the part. Ordinary golf course employee. Ready to hand out clubs and point wealthy people toward the 18th hole. Inside, he was running calculations. Yesterday changed everything. The helicopter. The near miss. Watching his family's house almost become a crater because he was too powerless to do anything except run and scream internally. Spider-Gwen had saved them. But he couldn't rely on that luck twice. So here he was, supposedly working a shift, but really just going through the motions while his brain churned through the quest. I know what I need to even attempt this thing. Guns. And a perfect location. He was going to go scouting. Every spare moment, he'd wander through the city, playing the role of a casual pedestrian while mentally cataloging every commercial and public facility that fit the profile. Small crowd. Multiple escape routes. Not too many cameras. Convenience stores. Cafes. Small marts. Libraries, even. 5 hostages. That was the magic number. High enough to meet the quest conditions. Low enough that a single person could theoretically manage it. Single person, meaning me, of course, he thought, nudging a golf cart into alignment with his foot. And then headed to the main entrance, for the upcoming guests, well, at least if I have a proper weapon. And there was the problem. The weapon. He needed something untraceable. Something that couldn't be linked back to Luke Dunphy, just a high school graduate and part-time golf caddy. But how? He'd never done anything illegal in his life. Even in his past life, he hadn't had even a drag of weed in college. And now I'm trying to figure out how to acquire a firearm for a terror stream. The irony wasn't lost on him. So. Options. He could try to steal one. But from where? Breaking into a gun store felt like a one-way ticket to getting caught by the least interesting cop in the world. Even a single police report would ruin everything for him. He couldn't buy one, not even illegally. It'll leave a footprint right back to him. Yes, even the dark web wouldn't work. S.H.I.E.L.D. is everywhere. And where is S.H.I.E.L.D.? There is Hydra too. Wait, is that? His eyes landed on a figure getting out of a black SUV at the main entrance. A bald, massive man. Built less like a person and more like a small tank. The shiny bald head. The white suit. The purple shirt underneath. That was Fisk. Wilson Fisk. The Kingpin. Luke's brain screeched to a halt. A dangerous idea popped into his head. Then another. His mind started churning, formulating a plan. Steal a gun from Fisk. The level of danger, just thinking about it made his chest hammer. His hands started to tremble. Luke was scared internally. But unknowingly, a small smile formed on his face. Okay. Hear me out. He couldn't steal a gun from a store. He definitely couldn't steal one from the crime lord himself. That was a one-way ticket to becoming a very messy sidewalk decoration. But one of his henchmen. Even the lowest grunt in Fisk's empire carried a piece. All Luke had to do was find the noobiest of the noobs. Tail him. And steal the gun when the timing was right. He wouldn't even need to engage while the guy was on duty or out with his crew. He'd just wait until the unnamed grunt finished a long, exhausting night shift, dragged himself back to his apartment, and collapsed into bed. Then. Quick and quiet. Were there risks? Of course. Even a grunt with the tiniest amount of fighting experience would crush Luke in a head-on fight. But it doesn't need to be a fight, does it? Luke exhaled slowly, his smile widening just a fraction. This is either genius or the dumbest thing I've ever thought. He had a feeling the universe would let him know which one soon enough. That day, Luke did his job. Mostly. But underneath the routine, he added a new task to the list, observe. Fisk's group was hard to miss. The Kingpin himself moved like a mountain wearing a white suit. Around him were business partners and men in dark jackets, and earpieces hovered like satellites around him. The fatty was so big that he had his own gravitational pull. Luke joked internally and kept close without getting obvious. Didn't stare. Just noticed things. Which henchmen fetched the drinks? Who stood by the SUVs? Who looked like they'd been doing this for years versus who looked like they were still figuring it out? Especially, those nervous business partners. He even managed to assist the group a couple of times, grabbing an extra towel, pointing towards the pool. Nothing suspicious. Just a helpful golf course employee doing his job. And while he was at it, he eavesdropped. Nothing dramatic. No secret plans or whispered confessions. Just small stuff. Names. Mannerisms. Who seemed tired. Who seemed like they might live alone. Intel is intel, he told himself. Later that evening, most of the staff had already clocked out. The parking lot was almost empty. The sun had dipped low enough to paint the lobby in long shadows. Luke didn't leave. Instead, he wandered toward the reception desk. Behind it sat Carla. Early 20s. Heavy makeup. Blonde, so of course, she was barely smart enough to perform her basic duties, barely, and that was about it. "Hey, Carla," Luke said, leaning against the counter with the kind of casual ease he definitely did not feel. "Long day, huh?" Carla yawned. "Ugh. Tell me about it. My feet are killing me." "Yeah, you should probably head out," Luke said. "I can lock up." "No big deal." She hesitated for about half a second. Then shrugged. "You sure? Positive? Go. Put your feet up." Carla grabbed her purse, muttered a grateful goodbye, and practically sprinted toward the exit. Luke waited until the door swung shut behind her. Then he slid into the reception chair and turned to the computer. She didn't shut the computer, as expected. And even if she had shut it down, there was a sticky note with admin passwords written on the pen case beside the computer. "Thank you, Carla." Luke subtly plugged the USB device he had bought into the computer and downloaded the entry and member registration logs. All of it was downloaded within a single minute. It was just text after all, not much in size. He'd go through the data later. Right now, he needed to exit first. There are cameras here, so he can't stay here for a suspiciously long time. Luke plugged the USB into his laptop and pulled up the files. He'd figured this wasn't Fisk's first visit to the golf club. Guys like that didn't just wander into random places. Everything had to be perfect, the right course, the right privacy, the right level of ass-kissing from the staff. And sure enough, the records confirmed it. Fisk had been here multiple times over the past couple of years. Names. Dates. Sometimes even little notes about minor incidents. But Luke wasn't interested in Fisk himself. He was interested in the smaller names. The ones attached to Fisk's entourage like barnacles on a whale. He filtered the data. Recent registrations. New faces. Anyone who'd been added to Fisk's approved guest list in the last 6 months. A handful of names popped up. Luke cross-referenced them with social media, public records, anything he could find. And hit a wall. These guys weren't new. They'd been with Fisk for years. Probably worked their way up through the ranks just to be trusted enough to carry a bag at a golf course. Of course, Luke thought, rubbing his eyes. But he hadn't expected to find his target in this list anyway. That would have been too easy. No, his real goal was different. He looked at each name. Then looked at their connections. Friends. Family. Someone must have brought in a friend. A younger brother. A cousin who needed a job and wasn't skilled or moral enough for an actual job. And there. Voila. 6 of the recent members had their friend or younger sibling join Fisk's organization sometime in the past few months. Luke clicked through their social media profiles. Stalked photos. Read posts. Everything. Most of them were smart enough to keep a low profile. But two were dumb. One of them had actually posed with a gun on his Instagram story. A glossy black pistol held sideways like he was in a music video. The caption was a single skull emoji. Luke saved the screenshot. This guy posted constantly. Stories. Updates. His routine was basically an open invitation. He went to a different bar every day. He lived in a walk-up apartment with no visible security. And, most importantly, he loved to drink. Like, really loved to drink. Luke spent the next 6 days tailing him. At a distance. Careful. Boring. Just another face in the crowd. He learned the pattern. Work. Bar. Home. Repeat. Always alone at the end of the night when returning home. Always stumbling just a little. Perfect. The 7th day. Past midnight. Asterisk kick asterisk fucking Christina dumped me again, hick, swaying left and right, drunk on alcohol, the hashtag low-level grunt climbed the stairs and walked in front of his apartment. He inserted the key into the keyhole, clicked the door open, and walked inside. Swaying left and right without a care. He turned around to slam the door shut and then, bam. Something hit him, and he passed out. Step 1 complete. Thanks for reading. Chapter 5, CH5, Terrorize I. Great news, Luke had actually gotten his hands on a gun. And even better, he had found the perfect location for his terror stream. After snatching the weapon from that unlucky low-level grunt, Luke spent the next week quietly training with it. He practiced drawing, aiming, and handling the gun in his room whenever the house was empty. In between dry-firing sessions, he also spent hours thinking through every detail of his plan. Still, though, he can't shake off that anxious feeling in his chest. That night a week ago had been one of the most stressful moments of his life. As a completely ordinary guy from his previous world, it had taken every ounce of courage he had just to sneak up on that man and knock him out. He'd been terrified of hitting too hard, one solid blow to the head could easily kill someone. His hands had been shaking the entire time. Thankfully, luck had been on his side. The strike was just hard enough to put the guy out cold without doing any real damage. Luke had even checked the grunt's pulse twice, and there wasn't a drop of blood. The man was still breathing normally. He'd be fine, probably just wake up with a killer headache and a missing gun. But that experience taught him something. He needs to steel his heart for the upcoming days. And he needs to be ruthless. The Marvel was a dangerous universe, especially this kind, where X-Men and who knows what other secret elements existed. If not an alien invasion, then a random weekly villain may really well slime your whole bloodline out. Luke had to adapt. He had to get stronger, and since he was given an opportunity, he was gonna use it. Now, after a full week of preparation, tonight was the night. The location was locked in. A small, late-night convenience store on the edge of town in an alley. Low foot traffic after 9 p.m. 2 exits. 3 cameras that he'd already scouted, but honestly, cameras were irrelevant. He was a special kind of streamer. The kind with an app for that. He opened T-Stream on his phone and tapped the Terror Tools icon. It was basically a cheat code for aspiring supervillains, anti-surveillance, auto-hacking, digital ghosting. But other than anti-surveillance, other tools were locked right now. He activated the anti-surveillance mode. His heart gave a heavy, insistent kick against his ribs. He stared at his backpack. Besides the usual supplies, it held a special unexpected item he'd found at that low-level grunt's house. He allowed himself a dry little smile. That one was going to be fun. Time to go. At exactly 10:47 p.m., Luke walked into the store. Black hoodie, a standard surgical mask, dark glasses, backpack slung behind him, the gun securely tucked under the hoodie. The look earned him an instant, extended stare from the cashier and a second, narrower stare from the guy restocking a shelf. Luke ignored them completely and began to browse, roaming the narrow aisles as if he were just another night owl picking up milk. 2 young women were already there, browsing through the ready-to-eat meals. He knew them. They worked sales at a super-exploitative corporation, and they always bought the same microwavable sadness after their shifts. He'd stalked them, most of it was online and a 2 alternate day following after work. Just enough to know their schedule. There was supposed to be one more regular. A guy who usually wandered in around now, predictable as clockwork. 10 minutes had already passed since Luke entered, and there were still no signs of him. Only tonight, the bastard had decided not to come. Luke picked up a carton of milk and watched the door. Nothing. The women were already wrapping up. The store felt depressingly empty. 4 targets total. That was not it. Too few for the system's quota. Damn it. Am I really going to have to cancel? Sigh. Maybe he should just pay for the milk and leave. Do it another day. He walked to the counter, and soon the women also queued up behind him. Cashed out with exact change, dead-eyed and silent. As Luke waited for the cashier to scan the items, he heard the entry door open. Behind the mask, Luke's mouth curved. The cashier handed over the milk in a thin plastic bag, visibly relieved. The weirdo had just bought milk. Sometimes people had strange hobbies. The cashier thought while setting his suspicion aside, a grave, very human mistake. Luke turned. A man, maybe 27, stepped inside. Average build, not that much of a threat. And behind him, a pregnant woman, already scanning the shop with tired interest. Well, well. New customer, he even brought a +1. A pregnant hostage. She wasn't trouble. She was perfection. With her as leverage, it would be easier to threaten the men when Luke begins. 6 people now, not counting himself. 3 men, 3 women. A balanced cast. The numbers had fixed themselves. Luke walked toward the exit, then stopped. From his hoodie, he produced the Joker mask and pulled it over his face. A quick tug on a lever, and the store's security shutter crashed down with a clatter that cut through the sleepy pop music. The hell? Why'd he close the shutter? Hey! What the fuck do you think you're doing? Jim, the stock boy, marched forward, looking mad enough to swing. The cashier jumped over the counter to back him up. Luke's hand slipped under his hoodie and pulled the gun. He leveled it at Jim's chest. Jim, he said, his voice calm as a recorded announcement. I suggest you stop right where you are. Jim stopped. The cashier froze. The customers panicked. Everyone. Luke's voice cracked upward, sharp with command. Get on your knees. Now. Luke knew he had very few seconds to establish control. He walked straight at Jim, shoved him back, spun him around, and marched him toward the counter like a misbehaving student. I said, another shove, harder, gun sweeping across the room, get on your fucking knees. Hey, man, just let us leave, all right? What have we ever done to you? The man with the pregnant woman had edged half a step in front of her, one arm held out as if that could shield her from a bullet. His voice cracked undone. The cashier seized the opening. Hey, calm down. Take everything you need and just go. We won't tell anyone, I swear. Come on. They were speaking out of turn, they could try to struggle, and that could be dangerous. He had to control them, he needed to put fear in them, and just flaying the gun wasn't working. Luke tilted his head. Behind the Joker mask, his expression was unreadable, but his voice came out flat and slow, the kind of calm that prickles the skin more than a scream. Luke tilted his head. Under the Joker mask, his face was blank. Didn't you hear me? Knees. Now. He pulled the trigger. Bang. The gunshot blew a hole in the ceiling tiles. The sound was deafening in the small space. The two buildings neighboring the store were empty. But even if luck wasn't on his side and somebody reports it, even then it would take more than 15 minutes for the cops to arrive. Even time for the mission. Firing the gun was a necessary, calculated risk that Luke had to take. This would cement the gravity of the situation into the hearts of these people. Just as expected, the warning shot had worked. The two young women shrieked and crumpled instantly. The men dropped, knees cracking against the linoleum, hands flying to the tops of their heads. The pregnant woman sank down with a soft, terrified sob, her husband crouching beside her. Without taking his eyes off the group, Luke pulled his backpack forward, unzipped it one-handed, and pulled something free. He held it up between thumb and forefinger, letting it dangle. A block of putty, wires, a crude digital timer. Hardly sophisticated, but unmistakable. You all know what this is. No one spoke. The color drained from their faces. The pregnant woman's breath hitched in her throat. Jim, still on his knees, stared at the device as if it were a living thing. Luke let the silence stretch, tasted the raw fear thickening the air, and then he tucked the bomb carefully back into the pack. He zipped it shut, walked forward, and tossed the backpack into the huddle of hostages. It landed with a soft thud that made everyone flinch. The remote is in my hand. Disobey, and we all go up. The cashier broke. Please, why are you doing this? We're a tiny store, we've got nothing. For God's sake, that woman is pregnant. At least let her go. Please. That's a smart one. Luke's gun hand shifted, the muzzle drifting until it rested dead center on the cashier's forehead. Larry, he said, and the name landed like a blade. If I hear another word out of your mouth, I will shoot you where you kneel. Then I will drive straight to Woodbend Street and pay a visit to your dear wife Linda, and both your daughters. Do you understand me? Larry's eyes went wide with pure horror. He opened his mouth to ask how do you know that, but Luke just raised a finger to the painted grin on his mask. Shoo. The sound died in Larry's throat. A cold, visceral dread crawled down his spine, and every person in the store felt it secondhand. This was not a bluff. This man knew their names, their families, their homes, and he was utterly, terrifyingly serious. No one else made a sound. The hostages folded in on themselves. Control was established. Luke glanced at the time. 1 minute and 20 seconds since the shutter had slammed down. He'd started the stream 6 minutes earlier, phone already streaming from its perch in the refrigerated shelf. He placed it there when he was browsing for milk earlier, but he wasn't sure how terror duration was tallied. Better to count from the moment the real hostage situation began. 15 minutes to hold them. 15 minutes to build the kind of fear that the app would feast on. He cleared his throat softly, the sound obscene in the silence. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a little chat, shall we? Thanks for reading. Chapter 6, CH6, Terror Rise 2. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a little chat, shall we? Luke let the words hang in the air. In his mind, the clock was already ticking. 15 minutes. 15 fucking minutes is an eternity in a room full of terrified people. He had to keep their minds busy, their attention locked on him, so they wouldn't start weighing the odds of overpowering a single gunman. He needed to play the part of the unpredictable madman to perfection. He leaned back against the checkout counter, making sure to keep a solid distance between himself and the huddle on the floor. He kept the gun loose but ready, pointing generally downward. He made himself look relaxed. Casual. Like they were just hanging out. That only made it creepier. "Let me clear something up right away," Luke said, shaking his head. The Joker mask's frozen smile made a sick contrast with his soft, almost disappointed tone. "You guys think this is a robbery? You think I care about Larry's cash register, or the $30 in your wallets?" Larry flinched again. No. Luke clicked his tongue. "This isn't about money. It's about something much more personal." He pushed off the counter and took one slow step forward. The whole group tensed up like a coiled spring. The husband pulled his pregnant wife a little closer. "I came here because all of you intrigued me. For some reason, I was genuinely curious about you. Every single one." Luke gestured with the gun, a casual wave. "You see, I'm very, very alone. No one talks to me. And when I try to start a conversation, they don't listen. In a group, my voice just fades. I'm ignored. Unimportant. Unwanted." He reached up with his free hand and mimed wiping a tear from beneath the plastic eye hole of his mask. "I'd almost given up. Decided to just be a ghost forever. But then I saw you guys. I saw myself in you. Your lives, your routines, your little struggles, they felt like mine. You were relatable. You felt like true friends. The friends I never had." His voice softened, almost reverent. "I wanted to talk with you so badly. But I knew you'd ignore me, just like everyone else. Even I would ignore a weirdo like me. Haha." His tone carried a pathetic, quiet sadness. For a split second, perhaps due to hormones, a flicker of uneasy sympathy crossed the pregnant woman's face before his voice dropped. "I just wanted to be seen. To feel important. To be heard." He paused, the fake sadness vanishing instantly. "And to be obeyed." The brief illusion of a sad, broken man vanished, leaving only a deeply unhinged predator in his place. A fresh wave of dread washed over the hostages. Luke spotted a small metal stocking stool beside the counter. Hooking it with his foot, he dragged it over with a sharp screech of metal on tile that made the cashier violently flinch. He sat down, resting his elbow on his knee, the gun perfectly steady in his grip. The bomb was still beeping, keeping the group tense. "So, I ask again. Let's talk. Really talk. Tell me something true about yourselves." He lifted his left wrist, glancing theatrically at an imaginary watch. "Because for the next 13 minutes or so, we're going to be the absolute best of friends. And friends don't keep secrets." He shifted his aim, the black muzzle settling squarely on one of the two corporate workers. She was a brunette, 27. "Cassie," Luke said softly. The woman gasped, her eyes going wide with horror at the sound of her own name. "Let's start with you. I already know everything about you, but they don't." Luke cocked his head, the Joker mask staring unblinkingly at her. "Don't be shy, Cassie. Introduce yourself to the class." Cassie's mouth opened, but what came out was barely a whisper, cracked and dry. I'm Cassie Adams. I'm 27. I work as a sales analyst at a pharma company." The words tumbled out like she was reading from a script she'd forgotten. She didn't dare look up at the mask. Luke tilted his head. "There we go. That wasn't so hard, was it?" His voice was warm, encouraging. It made everyone's skin crawl. "Now tell me, Cassie. How was your day? Something interesting happen? Any gossip? I'm dying to know." The question was so surreal, so mockingly ordinary, that Cassie blinked, her fear tangling with confusion. This lunatic had a gun, a bomb, and he wanted to hear about her office gossip. It was fine, she managed. Just a normal day. Work was a bit more than usual. More meetings. I didn't really hear any gossip. I was just working the whole time." Luke let out a low whistle. "Wow. You work non-stop all day. That's some serious dedication, Cassie. Honestly, I'm impressed." He sounded almost genuine. She nodded weakly, unsure if agreeing was the right move. So dedicated." He leaned forward on the stool, gun still resting across his thigh. "Honestly, it's kind of inspiring. I almost want to be like you. The pay must be good, right? The environment must be nice. Tell me what you make, and how much time you give them." Cassie's throat worked. She could feel the other hostages staring at her, willing her to just answer and keep him calm. I make about 3,000 a month, she said, the number sounding pathetic in the stale air. Usually 12 hours a day. Sometimes 14 or 15. Whoa, whoa. Luke leaned back as if physically pushed by the information. That's why you always stop here so late. Grabbing dinner at midnight because you just got off. He shook his head slowly. Damn. Now I get why your health looks so bad. It's sad, Cassie. Really? His tone was soft, almost pitying. Then the pity curdled. He let the statement hang. I could never do that, he said. That kind of effort for someone who wouldn't even remember your name the day after they fired you. Lady, I respect the grind, but I'd rather quit than slave my life away. Cassie's breath caught. Something in his tone shifted, the fake admiration curdling into scorn. Let me guess, he continued. Your manager chews you out for every little thing. Almost every day, right? She didn't answer. Her eyes were wet. Yeah. I thought so. Luke sighed, a theatrical, disappointed sound. Honestly, when I watched you those few times, I thought you were more purpose-driven. I really did. But you're just a slave. Meh. He tilted the mask, watching her. I guess we're not that similar after all. I could never let myself be used like that. You kind of let me down, Cassie. A tear slipped down her cheek. She didn't sob. She just froze, the words hitting somewhere deep in her heart. Truth cut worse than any threat. And then the terror crested again, because he'd said he was disappointed, and a disappointed madman with a gun might decide she wasn't worth keeping around. Her entire body went cold. But the said madman only sighed again, straightening on his seat. Anyway. Let's move on to your friend Jessica. A few minutes earlier. Yes, I'm sure, yes, that was a gunshot. A gunshot. I've already given you the address, just please, come as fast as you can. The caller was the same regular Luke had been waiting for earlier. Tonight, he'd been running late. He'd almost turned back when he saw the security shutter pulled down, odd for this hour, but the flat crack of a gunshot from inside had frozen him mid-step. He dropped behind a parked car, phone already shaking in his hand, and dialed. Bad luck. No. This was Luke's own doing. Tonight, when a variable had surfaced, Luke should have simply walked away. But the moment he'd seen the new customer and his pregnant companion walk in, the numbers had looked perfect. Easier to control. That one impulsive choice had overridden caution, and now the plan already had a fault line running through it. Somewhere out there, a patrol car's lights were about to blink on. Chapter 7, CH7, Terror Rise 3. 13 minutes had crawled by since Luke took control of the room. 13 minutes of pure, suffocating dread. He didn't scream or make wild demands. Instead, he just casually talked to them about their lives. But that was exactly what made it so terrifying. His tone, his threats, and his impossible knowledge of their private routines stripped away every ounce of their comfort. He spoke as if he had been living inside their walls, watching their quietest moments. The twisted, fake empathy this masked psychopath showed unnerved them more than the gun in his hand or the beeping bomb. But behind the plastic smile, it was all a trick. Luke wasn't some all-knowing ghost. He was just riding on surface-level stalking and basic educated guesses, letting the hostage's own fear fill in the gaps. As for the husband and his pregnant wife, Luke didn't know a single thing about them. He had never followed them, and he didn't even know their names. But he didn't need a file to break them down. He simply tossed out universal anxieties and common relationship cracks, the unspoken stress of an upcoming baby, the hidden resentments, the quiet, creeping fears. He dragged their deepest, most private insecurities out into the harsh fluorescent light, forcing them to face issues they hadn't even dared to whisper to each other in the dark. It worked perfectly. His casual guesses hit so close to home that the couple sat completely frozen, terrified. To them, it felt like this madman somehow knew their darkest, most personal secrets, fears and doubts they hadn't even dared to admit to each other. In their eyes, he wasn't just holding their bodies hostage anymore. He had peeled back their very souls. 2 more minutes. Just 2 more minutes, and the mission would be complete. Luke kept his breathing steady, the Joker mask's frozen grin hiding the cold calculation ticking behind his eyes. He'd broken them all so beautifully. The fear was visible in their eyes, the fear of this madman. But then he heard it. Faint at first, it grew, sharpening into something unmistakable. A siren. And another behind it. Luke's eyes went wide behind the mask. His stomach dropped like a stone. What? Police. How the hell did they? His thoughts stuttered, crashing into each other. The gunshot. Someone outside must have heard the goddamn gunshot. But he had calculated for that. He'd factored in the usual response times, the apathy of this neighborhood, the empty buildings next door. Even with a 911 call, patrol cars had no business arriving this fast. That was how these things always worked. Couldn't they have dragged their feet like they always do? Just a few more minutes. They were supposed to be slow. Weren't they always slow? Unsure, waiting for confirmation, tangled in their own procedures. Wait. Yes. There was still one thing Luke was sure of. The police didn't know what was happening inside the store. There was only one possibility. They had a gunshot report, nothing more. They're still uncertain. They won't just bust in like some SWAT team. They'll want to confirm first. His eyes flicked to the hostages. Unless they screamed, or if the police realized it was a hostage situation, things would instantly spiral out of control. The cops would breach. He had to crush that hope immediately. Well, Luke said, keeping his voice in that same unnerving, conversational calm. Looks like we've got some uninvited guests. It appears our little chat has to end. The hostages shifted, a few of them glancing toward the shuttered windows. Ah. Don't get excited, Luke warned softly. I'm still here. And this, he tapped the backpack with the toe of his shoe, is still very much live. Outside, a heavy fist pounded on the metal shutter. Police. We received a report of a disturbance. Is everything all right in there? A male voice shouted. Luke bent forward, bringing his finger slowly to the red, painted grin of his Joker mask. In his other hand, he raised the remote for the bomb, letting them all see his thumb resting on the trigger. SHHHHH. He straightened up and moved. Not toward the front door, toward the back. The door behind the counter led to the storage room, and the storage room led to the back alley. He'd scouted it. A clean exit. Without turning his back fully, he kicked the door open. Then he stepped through and slammed it shut behind him. Now I have to run. The storage room was small, packed with cardboard boxes and cleaning supplies. It took him seconds to reach the rear exit. He grabbed the handle, already planning his route through the alley, into the next street, vanishing into the night. Yes, sir. We'll keep an eye on this gate. A voice. Right outside. Fuck. Luke froze. His heart slammed against his ribs. Already. Not even a full minute, and they'd found the back door. Since when were cops this competent? His luck was cursed. Absolutely cursed. No time to curse more. He scanned the room. Stairs. A narrow stairwell leading up. The building had only a ground floor, but above that was the terrace. Both neighboring buildings were the same height. He could jump across. It was his only shot. He bolted up the stairs, feet hammering on concrete. The door to the roof was locked, a cheap padlock, rusted but solid. No choice. He raised the gun, aimed, and fired. The lock shattered with a sharp crack. The sound echoed across the rooftops. Down below, that single gunshot was all the confirmation the police needed. Go, go, go. He heard the front shutter crash open. Then the back door splintered. They were inside. He had seconds. Luke burst onto the terrace, cold night air hitting his face. He slammed the roof door shut behind him and ran. The dividing wall between this building and the next was barely 3 feet high. He vaulted it easily, shoes scraping on the gravel roof. Freeze. The shout came from behind. Officers who had entered through the back gate had already reached the terrace. Flashlight beams cut through the dark, dancing over his back. Luke didn't stop. He sprinted across the second roof. And then, nothing. The next building was 3 stories tall, at least 20 meters away. Too far to jump. No ledge. No fire escape. The rooftop ended in a sheer drop. Stop or we'll shoot. Luke didn't stop. He couldn't afford to get caught. He ran straight for the edge and leaped into the void. For a heartbeat, he hung in the air, feet kicking over nothing. Wind roared past his ears. The dark alley yawned below. Then he willed it. The phone. Appear. It materialized beneath his right foot. He pushed off it, launching himself upward and forward. Again. He summoned it midair, stepping on nothing, vaulting higher. Come on. Come on. Step. Jump. Step. The magic phone flashed into existence beneath his feet again and again, each time giving him just enough lift to keep going. Air stepping. He was basically running across the sky. The police stood frozen on the rooftop, flashlights aimed at the impossible sight. A man, leaping on thin air, climbing away into the night. They didn't shoot. A shoot-on-sight order hadn't been given after all. Luke wasn't that big a deal. Luke soared over the gap between buildings, heart pounding, lungs burning, a wild, disbelieving grin hidden behind the Joker mask. He didn't look back. What they didn't know was they were witnessing the rise of the greatest self-proclaimed villain of all time. The master of biggest terror organization. One to terrorize all. Terrorizing. Terrorize. Terrorize. Next chapter he'll get the first powers. Bakugo's quirk, I guessed great explosion murder god Dynamite's quirk is well suited for a terrorist. Tell me future suggestions, nothing too op for now. Drop a comment or a review, they make my day. Thanks for reading. Chapter 8, CH8, Quirk Awakening in Marvel. It was Saturday, a pleasant weekend day. TV was on, some afternoon news program, and no one was really paying attention until the anchor's tone shifted. A truly bizarre case out of New York last night. An armed psychopath held 6 people hostage in a small convenience store for about half an hour. His demand. He just wanted to talk. Phil paused mid-chew, a peanut halfway to his mouth. Wait, what? The reporter continued, her expression a careful mix of professional concern and barely hidden disbelief. According to police, the masked man, wearing a clown mask, no less, used a dummy bomb and a handgun to force his victims to have a conversation. He reportedly knew intimate details of their personal lives, leading investigators to believe he stalked them for at least a month. Luke, sprawled on the armchair with a bowl of cereal balanced on his stomach, kept his eyes fixed on the screen. The faintest smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. 30 minutes. The audacity to inflate the time so much. He, of course, buried the thought inside him. The suspect remains at large, no footage or traces have been found. Authorities are urging the public to report any suspicious individuals immediately. If you notice someone following you, watching your routine, don't dismiss it. Phil shook his head, reaching for another peanut. Men. It seems the male loneliness epidemic is real after all. There are guys out there forcing people at gunpoint just for a conversation. Yeah, Luke said, spooning a mouthful of cereal. Imagine the kind of screws you've got to have loose to pull something like that. Phil pointed the peanut at his kids. All right, everyone. New rule. You see anyone strange, anyone stalkerish, you tell me immediately. Haley. Claire. He looked around. You too, Luke. From the corner of the sofa, Alex lowered her book just enough to peer over the pages. Her brows furrowed. Seriously? You don't think I could get a stalker? Phil blinked. No, I just. Luke snorted. Chill out, Marie Curie. He doesn't think you're immune to stalkers. He just forgot you were even in the room. I've been sitting here for 45 minutes. Alex snapped, chucking a throw pillow at Luke's head. And since when do you know scientists? He caught the pillow in the air. Well, you have nerd disease, and it mutated to become infectious, what can I say? Haley gasped as she backed away from them, especially Alex. Wait, has it really become infectious? Luke buried the urge to roll his eyes. Alex didn't. Instead, she replied, don't worry, it only affects people with a quotient above 35. Haley sighed in relief. Phew, thank God, I guess. Haley looked relieved, not realizing she had been made fun of just then. Did she think Alex meant age or something? Luke was really surprised by the vast difference between the mental capacities of his 2 older sisters. Officer Jefferson Davis sat at his desk, head in his hands, looking like a man who had aged 10 years in a single night. His coffee had gone cold an hour ago. He hadn't noticed. He was too busy replaying the disaster over and over in his mind. Captain Stacy's voice still echoed in his head. Earlier. A clown mask, Davis. A clown mask. You had 6 officers on scene, both exits covered, and you let a guy in a clown mask hop away across the rooftops like a deranged Easter bunny. Sir, I understand how it sounds. Do you? Because Channel 7 ran the headline, wannabe psycho vanishes into thin air, and now the commissioner wants my head on a stick. Explain to me again what you saw. Slowly. Davis swallowed. After we breached, the suspect fled to the roof. We pursued. He jumped off the edge of the building. Jumped off the edge, Davis repeated flatly. Yes, sir. And then he kept going. Upward. He was stepping on something. Like he was climbing invisible stairs. Stacy stared at him for a long, painful moment. Then he turned to the other officers standing at attention. Does anyone else want to add to this report? Did he also have a magic carpet? No one uttered a word. Captain Stacy sighed, the sound heavy enough to fill the room. He waved a tired hand at the other officers. Everyone else, leave. Officer Davis, you stay. The room emptied fast. No one wanted to be in the blast radius. Stacy slumped into his chair and rubbed his temples. When he spoke again, the anger was gone. Replaced by something worse. Disappointment. Jeff, listen. You know why I'm this angry. He looked up, and his eyes were tired. I know you. You're a good cop. Capable. Sharp. Hell, I put your name up for lieutenant last month. Davis stood rigid, jaw tight. Sir, Let me finish. Stacy leaned forward. This incident is troubling. I don't care if he has supernatural powers or not. And heck, even if you let that shit get away. You should have done something to prevent it from blowing this news in the media like this. The commissioner is breathing down my neck. The news is having a field day. And on top of everything else, we've got mutants, vigilantes, and God knows what else making the whole force look like a joke. I can't afford to have one of my future lieutenants losing even against supers. At least not to psycho bunny hopping level disturbances. Davis said nothing. Now, I don't know if this air hopping clown of yours will surface again. Maybe he will. Maybe he vanished into thin air for good. Stacy tapped a finger on the desk. But you need to give me something. Clean this mess up, or solve another big case, so I can push your promotion so that you can finally take some real work off my back. Ha. Davis straightened his shoulders. Understood, sir. I'll keep that in mind moving forward. You'd better. Stacy picked up his coffee, grimaced at the cold, and set it down. Dismissed. Davis turned to leave, hand on the doorknob, then paused. Sir? That clown, whatever he was, he's still out there. And I don't think his motive was really as simple as he let on. My gut tells me he was setting up for something. Something big. Stacy didn't look up. Then figure out what that something is. Before Channel 7 gets another headline. Davis nodded once and stepped out. Luke was in an abandoned garage on the outskirts of town, a grimy, forgotten place he'd stumbled across while scouting locations for the stream. He leaned against a workbench and pulled out his phone, thumbing open the T-Stream app. A notification glowed on the screen. Beginner's Quest, Live Terror Stream. Objective, conduct a live-streamed terror operation using the Start Stream feature within any commercial or public facility. Conditions. 15+ minutes duration. 5+ hostages. 0 casualties must occur during the quest duration by the user. Achieved. 18.1 minutes duration. 6 hostages. 0 casualties. Status, accomplished successfully. Luke scrolled down. Bonus rewards. Exceeded total duration by 3+ minutes, bonus +6 TP awarded. Exceeded hostage count by 1, bonus +10 TP awarded. Available rewards. Quirk, explosion. 50+16 terror points. Accept rewards, reject rewards. Luke didn't even blink. His thumb came down on accept like he was squashing a bug. He braced himself. This was it. The moment every comic book and anime had prepared him for. Searing pain. Blinding light. Maybe some dramatic screaming. That was the whole reason he dragged himself out to this dusty hole in the first place, so he wouldn't accidentally blow up the living room. He waited. Nothing. He looked down at his hands. Still normal. He flexed his fingers, trying to activate the powers, but nothing. What the hell? Did I get scammed? His fingers twitched. Now he could feel it. Something was changing inside of him. He stuffed a clean cloth in his mouth and clenched his jaw. Hard. Luke cracked his eyes open. The concrete floor was cold against his cheek, and for a solid 10 seconds he had no idea where he was or what year it was. Then it hit him. The garage. The phone. The quirk. He'd passed out somewhere between the bones cracking and the muscles rewiring, and honestly. Fair. That had been a lot. He pushed himself up, and the weirdest thing happened, he felt good. Like he'd just slept for 12 hours and woken up on the best morning of his life, even though the sun was already down. Energy buzzed under his skin, a low, pleasant hum, as if his blood had been swapped for soda pop. He raised one hand. His palm was sweaty, just a little. He focused. Just a tiny mental nudge, like flexing a muscle he'd never known he had. Pop pop pop. Tiny golden sparks crackled to life above his palm, fizzing out almost as soon as they appeared. They were small. But they were his. He was excited. And he expressed it. Yes. This is POWAAAHHH. Next quest details. Quest, Live Terror Stream. Objective, conduct a live-streamed terror operation using the Start Stream feature within any commercial or public facility. Conditions. 20+ minutes duration. 10+ hostages. Reward, Terror Shop Gotcha, Rare Guarantee, plus 100 Terror Points. Bonus Condition. Engage in battle with a superpowered individual. Bonus reward, 100 plus Terror Points. Extra points shall be awarded depending upon the strength of the enemy superpowered individual. Spider-Gwen, yes, she's the best to pick a fight with. Thanks for reading. https://www.patrayon.com/marveller. Chapter 9, Ch9, Arch Nemesis. The next day, Luke was back in the abandoned garage. Yesterday had been a rush job. After waking up from his impromptu nap on the concrete floor, he barely had 10 minutes to test his new quirk before he had to bolt home. He hadn't even had the chance to check his stream stats or explore his dashboard. Today, though, he was going to take his time. He settled onto an old crate and pulled out his phone. The T-Stream app glowed to life. Username, Luke Dunphy. Terrorist rank, 4988. Power level, F. Achievements, new recruit. Terror points. Next quest wait time, 10 hours 11 minutes. Luke blinked. His rank, which had previously shown as none, now sat somewhere past the 4 million mark. Were there really that many terrorists on this platform? The About page did mention that T-streamers were selected from across the multiverse, so it made sense. But what really stung was the power level. Seriously? Luke muttered. I can literally create small explosions with my bare hands now, and I'm still an F+. He sighed. Apparently, having a quirk wasn't enough to impress the system. He scrolled down to his dashboard. Latest stream stats. Max viewers, 6 total duration, 18.1 min total hostages, 6 total TP earned, 66 comments, 8 TP donations, 0 likes. Luke tapped the View Comments button. Uranus, eh? Did he really put us, the camera, in a refrigerator? No freaking respect. I'm leaving. Poda looks like a noob T-streamer. He is not even doing anything, just talking with the hostages. There isn't even an arch nemesis. All T-streamers must have an arch nemesis. The fool fan, at Poda it's not mere talking, he's planting fear in them. He's playing psychologically, it's more interesting when you watch with your mind open. Also, beginners rarely have an arch nemesis. Plus, he looks like a first-timer. Diego_Nascimento, he's like the Joker. Is that why the fool is riding him so hard? Jaegeristo, there is no Tataki. He really isn't calling out for an arch nemesis. It's gonna be boring without one. I don't FW noobs. The fool fan, the escape was interesting. I'll watch his career with great interest. Azura_Tenshura, love the creativity. Next stream when? Psycho 7567, get the Phantasmagoria or Bomb fruit from the shop. By phone telekinesis too, use it for camera control, it's a must-have. Luke mused, rubbing his chin. Aside from basic quest rewards, if he impressed these interdimensional edgelords, he could farm TP from donations. And while a couple of viewers appreciated his approach, the consensus was clear, the audience wanted an arch-nemesis. Like Joker and Batman. Lex Luthor and Superman. He rubbed his chin. I get it. Every villain needs a hero to play with. And aren't terrorists with superpowers just another supervillain? But Luke couldn't afford an arch-nemesis right now. Even though he had awakened a superpower, he was still objectively terrible at using it. He could produce explosions, sure, but their size and intensity were laughable. Fortunately, the solution was in his hands. Literally. Terror points. He navigated to the terror shop and pulled up his Quirks Mastery tab. The numbers were brutally honest. Explosion Quirk Mastery, 1%. Upgrade cost, 1 TP per 1%. He had 66 TP. If he spent it all, he could push his mastery to 66%. But, what did those numbers actually mean in practice? Right now, at 1.6%, he had less control and power than a 5-year-old Bakugo. In the MHA universe, Bakugo had awakened his quirk at age 4. It took him 13 years of casual training, 1 year of intense hero schooling, multiple life or death battles, and at least 1 near-death experience to unlock his secondary explosion abilities. The kind of mastery that let him go toe-to-toe and win against the weak and all for one. And even that level, that climactic, anime history-defining level, probably wasn't Bakugo's peak. Knowing the guy's character, there was no way he'd stagnate. Luke estimated that at that peak moment, Bakugo was sitting at maybe 75 to 80% mastery. Luke didn't have 13 years. He didn't have a UA education. He didn't even have a training partner. But he had something Bakugo never had. Terror points. But before he started throwing terror points at the problem, he wanted to see something first. How much could he grow with just effort alone? 10 hours later, he had his answer. Ha, ha, ha. Luke lay flat on the cement floor, arms spread like a starfish, chest heaving. Sweat pooled around him in a frankly concerning puddle. Every muscle in his body screamed. His palms were raw, cracked, still faintly smoking. He'd taken exactly one break, to inhale a sandwich, and spent the rest of the day pushing his quirk to its absolute limit. Explosion after explosion. Sparks. Flames. Concussive force. He'd scorched the walls, dented a metal shelf, and nearly set his own shoes on fire twice in failed attempts to fly. With trembling fingers, he lifted his phone and checked the mastery tab. Explosion quirk mastery, 1.68%. Luke stared at it. Then he laughed. A whole 0.07%, he croaked. In 10 hours. That's not bad, actually. It wasn't. For a single day of training, it was progress. Real, measurable progress. But it wasn't going to cut it. He opened the calculator app, still trying to catch his breath, and did the math. If he trained like this every single day, 10 hours of obsessive, non-stop grinding, it would take him roughly 605 days to reach 50% mastery. To hit 90%, he was looking at 3 full years. 3 years. In a world with mutants, vigilantes, and who knew what else lurking in the shadows. 3 years before he could even think about competing at a high level. Yeah, no. Luke closed the calculator. I don't have that kind of time. Terror points. They weren't just a luxury. They were a necessity. He pushed himself upright, wincing as his shoulders protested, and opened the terror shop. First purchase, 49 TP straight into quirk mastery. He watched the number jump. Explosion quirk mastery, 50.68%. Luke felt it immediately. The knowledge didn't just appear in his brain, it settled into his muscles, his bones, his instincts. He flexed his hand, and the sparks that danced across his palm were brighter now. Hotter. They didn't fizzle out. They lingered, hungry and eager, waiting for a command. Okay, he breathed. Okay, that's more like it. I'll do more testing another day. Second purchase, phone telekinesis. 3 TP. It was suspiciously cheap compared to everything else in the shop. Luke figured it had to be a basic utility skill, something every terror streamer was expected to have. The ability to float your phone around for perfect camera angles, no cameraman required. Made sense. He accepted the purchase, and his phone wobbled in his hand, then floated up, orbiting his head like a tiny electronic moon. Luke grinned. Cool. Third purchase, Bakugo's Grenadier Bracers. 14 TP, sadly, they were a one-time use item. They materialized on his forearms with a soft green glow, bulky, grenade-like gauntlets designed to store sweat and release it in massive, concentrated explosions. The real Bakugo had used these to level buildings. Luke at 50% mastery could definitely do some damage with these. He flexed his arms, testing the weight. Not bad. An interesting thing about them. Just like his teleporting phone, he could will it to teleport in his arms whenever he wished. He checked his balance. Terror points. Broke again. He snorted. Some things never change. But it was fine. 2 points left, and the new quest wait time was done as well. He tapped on the notification. Quest, live terror stream. Objective, conduct a live-streamed terror operation within any commercial or public facility. Conditions. 20+ minutes duration, 10+ hostages. Reward, terror shop gotcha, rare guarantee, plus 100 terror points. Bonus condition. Engage in battle with a superpowered individual, bonus reward, plus 100 terror points, extra points awarded depending on enemy strength. A gotcha with a rare guarantee. That was new. And 100 base points, plus at least 100 more for the bonus condition. If he played his cards right, this one quest could net him over 200 TP. The conditions were steeper, double the hostages, 5 more minutes, but the reward matched the risk. An interesting thing to note was that this time there was no condition to about the fate of the hostages. But I am not planning on killing innocent civilians anyway. And the bonus condition. Engage a superpowered individual. That was exactly what the audience wanted. An arch-nemesis. A fight. Perhaps that's why all the viewers were so hyper about a fight with an arch-nemesis. All the streamers must be doing it for the bonus rewards. Heh. Luke already knew who he was going to pick. He'd thought about it during training, between explosions, when his mind wandered to the comments section. The Fool fan. Jaegeristo. All of them craving a real battle. A hero and a villain. Spider-Gwen. She was perfect. Young enough to be inexperienced, strong enough to be a challenge. She operated in New York, same as him. And from what he'd gathered from scattered news reports and online forums, she wasn't officially tied to any big teams yet. No Avengers backup. No SHIELD oversight. Just a girl in a costume, trying to do the right thing. She'd make one hell of a show. Luke stood up, rolling his shoulders. The new mastery hummed in his veins like a live wire. The bracer sat heavy and reassuring on his forearms. His phone floated lazily beside his head, ready to capture every angle. "All right," he said to the empty garage. "Time to prepare for the next big stream. I have to scout the location and plan out the whole theme once again. Thanks for reading. https://www.patrayon.com/c/marveller. Right now advanced chapters are still being prepared. Drop a comment too. And Power Stones 2 IG. Smiley face. Chapter 10, CH10, The Daily Bugle Incident I. A week had passed since Luke awakened his quirk. He had quit his job at the golf club the very next day. No dramatic resignation speech, no 2-week notice, just a quick text to his manager saying, "Personal reasons. Thanks for everything." The men probably thought he was lazy. If only he knew. This week had been the most physically grueling 7 days of Luke's entire life. Both lives. From dawn till late afternoon, he was in the abandoned garage, pushing his body and quirk to the limit. Sweat, explosions, pain, repeat. He tested everything he could think of: control, output, stamina, flight. His hands were covered in fresh calluses, and his shoulders felt like they'd been hammered by a blacksmith. But the results spoke for themselves. His quirk mastery, which was at 50.68% after purchasing the quirk mastery from the Terror Shop, had jumped to 51.07%. Now, floating a few feet off the ground with controlled explosions bursting from his palms, Luke grinned. The phone was also floating beside him. He was recording himself, a practice for quirk as well as camera control for streaming. He thrust his right hand forward while curling his left hand into a ring-like shape around his open palm. AP shot. A focused blast of explosive energy shot out like a bullet, punching a clean hole through a rusted metal barrel across the garage. "Not bad," he muttered as he landed, then he angled his palms for the next special move. Howitzer impact. A spiraling tornado of explosions was unleashed with him at the center, sending dust and debris flying. The shockwave made his phone wobble midair even with Luke's phone telekinesis trying to keep it stable. At first, even with the 50% quirk mastery, he had nearly dislocated his shoulder trying to replicate the howitzer impact. The centrifugal force was no joke. But by day 4, he was sticking the landing. He had the essentials down: stun grenade for the flash, AP shot for the precision, and enough raw output to mimic Bakugo's power level during a provisional license exam. He wasn't a god yet, but he was definitely more than an F+. Well, D to be exact. As per the app's power system. When he wasn't training, he was researching. Online stalking. Gwen Stacy. The Spider-Woman. She'd been active for about a year, popping up in local news reports and shaky cell phone videos. She got her powers around 2 months after Loki's alien invasion fiasco. She'd graduated from high school 6 months ago and enrolled at Columbia University. The same Columbia where Alex went. The same Columbia where Charles Xavier had once guest lectured for a day, a couple of weeks ago. Gwen was a science major. Physics and biochemistry. Her friends were Peter Parker and Betty Grant. Luke made a note of that. Then, as always, he looked into her friends, he looked into Peter Parker. The guy was getting bullied. Like, textbook nerd harassment. He also dug into George Stacy, Gwen's father, and NYPD captain. Which led him to an interesting discovery: his case, the convenience store psychopath, had been handed off to one Jefferson Davis. The lead officer from that night. Who just so happened to be Miles Morales' dad. What a coincidence. Using the T-Stream app's terror tools, he dipped into the NYPD systems. Mid-level security only, but that was enough. He read the case files, the internal memos, the frustrated emails between Davis and Stacy. They had nothing. No leads, no evidence, no clue what they were dealing with. Nice. He closed the files with a satisfied smirk. He also took some time to properly explore the Terror Shop. Since he'd managed to get something as ridiculously useful as phone telekinesis for only 3 TP, Luke figured there had to be other hidden utility skills buried in the catalog. And he was right. Signal Jammer, Terror Tools feature 2 TP. Disrupts nearby network signals, wireless signals, communications, and standard surveillance transmissions within a maximum radius of 50 m. User's phone is immune. This feature was a must-have. For a hostage situation. This next stream needed a bigger stage. More hostages. More spectacle. More chaos. If he wanted to call out Spider-Gwen, he couldn't do it in a city outskirts convenience store. He needed a stage that would force her to show up, and force the police to keep their distance. The conditions are 20 minutes and 10 hostages, Luke mused, his mind already drifting toward a specific landmark in the city. But if I want that bonus for fighting a superpowered individual, I need to make sure the guest of honor is close enough to the location to actually accept the invitation. It can't be the university, it's too big, too open, and it's her home ground. Also, it's not the kind of location in which he can hold and control 10 hostages while also fighting Spider-Gwen. More importantly, he needed a way to keep the NYPD in check while he fought. The cops had breached the back door way too fast last time. This time, he had to open with something massive. Something terrifying. A bold, explosive statement right at the start that clearly told the authorities, interfere, and people die. This past week was enough to scout the terror location as well. Luke was just finalizing the finer details. The training, the planning, the preparation, all of it took another 9 days. Now, at 1 a.m. on a quiet Wednesday morning, Luke was ready. He stood in the abandoned garage, backpack slung over his shoulder, phone already cloaked in anti-surveillance mode. That had become a habit, always anti-surveillance. He wasn't about to let some random traffic camera or security feed ruin his career before it really began. All right, he muttered, pulling his hoodie tight. Showtime. Well, setup time. Showtime's later. Before coming to this abandoned garage at outskirts of city, he told his family he was crashing at a friend's place for a couple of days. Phil had given him a thumbs up. Claire had told him to text every now and then so she knew he wasn't dead. Alex hadn't looked up from her book. Haley was out clubbing with her boyfriend, Dylan, after finally bagging a job. Standard Dunphy fare. They had no idea their youngest was about to terrorize New York. 2 hours of roundabout travel later, switching buses, walking through alleys, doubling back twice just to be paranoid, Luke arrived. Harlem. The new Daily Bugle office building. It was a sleek, modern structure, 12 stories of glass and steel, still gleaming with that brand new construction smell. The furnishing was complete, the logo was already mounted in the lobby, and the grand inauguration was scheduled for 3 days from now. The building was usually empty. Today, a small inspection team was coming. 5 important people from the Bugle's main office, plus the building staff who'd be guiding them around. 18 people total. More than enough to meet his quota, with room to spare. Luke had scouted the location 3 times over the past week. He knew every entrance, every exit, every blind spot in the security coverage. The building's security system wasn't fully operational yet, construction crews had priority over IT, apparently, which made infiltration almost laughably easy. At 3 a.m., under the cover of darkness, Luke slipped inside through a service entrance and began setting the stage. At 1 p.m., 3 black sedans pulled up to the front entrance. The building staff, the manager, 2 assistants, and a few maintenance workers, greeted them at the door with nervous smiles and firm handshakes. Welcome, welcome. Miss Brandt, Mr. Foswell, everyone, please, come in. We're honored to have you here. The group filed inside. 5 staff members stayed in the lobby. The remaining 13, 5 Bugle people, 8 building staff, crowded into the elevator and began their tour. 12 floors. By 2:03 p.m., they'd reached the top. By 2:23 p.m., they'd even finished inspecting the CEO's corner office and settled into the main meeting chamber for a break. The staff had prepared snacks, sandwiches, coffee, the whole spread. Trying to impress. Miss Brandt, I hope you didn't find any inadequacies during the inspection, hee. Matthew, the construction project manager, wore an awkward, nervous smile. He was a paunchy man in his 50s, sweating slightly despite the air conditioning. Betty Brandt was no building expert, she was the secretary, not an architect, but she was the one standing closest to Jonah Jameson's ear. And in Matthew's line of work, the person with the boss's ear was the person you needed to impress. Betty opened her mouth, offering a polite, practiced smile. Everything looks perfectly up to standard, Matthew. Mr. Jameson will be. Boom. A detonation so massive it felt like the sky itself had split open. The entire building shuddered violently, glass panes rattled in their frames, dust rained from the ceiling, and somewhere down the hallway a fire alarm began to shriek. Ah. Betty screamed, clutching her head as her ears rang with a piercing, high-pitched whine. The room plunged into chaos. Matthew fell backward over his chair, his face turning a ghostly shade of white. The other staff members scrambled for the corners of the room, some sobbing, others shouting questions that nobody could answer. An earthquake. Was that a bomb? The elevator. Check the elevator. Then wooden door of the meeting chamber swung open. Ahem. The voice cut through the polite chatter like a blade through silk. Every head in the meeting chamber turned toward the door. A man stood there, tall, lean, dressed in an impeccably tailored black suit that seemed to swallow the light. His face was obscured by a clown mask, its painted grin frozen in amusement. Beside him, a smartphone hovered in the air at shoulder height, its camera lens glinting like a single unblinking eye. The room went very, very still. "Sorry to interrupt, ladies and gentlemen," the masked man raised a handgun, its barrel sweeping lazily across the room. His voice was calm. Almost pleasant. "I apologize for the abrupt change in the itinerary. The inspection is over. From this point on," he said, letting the words hang in the smoky air, "you are my hostages. Thanks for reading. Dear readers, today I'll need your Power Stones to get good ranking. Please support. 150 Power Stones == bonus chapter. Also I need some help in naming the book and MC's terrorist name. For this book, right now the name is Marvel, Terror Stream. Is it interesting enough to get a click? Tell me. And also drop a suggestion. I want a catchy name that doesn't sound like a translation book. Also suggest me MC's villain/terrorist name. Chapter 11, CH11, The Daily Bugle Incident 2. 90 seconds. That was all it took for Luke to establish complete control. A couple of crackling, mini-explosions from his palm and a single, deafening bang from his handgun into the wall were enough to turn 13 panicked executives and staff members into a group of whimpering mutes. They huddled together on the floor of the meeting room, shaking like leaves. Exactly how he wanted them. But for the cherry on top, Luke reached into his backpack and pulled out a metallic cube. It was about 12 inches on each side, covered in messy tangles of multicolored wires and blinking LED lights that flickered with no particular rhythm. You guys felt that explosion downstairs, right? Luke hefted the cube casually, like it was a loaf of bread. This little beauty caused it. Of course, this bomb is a dummy, Luke thought, keeping his masked face impassive. I don't exactly have an unlimited supply of high-yield explosives. Bakugo's grenade bracers gave me 2 big blasts, and I already used one. And I'm definitely not using it on my hostages. But to the room full of terrified office workers and construction staff, it looked like death in a box. Utter a word without my permission, he said, voice dropping to something cold and casual. Misbehave, try to play hero, so much as breathe in a way I find annoying. He wiggled the remote. Luke wasn't a real psychopath, but he could certainly act like one. And we all go kaboom. A woman in the back let out a strangled whimper. Matthew, the paunchy project manager, looked like he was about to pass out. Betty Brant had gone pale as printer paper, her lips pressed into a thin white line. Hostages secured, Luke thought with satisfaction. Now for the main event. Here's the thing about getting a superhero's attention, it's easy. Cause a little chaos, make some noise, freaking announce it, and they come running. It's practically their job description. But keeping the other nuisances away. The police. The SWAT teams. That required a different approach. You had to show them the consequences before they even thought about kicking down a door. Luke's phone hovered right in front of his mask. He had already started the stream for multiversal beings before entering the room, but before he spoke, he tapped a feature he hadn't dared to touch last time. Broadcast stream on all devices, specified broadcast radius, 20 kilometers. This feature was dangerous. It would hijack every television, smartphone, laptop, and digital billboard within 20 kilometers. The max radius was 100 kilometers, but 20 was more than enough for today's purpose. This will get me attention, Luke thought. Not just from Spider-Gwen. From everyone. The police. S.H.I.E.L.D. It was a risk. But it was a calculated risk. With Bakugo's powers, he could fly out of here whenever he wanted. And with the T-Stream app's anti-surveillance mode, not even satellites would catch his movements. As for the greatest threat to the mission, Charles Xavier, the one man capable of paralyzing Luke from the safety of his ex-mansion, was currently away in Germany, attending a conference on mutant rights. And wouldn't return for at least another week. That's main reason Luke decided to go this bold without mental shields. He tapped the button. Across 20 kilometers from him, screens flickered. In a Harlem barbershop, the basketball game dissolved into static, replaced by a masked man in a meeting room. In a Columbia University lecture hall, a student's laptop screen went black, then lit up with the same image. Times Square's massive digital billboards, all of them, blinked in unison and showed a clown-masked figure surrounded by terrified hostages. The stream was live. And Luke was center stage. He straightened his tie, black suit, perfectly tailored, a nice contrast to the cheap, dusty burnt clown mask. Good afternoon, New York. His voice was unhurried. Calm. Almost conversational, like he was recording a news report instead of holding 13 people hostage with a fake bomb. You might have heard of me. The convenience store psychopath thing a few weeks back. Yeah, that was me. He tilted his head slightly and paced in front of the hostages, letting the camera pan over their terrified faces. Now, just like last time, my goal is a true, honest conversation. A genuine exchange of ideas with people of my choice. He spread his free hand, the gesture almost philosophical. Today, I'm looking for someone a little more specific. He paused, letting the tension build. There's a certain someone in this city I've been dying to meet. You know, the white hoodie. The web slinger. The friendly neighborhood hero. Spider-Woman. He leaned into the floating camera lens. Listen to me, heroine. I have 13 people here and an active bomb that will go off in 15 minutes. If you want them to go home to their families in a single piece, I want you to come find me. I've already dropped a very loud hint regarding my location. If you're late even a second, well, you know what happens. So, swing your fastest, yeah. He stood back up, pointing a finger at the lens. And to my dearest NYPD, do not interfere. You see, unlike last time, I've brought the real deal. You all heard that explosion, right? Luke paused, tilting his clown-masked head as if listening to an invisible audience. What's that? You didn't hear it. You think I'm bluffing? He whined in a mocking, childish tone. Fine, fine. I'll do it again for you. Luke pressed the button on the remote, triggering his second, and final, grenade bracer planted on the 7th floor. Boom. The entire skyscraper violently shook once again. Dust exploded from the vents, ceiling tiles crashed down, and the hostages screamed in sheer terror, clutching their heads on the floor. Luke stood perfectly still in the chaos. Now that we've cleared up the bluff allegations, I expect total cooperation from the authorities. Stay away. Or next time, it'll be the bomb that I've brought in this room that will get detonated. He needed to establish himself as an unstoppable, unhinged madman who would cause large-scale explosions just for the sake of it. That was someone the police had to be careful with. But he was officially out of massive explosives, grenade bracers. But the police didn't know that. 2 blasts were more than enough to keep the cops frozen in fear of a third or more. And they had served their purpose, cause fear. But for all the police knew, the whole building could be laced with enough C4 to level a whole neighborhood. Please, please let us leave, a voice sobbed out. It was Matthew, the project manager. He was on his knees, tears streaming down his pale, sweaty face. He looked like he was losing his mind. I have a family. My children need me, please. Luke looked down at the men, slowly shaking his head. Poor, poor Matthew. TSK, tisk. Please. You really don't need to worry about any of that, buddy, Luke said, his voice laced with fake pity. He crouched down to Matthew's level. Your wife already has your replacement. Some gym trainer named Derek. They've been, let's call it, working out together for about 9 years now. Matthew blinked. His tear-streaked face went slack with confusion. What? And as for the kids? Well, they were never yours to begin with. So, Hakuna Matata, right? Thanks for reading. Part 3 will be out tomorrow, stay tuned. Or gimme 150 power stones for quicker release smiley face pistol. Chapter 12, CH12, The Daily Bugle Incident 3. Whoa. You guys did it. 150 plus power stones. Here's your bonus chap, enjoy. Need another bonus chap. Then make it cross 300 power stones. Just so y'all know, this is the bonus chapter. Another chapter which is a regular release will be published at 10 p.m. IST. Matthew blinked. His tear-streaked face went slack with confusion. What? And as for the kids? Well, they were never yours to begin with. So, Hakuna Matata, right? Wah, no. No, that's... Matthew's voice dropped to a whisper. His hands trembled. You're lying. You're just trying to. Come on, Matthew. I'll show you the evidence. I'm not a monster who makes baseless accusations. Luke swiped on his floating phone, pulling up the files he'd found during his research. After the first quest, Terror Tools was more than just an anti-surveillance plug. The intermediate hacking portal had given him access to all sorts of interesting data. Bank records. Private messages. Medical files. It's a boon for his stalking tendency. Here we go. Luke turned the phone screen toward the trembling men. Screenshots from your wife's chat with Derek. Sweet stuff, really. Lots of nudes though. And this one. He swiped again. A DNA test report she had done. Privately. To show Derek the proof of his love drops, the proof that the kids were actually his. Isn't that romantic? Matthew stared at the screen. It was like watching a soul leave a body. The crushing weight of ultimate betrayal instantly overrode the sheer terror of being a hostage. The light literally vanished from his eyes as he slumped against the wall, staring blankly into the void. The other hostages watched in horrified silence. Luke turned his attention back to his floating, streaming phone. He glanced at the live stats. Public viewers, 97K. Patrons, 13. The public, the people of this world, were commenting like spam bots. Ava, he's mentally torturing the poor guy, and even his wife, who's not present but must be watching this, scared. He broke a family. Sir_stronghold, dude suddenly wants to get blown up now lol. BLAC chicken, well, at least he's saving that guy from the cheater. Kaiser__nact, Hakuna Matata, lol. Frighten, I hate cheaters, his wife should just die. Emily, he's a monster. Alice, WDYM. There must be other reasons, she must have cheated cause he didn't HV any other choice. Adorable_filter, the truth can be so much worse than any explosion. And seeing feminazis trying to find ways to defend a by TCH is just always so amusing. Anyway you go king, expose save more Matthews and expose more by cheese. So, were the thoughts of people, the humans of this city. Luke couldn't read all the comments, but it looked like the reactions were mixed. Obviously he was doing a wrong thing, but some people approved of his actions. Welp, anyway. The patrons or the Outerverse viewers, they were the VIPs. Diego_Nascimento, he spoke beautifully, a true villain. Jaegeristo, he's learning it. Our comments made him call out his nemesis. Tataki. Tataki. The Fool fan, I really love it when he breaks his victims using just words. Not just words, just plain and simple truth. NTR fan, drop the evidence in the chat, pretty please. Luke raised an eyebrow behind his mask. HM. He casually shared the screenshots and DNA report in the T-Stream chat. Just the patron chat, not the public feed. The response was immediate. 5 TP received from NTR fan. 8 TP received from the Fool fan. Luke blinked behind his mask. Huh. Didn't actually expect anything for that, particularly. But their terror points were good. Outside the Daily Bugle building, a swarm of police cruisers, fire trucks, and ambulances had sealed off the entire block. Yellow tape fluttered in the afternoon breeze as officers in bulletproof vests readied themselves for anything. Helicopters chopped through the sky above. We're reporting live from the ongoing terror attack at the new Daily Bugle office in Harlem, a blonde correspondent shouted into her microphone. The assailant, a man identified only by a clown mask, has seized the 12th floor. He is armed, extremely dangerous, and, most terrifyingly, he appears to have rigged the building with high-grade explosives. She pointed a trembling hand toward the building. 2 massive explosions have already rocked the structure. The NYPD bomb squad, the EOD technicians, are on site, but they are at a standstill. The suspect has threatened to detonate a 3rd device if any law enforcement enters the kill zone. There were 18 people inside at the time of the first detonation, 5 on the ground floor managed to escape and are now safe with emergency services. The other 13 have been claimed as hostages, and their lives hang in the balance. The city is holding its breath, waiting for a miracle. Inside the meeting room. 7 minutes left, Spider-Woman, he announced, his tone dropping the faux pity and returning to that light, conversational breeze. The clock is ticking. He gestured lazily toward the broken shell of a man sitting against the wall. I just dropped a massive truth bomb on poor Matthew here, Luke chuckled, tapping a finger against the blinking, wire-covered cube on the table. But if you're late, well, I might just have to detonate the literal one. He leaned closer to the lens. Tick, tock, tick, 2. He didn't even get to the second talk. Crash. The meeting room door exploded inward, ripped clean off its hinges. A white streak shot through the air like lightning, swinging in on a thick web line before landing gracefully in the far end of the large mahogany meeting table. Spider-Woman crouched low for a second, then rose to her full height, white hood fluttering slightly. White hood up. Teal slippers gripping the polished wood. Pink webbing accents glowing faintly in the dim light. The Spider-Woman had arrived. Even through the mask, her posture screamed confidence. Heya, clownman, she quipped, resting her hands on her hips. Her voice was light, energetic, and dripping with that trademark spider sarcasm. You know, if you wanted a conversation with a girl, you could have just asked for a date. You would have rejected me though, I might have rejected you though. They said in unison. They both paused. Jinx. Luke chuckled a little. Well, he continued, spreading his hands in welcome. Now that you're finally here, my hero, why don't we have our chat? Gwen didn't move from her perch on the table. Her body was ready to launch at a moment's notice. But she didn't. Because between her and the masked men were 13 innocent people and a blinking cube that looked like it could erase them all. All right, she said, keeping her tone light despite the tension crackling in the air. What do you want to talk about? The weather? The Mets' playoff chances? Or is this one of those, let me monologue about my tragic backstory, situations? Because I gotta warn you, I get bored quickly. Nothing so cliché, I promise. He clasped his hands behind his back and began to pace slowly around his end of the table. The floating phone followed, keeping him perfectly framed. We won't talk about me, I wanted to have a conversation more about you. As you see, you are amazing, you fascinate me, and I just want to get to know you more. At least more than what I already know about you. Thanks for reading. Need another chap? Then make it cross 300 power stones. https://www.patrayon.com/c/marveller. Chapter 13, ch 13, The Daily Bugle Incident 4. Nothing so cliché, I promise. He clasped his hands behind his back and began to pace slowly around the end of the table. The floating phone followed, keeping him perfectly framed. We won't talk about me, I wanted to have a conversation more about you. As you see, you are amazing, you fascinate me, and I just want to get to know you more. At least more than what I already know about you. Okay, she shrugged, jumping off from the table, and leaning back on the edge, resting her cute butt on the edge of the table. Sure, but before that, why don't you let these people go? Luke tilted his head. Well, you ask too much, don't you, sweetie? Anyway, before we get too deep into this little heart-to-heart, can you guess why I chose this location? And why did I pick these people as my hostages? Why the Daily Bugle? Gwen didn't answer immediately. Her masked head tilted, looking at this psychopath and his demands. She knew exactly why. This was the Daily Bugle's newest satellite office. The people cowering behind the desks weren't just random civilians, they were the employees who spent 40 hours a week drafting headlines like Spider-Man Strikes Again and Ghost Spider, Harbinger of Doom. The silence stretched. Gwen's fingers curled slightly against the table's edge. Luke let out a low chuckle, clearly amused. Even though we can't see each other's expressions behind the masks, your body language tells me you know what I'll ask next. He gestured lazily at the hostages huddled on the floor. So tell me, Spider, why do you want to save these people? People who always criticize you, who antagonize you, even after everything you go through for this city. It's what I do, Gwen said, her voice steady but sharp. The costume isn't a popularity contest. But why save these specific people? Luke stepped closer to the bomb, his voice dropping the playful edge for something more biting. Their mentality is shittier than a gutter, they don't have minds of their own, greed and hatred against you is their only motivation. You know how this ends. Even if you save every single one of them, tomorrow's headline won't be Spider-Woman saves the day. It'll be Daily Bugle terror attack, Spider-Menace brings chaos again. They'll find a way to make it your fault. They're cockroaches, Miss Spider. You don't have the responsibility to save their lives when they spend those lives trying to ruin yours. Gwen shifted her weight, her muscles tensing. You're wrong. It's not about what they write. It's about what I do. With power comes responsibility. Oh yeah. Really? How original. He stopped laughing abruptly, the mask staring her down. But you know what? You're right. You are a hero. And because you've always saved the day, you've never learned what failure feels like. And neither do these people realize what your failure entails. They've taken you for granted, hero. These people don't respect your value because they've never lived in a world where you weren't there to catch them. His hand dipped into his chest pocket, pulling out a small, sleek black remote. Perhaps they'd truly understand your efforts if they saw what happens when you finally fail. Gwen's eyes widened. He was going to kill them all. But that was the moment Gwen was waiting for. She could finally see where the remote was. Thwack. In a blur of white and pink, she fired a strand of high-tensile webbing. It was a perfect shot, aimed right for the remote in his palm. Boom. Unlike Spider-Gwen, Luke didn't have super senses or lightning-fast reflexes. But he had expected something like this to happen. The moment she shot her web, a small explosion burst from his other palm, blasting him sideways in a quick dodge. Clever girl, I'll give you that, Luke grinned under the clown mask. Beep. He pressed the button without hesitation. The metallic cube on the table lit up with a bright red timer. 04. 04. You have 5 minutes to save them all, hero, he said, tucking the remote into the inside pocket of his black suit jacket. Right over his heart. This remote is the only way to stop not only this but all 7 remaining explosions in this whole building. Let's let these people see what happens when you finally fail. The quest rewarded him for engaging in a fight with a superpowered individual. All the agitation, all the build-up, all the baiting was for this moment. Gwen didn't waste time with a response. Words were useless now. Fine. She launched herself forward. The meeting room exploded into chaos. Gwen closed the distance in a blink, her body a white and pink blur of acrobatic fury. She led with a web shot aimed at his face, not to hurt, just to blind, followed immediately by a spinning kick aimed at his chest. 2 attacks in one fluid motion, designed to overwhelm. Luke ducked under the web and met her kick with an explosion. Boom. The concussive force blasted Gwen backward, but she twisted midair like a cat, firing a web line at the ceiling and using it to slingshot herself right back at him. This time she came in low, sliding across the polished conference table and sweeping for his legs. Luke vaulted over the table, firing a series of rapid explosions from his palms that sent him airborne. He flipped in midair, a move he'd practiced 100 times in that abandoned garage, and launched a volley of explosive blasts down at her. Boom. 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 She dove sideways, rolling behind an overturned cabinet as the blast shredded the table she'd been standing on. Wood splinters and singed papers filled the air like confetti. Stay still. Luke called out, half laughing. This would be a lot easier if you just stood still. Not really my style. Gwen shot back, already moving again. She fired 2 web lines at the ceiling and pulled, launching herself upward. Her feet hit the ceiling and she kept running, upside down, gravity be damned, before dropping directly onto Luke from above. Her knee connected with his shoulder. Luke grunted, stumbling, but before she could follow up, he clapped his palms together and released a point-blank shockwave that sent them both flying in opposite directions. He crashed through a rolling office chair. She hit the floor hard, rolled, and came up on one knee. Okay, Luke muttered, cracking his neck. You're fast. I'll give you that. And you're crazy, Gwen replied, her lenses narrowing. What do you even want? Luke sighed dramatically. Didn't you listen to a word? All I want is to help them see the truth, see your importance. He thrust both palms behind him and detonated 2 massive explosions. The recoil launched him forward like a human missile, fist cocked back and wreathed in orange sparks. Gwen's spider sense howled. She dove right. Luke's punch hit the floor where she'd been standing. The explosion cratered the concrete, sending clumps of debris flying in every direction. Through the gaping hole, Luke could see the floor below, a large, open cafeteria with long tables, a serving counter, and most importantly, floor-to-ceiling glass windows along the far wall. Perfect next spot for our fight. Come, Spider, force me down the floor. Gwen was already moving again, and this time her priority wasn't him, it was the hostages. Several of them had been showered with concrete dust and splinters, coughing and screaming. Betty Brandt was bleeding from a small cut on her forehead. She didn't wait for him to recover. She lunged, wrapping her arms around Luke's waist and using her momentum to tackle him straight through the crater. They crashed into the floor below, the cafeteria, slamming onto a long plastic table that snapped like a toothpick. Unlike the meeting room, this floor was a wide-open chamber surrounded by massive floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Luke groaned in his mind, damn. That hurt, crying face. Thanks for reading. Need another chap. Then make it cross 300 power stones. 218 right now. https://www.patrayon.com/c/marveller. Chapter 14, CH14, The Daily Bugle Incident v. Power Stone Bonus Chap. You guys are terrorizingly amazing. Can we achieve 700 power stones? By the way, some of you guys have been curious to know about getting featured as a viewer comment in the novel. Let me explain. In the novel there will be 2 categories of viewer comments: public, Marvel citizens, and patrons, multiversal beings. Right now, I'm making up some comments myself and picking up some from yours. Your name and comments can be featured on any category based on my liking. I might edit your comments a bit to fit better in the story as well, but will mention your names for sure. The criteria to get featured is nothing much really, mostly my whim, and comments that are interesting or hilarious and may be related to his actions during the stream. Enough info now, enjoy the bonus chap. Another one will be dropped in a few hours. Laughing face. They crashed into the floor below, the cafeteria, slamming onto a long plastic table that snapped like a toothpick. Unlike the meeting room, this floor was a wide-open chamber surrounded by massive floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Luke groaned internally, damn. That hurt. But no time to groan. Ignoring the slight sting in his head, Luke rolled to his feet, palms already sparking. Nice of you to join me in cafeteria, Spider. How about a light snack? He cupped his hands together, concentrating the nitroglycerin-like sweat on his palms. He didn't create a shockwave this time. Instead, he triggered a rapid-fire series of tiny, high-frequency sparks. Stun grenade. A blinding, yellow flash filled the room. The sheer intensity of the light was enough to sear the retinas of anyone looking. Gwen's eyes squeezed shut instantly, her head snapping to the side. But she didn't stop. Her spider sense screamed in her mind. Even without sight, she could sense the danger from his next move. She flipped backward over a soda refrigerator just as a blast charred the air where her head had been. Luke clicked his tongue. Of course. The spider sense is a cheat code. He knew he couldn't sneak up on her. He had to overwhelm the damn danger sense entirely. If she could feel every danger, he would simply make everything dangerous. Let's see you dodge this. Luke roared. Luke channeled every bit of energy into his palms. He didn't focus on heat, he focused on displacement. A massive, high-volume propulsion blast erupted from his hands. Boo 0000M. The blast was titanic, it flowed low and towards Gwen. She crossed her arms, bracing for the impact, but the force was relentless. Heat was somewhat bearable though. Before she could recover, Luke was already there, riding the recoil of another blast from his palm. He lunged through the smoke, his arms wrapping around her waist in a tight tackle from behind. Let's go down, he yelled, carrying her off the floor using the momentum. They both went straight through the already shattered floor-to-ceiling glass. They were free-falling, 12 stories above the New York pavement. The wind roared past them, whipping Gwen's hood and Luke's suit jacket into a frenzy. Luke didn't let go. He locked her neck between his elbow, his palms beginning to glow with a dangerous yellow light. You're not stopping me today, girl. Get off me. Pervert. Gwen grunted. She drove her elbow back with controlled but superhuman strength. The blow forced Luke to release his grip. They drifted apart in the open air, two specks of black and white falling against the backdrop of the skyscraper. Luke quickly flipped himself upright, using small pops from his hands to stabilize his descent. He looked down at Gwen, his gloved palms turning bright yellow as he prepared another huge blast. But Spider-Woman was faster. While falling, she fired 2 strands of high-tensile web upward, anchoring them to the side of the building. Zip-thwack. With a powerful tug, she turned herself into a human catapult. She shot upward like a pink and white missile. Luke barely had time to blink before her knee connected squarely with his jaw. Crack. That was the mask cracking. Luke's head snapped back. Fuck, she hits really hard, he thought, his vision swimming for a second. But he could bear it. The purchased 50% mastery didn't just increase his quirk output and manipulation, it also made his body appropriately strong to use it to that potential. Without the increased strength, durability, stamina, and pain tolerance due to the quirk mastery, he would have passed out long. Heck, that earlier fall from the 18 feet down a floor to cafeteria would have broken at least 4 bones. And this knee kick would have at least dislocated his jaw or worst broken it off. However, Gwen didn't give him a second to breathe. She fired another web, sticking it firmly to the center of his chest. She spun in midair, using her superior agility to swing Luke's body in a wide arc before letting go, hurling him upward toward the roof. Luke gritted his teeth, burying the stinging pain. He was finally feeling the rush of the adrenaline. He was starting to enjoy the fight. He thrust his hands upward, unleashing an explosion that eased his momentum, then he propelled himself the rest of the way up. He did a rough somersault and slammed onto the gravel of the terrace. A police chopper swung into the terrace view, rotors thundering. No. You're not allowed here, bro. Luke fired a few blasts, close enough to rattle the pilot, far enough to miss. Spider-Woman shot a web line onto the chopper's landing skid and yanked herself skyward. Stay far. I'll handle him, she shouted. The pilot, heart-pounding due to the closeness of those blasts from the madman, remembered his squadmate's chopper going down days ago, the crash near the Dunphy house. He didn't need telling twice, he also hadn't received any strict order to follow them here anyway. The helicopter banked hard and retreated. Nice, Luke thought, he won't have to change the location again. A second later, Gwen landed gracefully on a metal vent pipe, her knees bent, looking down at him. Luke reached up to feel his face. His clown mask now had a long, jagged vertical crack running through the plastic. Luke grumbled, his voice slightly muffled. Where can I even get a sturdy clown mask these days? Any references? Spider-Gwen folded her arms, leaning back against a metal pole. Don't worry. I'll send you to a place where you can get plenty of references from the other fellows like you. You mean jail? Luke chuckled, his palms starting to spark again. No thanks. I'm not really a behind bars kind of guy. Luke stole a glance at his wrist. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left on the bomb timer. But that wasn't the only clock running. Luke knew how his quests worked now. The mission didn't care when the hero showed up, or when the hostages were bound and controlled. It cared when the terror began. The quest started the moment the hostages realized it was an attack from him. Today, it was the moment Luke announced himself to his hostages. 19 minutes had passed since he first announced his presence to the terrified staff of the Daily Bugle. 1 more minute, Luke thought. Well, nobody thinks they're the jail type, Gwen retorted, but dangerous weirdos like you always end up there at the end of the day. He let out a long, dramatic sigh, the phone hovering faithfully behind him. You're right, Spider-Woman, he said, his voice again calm. You always send the bad guys to jail. You always save the day. You're strong, honestly, you're stronger than even me. Each hit of yours still stings like hell. He took a step forward, ignoring the way she tensed up. But what does all that effort get you? Have you ever stopped to look at the people you're protecting? Why not save just those who deserve? The roaches downstairs. They hate you. They hate your powers. And you will end up in a cell right next to me the moment the police get their hands on you. Don't you get it? Your efforts are for nothing. I want you to see the plain and white truth. This city doesn't want a hero, they want a target. He paused, letting the wind howl between them for a beat. For fuck's sake, hero, they even got your own father against you. The atmosphere on the rooftop shifted instantly. The air felt heavier, colder. Gwen didn't move. She didn't crack a joke. Her white-lensed eyes seemed to darken as she stared at the men in the cracked clown mask. Her heart hammered against her ribs, but not from the fight. How? The word echoed in her mind, loud and panicked. How does he know that? What did you just say? She whispered, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and fury. Luke saw the reaction. He saw the way her shoulders dropped just an inch. Thanks for reading. https://www.patrayon.com/c/marveller. Chapter 15, ch15, The Daily Bugle Incident 6. What did you just say? She whispered, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and fury. Luke saw the reaction. He saw the way her shoulders dropped just an inch. Patron comments. The_disgraced_1_ oh nah, he just popped ULT. Arc_D_Lucifer, yeah, now she can't sleep at night. Stone says hi, cut, what the fuck was that? The Fool Fan, yes, the rage-baiting jester. The Fool Fan donated 5 TP. Yeagerist, is this the climax battle sequence? Tataki. Yeagerist donated 2 TP. A couple of donation notifications rang with a pleasant ding, but Luke couldn't afford to look at his phone right now. Not when a very angry spider was staring him down. How do you know that? She said, her voice dangerously low, walking slowly toward him. Luke tilted his cracked clown mask, affecting a casual shrug. Oh, the important thing isn't how I know, darling. He tapped a finger against his temple. The important thing is that it's not me who will cause you harm. It's those very people you're trying to save. The shitty, ungrateful cockroaches that thrive on hate against you. I'm not your enemy, Spider. I'm just the only one honest enough to call these people what they actually are. Gwen cracked her neck. Left side. Right side. Slow. Deliberate. I can't believe I'm the one saying it, but you talk too much. Saying so, she launched herself at him. She was a complete blur. The next instant, her fist was inches from his cracked mask. Boom. Luke fired a medium blast at the gravel, rocketing himself backward just in time. Gwen's fist smashed into the spot where he had been standing, cracking the solid concrete beneath it. She's faster now, he realized. And looking at that crack, she's not holding back much either. Ah, yes. Peter Parker is still alive, her canon event hasn't happened yet. I have to end this quickly. He let loose a massive volley of fiery explosions. Boom. 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 The rooftop lit up in bright orange flashes. Gwen flipped backward, dodging the blasts with impossible grace. She shot a web line at a tall metal tower nearby, using it to swing high into the bright blue sky. She swung in a wide, sweeping arc that brought her boots first toward his chest. Luke fired another blast at the ground, launching himself sideways. Her feet grazed his shoulder, close, but not close enough. She didn't stop. She pushed, legs coiling, then exploding forward. Thwip. Thwip. 2 web lines. One at his chest. One at his ankle. Luke twisted. The chest shot missed. The ankle shot didn't. Shit. He fired a blast at the web, but it held. Gwen yanked. Hard. Luke stumbled forward, off balance, and she met him halfway, fist cocked back, ready to cave in that stupid clown face. He leaned back at the last second. Her knuckles whistled past his nose. She followed with a flurry of strikes, left hook, right cross, knee to the gut. Each blow came faster than the last. Luke backpedaled, firing blast after blast just to keep her off him. Boom. Boom. The rooftop exploded in chunks of asphalt and fire. Gwen backflipped away from a massive explosion, landing on all fours like a real spider. She looks menacing. This open terrace had much less infrastructure to support her style, but she was somehow utilizing those little things to be as precise as possible. She shot a web line to another metal pole and yanked herself into a high-speed swing. Luke planted his feet. He curled his left hand in front of his open right palm. Orange light gathered and condensed. AP shot. A focused ray of explosive energy lanced out and snapped her web line clean in half. But Gwen was already moving. She somersaulted through the air, using the broken momentum to turn herself into a spinning missile. Her boots connected with his head. Almost. Luke got his arms up just in time, but the force still rattled him. He staggered. She didn't stop. Her other foot swung to his side. "Oh no, you don't." He gasped at the impact, but managed to grab her leg between his arm and side. Then his hand shot out and grabbed her by her neck. He lifted her up and used her own momentum to slam her down onto the terrace's hard concrete floor. The impact knocked the breath right out of Gwen's lungs. Luke was on top of her, his knees pinning her torso down. His forearm pressed on her neck, keeping her down. Ha, ha, ha. Luke's chest heaved. He was panting heavily, his breath warm inside the cracked plastic of his clown mask. Beneath him, Gwen was breathing just as hard. Her chest rose and fell rapidly. Even through their masks, they could hear each other's sharp, ragged breaths. Ha, ha. Then, Gwen's eyes narrowed into sharp slits. She brought her knees up to her chest and kicked out with both feet, slamming them into Luke's stomach. Luke flew backward, tumbling across the gravel like a skipped stone. He fired a quick, controlled blast from his palm to stabilize himself, sliding to a halt just before the edge of the roof. He smiled, ready to throw hands again. But he paused. Wait. Luke felt something missing from his chest pocket. The remote. It was gone. Luke looked over at Gwen. She was standing up slowly, dusting off her suit. She looked perfectly calm now. She raised her right hand, and there it was, the remote, dangling from her fingers. "Looking for this?" Gwen asked, her voice again had that chill Spidey sarcasm. "Although she did exactly what I wanted, but I never expected she'd do it this way, took me by surprise." Luke thought, she pickpockets like a pro. The minimum time duration for the quest was already over a minute ago, so he wasn't worried at all. The remote and the bomb downstairs in the meeting chamber were just props. They were handmade by him from junk, and he had already made sure that they can't be traced back to him too. "You've got to be kidding me," Luke said, continuing the act. "Don't press it." Her thumb pressed down on the stop button. Beep. She did it. She actually stopped the bombs. Down in the meeting room, the digital red timers on the metal cube flickered. 0:45, 0:44. Blink. The red lights turned green. Alert, bombs deactivated. The hostages cheered. They hugged and smiled and rejoiced. Thanked Jesus and Spider-Woman for saving them. Matthew, though, couldn't smile very much. Back on the terrace, Luke stared at the green light on the remote in Gwen's hand. Then, slowly, he began to clap. 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 "You, daughter of a bitch, you actually did it," Luke said, his voice dripping with exaggerated awe. "You saved those roaches." He let out a long, dramatic sigh, shaking his head. "I'm sad my words couldn't get through to you. But honestly, I'm proud of you. Truly. You stood by for what you thought was right and succeeded." He placed a hand over his heart and assumed a sad tone. "New York is in safe hands for now. Perhaps, you'd understand me some other day. See you then, Spider-Woman." Gwen crushed the plastic remote in her hand, her white lenses narrowing dangerously. "Not so soon, Clowny," Spider-Gwen said, "you're not going anywhere. You have a lot of questions to answer, and a jail cell to visit." "Oh." Luke chuckled, his palms already sparking with that familiar, dangerous orange light. "And who decided that?" Thwip 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 thwip. Gwen didn't waste a single millisecond. She fired a rapid-fire flurry of web bullets, blanketing the air in sticky white projectiles aimed straight for him. But Luke was already moving. Boom. He fired a massive blast directly at his own feet. The sheer force of the explosion shattered the concrete and launched him backward into the open sky, completely avoiding the barrage of webs. Hanging in midair, Luke looked down at her one last time. "Well then, see you next time, nerd." Luke mocked, his voice echoing over the roaring wind. Pop pop boom. Before Gwen could shoot her webs to catch him, Luke chained his explosions together perfectly. He propelled himself upward and away, rocketing into the New York skyline. Gwen stood at the edge, her fists clenching. "Bastard. Nerd." His parting words stuck in her mind. People called Spider-Woman a menace or a freak, some even called her Ghost Spider, but nerd was a label for Gwen Stacy. She stared at the fading smoke trail, a chill running down her spine. He knew about her father as well. Just who the hell is he? Thanks for reading. How was the chapter? Drop some comments. Reviews. See No Evil Monkey. By the way. No chapter tomorrow, peeps. Thursdays will be off days. Unless Power Stone goal is reached, 700. Next chapter we'll see a proper public reaction of his citywide stream. L also tried to fit Gwen's POV post-fight. As for his villain name, I've noticed you guys were discussing instead of just voting, it screwed the count. Wilted Flower. We're not having votes again, but at least now I know neither Terra nor Veritas got hate. Which is good. I will choose on my own, whatever flows well with the story. End of discussion. Thanks. Thanks for reading. And thanks for your precious comments. They give lots of ideas. https://www.patrayon.com/c/marveller. Chapter 16, ch16, Veritas, the Jester of Terror and Truth. I can't believe 700 Power Stones were achieved this quick. Here's your bonus. After Luke's escape, the police swarmed the Daily Bugle building. Now, the rescue was completed. The last of the hostages had been escorted out, shaken but alive. Captain George Stacy stood on the 12th floor with Officer Jefferson Davis and a handful of trusted personnel. 6 people total. The bomb squad technician, Mike, pulled off his helmet and stood up from after examining the device. Yes, this bomb was fake, Mike confirmed. Captain Stacy nodded grimly. Suspected as much. Good job, Mike. Keep it to yourself, though. Orders from above. Davis looked confused. We're keeping it from the public, sir. We have to, Davis. For public safety. Stacy's jaw tightened. You saw the stream. Saw how people reacted. Davis nodded slowly. Yes, sir. I couldn't believe it. Public opinion is actually divided. Some people supported some of his action. Said he was speaking truth. Saved Matthew. Exactly. Stacy turned to face the room. This guy is a madman. You know it, I know it. But some fools don't. If we announce that both his attacks used fake bombs, those fools will only cheer louder. And what's worse, he paused, letting the weight settle, the madman has access to high-yield explosives. He used 2 today just for show. Next time, the bomb for the hostages might be real. He looked directly at Joe, a young officer who had a reputation for pillow talk. You got that, Joe? You're not telling your wife, not even after sex. Joe's face went crimson. Why yes, sir. I wasn't going to. You'd better not. 3 hours after his exit from the Daily Bugle, Luke finally crawled back to his sanctuary, a dusty, abandoned garage on the edge of the city. Even though his phone's anti-surveillance mode was basically a cheat against any kind of digital tracking, Luke wasn't taking any chances. He had spent the last few hours playing the world's worst game of hide-and-seek, trekking through dark alleys, highway tunnels, and a couple of underground sewage lines that smelled exactly how you'd imagine. If the Gwen or cops don't kill me, the smell of New York's plumbing definitely will, he wheezed, finally sliding the heavy garage door shut. Man, I want teleportation. Once he was sure he was safe, he peeled off his sweat-soaked hood and the surgical mask. He caught a glimpse of himself in a cracked mirror and winced. His jaw was a lovely shade of dark purple, and his ribs and back had multiple large bruises. Gwen Stacy has heavy hands, he muttered. If she heard this, she'd beat him more. He collapsed flat onto the damaged, dusty mattress. He had clean sheets for cover, but he didn't want to get up. He was beyond exhausted. Between the fight, the explosions, and the fact that he hadn't slept in over 20 hours, his brain felt like mashed potatoes. He wanted to go the comfort of his home, the Dunphy house, but he couldn't, the bruises looked ugly and suspicious. I need healing factor, or some good air conditioning, he grumbled, wiping sweat from his forehead. It's like a furnace in here. His eyelids were drooping, heavier than lead. He just wanted to pass out and sleep for 10 hours. But before his brain shut down completely, he had to satisfy the curiosity. How much terror points, TP, had he actually raked in from the stream and donations? With a lazy flick of his finger, he willed the floating system phone to hover right in front of his face. He opened the T-Stream app, the bright screen making him squint. Quest, live terror stream. Objective, conduct a live-streamed terror operation using the Start Stream feature within any commercial or public facility. Conditions. 20+ minutes duration. 10+ hostages. Achieved. 21.6 minutes duration. 13 hostages. Bonus, engage in battle with a superpowered individual. Status, accomplished successfully. Luke let out a tired, goofy grin. He scrolled down to the juicy part. The bonus rewards. Exceeded total duration by 1+ minutes, bonus +2 TP awarded. Exceeded hostage count by 3, bonus +13 TP awarded. Available rewards. Terror Shop Gotcha, rare guarantee. Plus 100 base TP. Plus 100 battle bonus TP. Plus 15 overachievement TP. Accept rewards, reject rewards. He hit the accept rewards button without a second thought. The gacha voucher was instantly stored in the shop tab, and a little coin animation played on the screen as his newly earned TP was deposited into his dashboard. He clicked over to his profile to check his shiny new stats. Username, Luke Dunphy. Terrorist rank, 4,988,232-4,932. Power level, D. Achievements, new recruit. Total terror points. Next quest wait time, 20 hours 11 minutes. Latest stream stats, patron section. Max viewers. Total duration, 20.6 minutes. Total hostages. Comments, 18 likes, 5 TP donations. Nice, Luke smiled, his eyes barely open now. Viewership went up, and I got 38 TP just from donations. I'm practically an influencer now. He clicked on the View Comments tab. He regretted it. Arc_D_Lucifer, bro taking advantage during the fight. Lucky you. Arc_D_Lucifer, very romantic but in a dangerous way. Shadow_Reaper, now kiss. Chicken in pain, hot. Luke swore he had no dirty thoughts like that while fighting, but reading these comments, he blushed nonetheless. Meanwhile, less than 6 hours after the attack, the media machine was already running at full throttle. Channel 7 had assembled a panel. The anchor addressed the camera. We have with us tonight a victim of his first attack at the convenience store 3 weeks ago, Miss Cassie Adams. We're also joined by Dr. Franca Bagnale, head psychologist at Medanta, to help us understand the mind of the masked psychopath. The camera panned. Cassie Adams sat with her hands folded in her lap. The dark circles that had always haunted her eyes before and during the attack were gone. Her skin had color. She looked healthy. Alive. Dr. Franca Bagnale, a distinguished man with silver-rimmed glasses, gave the camera a curt nod. The anchor leaned forward. Miss Adams, let's start with you. You watched today's stream. When you saw that man, what went through your mind? Cassie took a slow breath. I felt angry, Cassie said. He holds you at gunpoint and forces you to hear truths you don't want to hear. I hate him for what he did to Matthew and to me. But honestly, some part of me is grateful. And I hate that I feel that way. She let out a shaky breath. I quit my job the very next day. I feel healthy, happy, and alive ever since. It's shameful to say, but when I asked my manager for a single day off to recover from the attack, he started yelling at me. Screaming. Over the phone. And I realized, this guy was right. The terrorist in the clown mask was right about my life. How messed up is that? To anyone out there struggling, work for yourself. Not your stupid, soul-sucking mana. Thank you, Miss Adams, the anchor cut in smoothly, powerful words. The anchor turned to Dr. Bagnale. Doctor, from your professional perspective, what kind of criminal mindset are we dealing with? Bagnale leaned forward. We are witnessing a highly intelligent narcissist who craves an audience above all else. He doesn't just want to commit crimes, he wants to be seen. These honest conversations aren't a gimmick, they are his genuine, twisted motivation. He feels ignored by the world and is forcing us all to look at him. And his effect on the hostages, the anchor prompted. Extreme, the doctor said gravely. He uses intimate secrets to shatter their defenses. Online people are already calling him Veritas, the devil jester of truth. It's a fitting name for a predator who uses the truth like a scalpel. What about Spider-Woman, the anchor asked. Will his manipulation work on her? Veritas can do anything he wants, Bagnale conceded, but she won't budge. Her will is made of steel. Thanks for reading. Next chapter tomorrow. Today was supposed to be no chappy day, but you guys earned this bonus. https://www.patrayon.com/c/marveller. Chapter 17, CH17, The Gwen Happened. Gwen swung through the city, her body moving on autopilot while her mind churned. A random villain, some clown-faced freak she'd never even heard of, knew her real identity. Her most closely guarded secret. The one thing that kept her father safe. That kept her friends safe. And he just said it. Casually. Like it was nothing. Zip-thwack. Zip-thwack. Building to building. Web line to web line. She wasn't heading anywhere specific at first, just moving. But eventually, her body guided her home. She reached her apartment building in Queens and slipped in through the window of her room, silent as a ghost. The moment her feet touched the floor, she yanked off her mask. Her short blonde hair fell messily across her forehead. Sweaty. Tangled. Still absolutely photogenic. Ugh, she said to her slightly messy room. Gwen stripped off her tight spider suit, tossing it into the bottom of her closet, and stepped into the warm shower, letting the hot water cascade down her toned body. Steam filled the bathroom as she ran her soapy hands over her gorgeous curves, her softest handful breasts, and her plump, supple ass that jiggled slightly with every movement. After a quick, relaxing wash, she dried herself and stood in front of her closet. She changed into an oversized, comfortable band tee and loose sweatpants. She wore her headphones and put on her favorite heavy rock playlist. Then she collapsed onto her bed. Face first. Starfish style. Thump. This was her coping mechanism. Since middle school, whenever she felt overwhelmed, she would just blast her favorite music, close her eyes, and let the noise drown out her thoughts, fall asleep, and then wake up fresh. It had always worked. 1 hour passed. And still couldn't sleep. Every time she relaxed, she heard his voice. I know everything about you, darling. See you next time, nerd. Gwen sat up abruptly, her hair a complete disaster. Fuck it, she muttered, grabbing her laptop from the nightstand. She typed faster than she meant to, fingers almost angry on the keyboard. Hashtag Daily Bugle incident was trending in New York. Number 1. Thread, Daily Bugle terror incident. Roxy, does anyone know what streaming platform Veritas used? LOL hashtag Daily Bugle incident. Dolan, it's insane how he claimed to know everything about everyone. His stalking skills must be next level. Lois, the fight was actually insane. I've never seen a real super fight with this clarity. Usually it's just shaky phone footage and screaming. Maxine at Lois true. All the other clips are always so damn shaky and low quality. This guy literally streamed in 4K while getting punched. Adorable_filter, did y'all see Spider-Woman's reaction when he mentioned her father? He must know her real identity. Veritas for some reason seemed to care about her, but I still pray she and her family are safe. Steward, but was Veritas right though? The Daily Bugle has always spread hate about Spider-Woman even though she's saved so many people. Always antagonizing her like she's some villain. Ron at Steward, I was once saved by her. Agreed. Hashtag boycott Bugle. Bottle at Steward agreed. Cha-ching at adorable_filter true. You really can't trust a lunatic who plays with people's lives like that. Fortunately, no casualties in both attacks, but who knows about the third time. Miller at Dolan, I don't think he stalks his victims. I was a victim of his convenience store attack. My wife and I live in a completely different city. We came to visit a friend in that neighborhood. There was no way he could have known we'd show up. It was just a random midnight craving that made us go. And yet he knew every life detail as if he'd been living with us for years. Andrew at Miller, if that's the case, maybe he has 2 supernatural powers. Palm explosion blasts he showed very flashily, but he might also have a memory reading power or something. Marley, if he's a mutant, the X-Men might be able to find and apprehend him soon. I heard a rumor that Charles Xavier can locate any mutant on the planet. Veritas, huh? Gwen gritted her teeth, the screen's blue light reflecting in her eyes. That's the name people have been calling him with. I have to catch him, Gwen whispered into the quiet room. Later that night, when Gwen's mother returned from her job and her father from his duty, she enjoyed some wholesome family time. The next morning, Luke woke up feeling like he had been run over by a truck. Right, he croaked. The Gwen happened. He checked his phone. No new messages from mom or dad, which was good. He had updated her a few times yesterday anyway. He quickly went through a makeshift morning routine, a splash of cold water to the face from a water bottle, brushing his shiny white teeth, eating an apple and a couple of bananas. Once his stomach stopped growling, he sat cross-legged on the mattress and tapped the tea stream on his phone. It was time for the main event. All right, let's do this, Luke said, rubbing his hands together. He navigated straight to his gotcha voucher. It had a rare guarantee. That was big. As the animation of a bright, glowing shooting star played across the phone screen, Luke closed his eyes, clapped his hands together, and began to aggressively pray to every deity he could think of. Oh dear God, Allah, Bhagwan, Buddha, and the one above all, please, teleportation or healing factor. Teleportation or healing factor. Teleportation healing factor. He opened his eyes and raised his brows. That wasn't a shooting star, it was a meteorite, and it destroyed Earth. Not surprising, its name is Terror Stream after all. Anyway, after the animation was over, his reward was revealed. Congratulations. You have obtained a legendary grade skill, Mind and Soul Shield. Description, a passive, always active skill. It perfectly protects the user's mind and soul from any psychic attacks, mental manipulations, mind reading, illusions, brainwashing, or soul targeting abilities from any and all kinds of beings, attacks, items, or skills up to the Omegaversal power level. legendary. He whispered. Omegaversal. Okay, Luke admitted, touching his bruised jaw. This is actually huge. I just didn't know I needed it. But a healing skill was still needed though. He clicked over to the main shop tab. He had 255 TP to spend. Ban's Immortality, 7 Deadly Sins 17,000 TP. Kyoru's Healing, Redo of Healer 22,000 TP. Titan Healing, Attack on Titan 2000 TP. 100 Healings Technique, Naruto 2500 TP. Kimiko's Regeneration, The Boys 4000 TP. Deadpool's Healing Factor, Marvel 9000 TP. He quickly tapped the screen and sorted the list by price, low to high. The results were a bit more realistic. There were some single-use health potions and healing vials starting at around 50 TP, but Luke didn't want a consumable. He wanted a permanent skill. Scrolling further down, he finally found a couple of affordable, permanent skills. But of course, they came with some massive conditions. Titan Healing, Attack on Titan, 3-day cooldown plus day usage only, 150 TP. Nomu Regeneration, My Hero Academia, 4-week cooldown, 250 TP. Luke tapped his chin, thinking it over. Well, the Nomu Regeneration is fast and doesn't have a specific physical weakness like the neck thing, but a 4-week cooldown is brutal. I also need points to upgrade my quirk mastery and buy other things. After scrolling a bit more and finding no other better options, yeah. Titan Healing it is, he said. I'll just have to protect my Nate better though. Next up, Luke pushed his quirk mastery to 79% using 27 TP. Why stop there when he still had points left? Please experience a near-death situation to unlock mastery beyond 79%. Alternative, spend 100 TP to bypass the condition. He was not almost killing himself for sure, but right now, he only had 78 TP left. The phone, of course, offered no sympathy. No point crying over missing TP. The next stream would fix his broke condition anyway. Thanks for reading. Not much happened this chapter, but it was important. And no, neither this nor last chapter are short. They are over 1,300 words. Next chap tomorrow, same time. https://www.patrayon.com/c/marveller. Chapter 18, CH18, Murphy's Law. A few days later, in the Dunphy house. Luke was seated at the dining table, staring at his laptop screen with the dead-eyed expression of a man who'd spent 3 hours debugging code for a freelance project. Dropping the golf paddock job had been satisfying and time-saving, but he still needed money. Still needed to create a career for himself. This was just a start. There was also an option to use TP to get real money. 1 TP gave $500 in cash or even to a bank account. But there was no way he was going to waste TP like that. It was reserved for power-ups and terror stream preparations. Speaking of terror preparation, he has almost finished planning for his next stream. The only thing making him wait was for the train to leave the station. Yeah, it really was a train. He called it Operation Confession Train on Bridge. So between terror planning and training, he was freelancing. Missing the hell out of Claude Code, anti-gravity, and other LLMs, and then the heroine, her voice trembling with passion, cries out, "Francisco, you cannot do this. You cannot sacrifice your life for me." Luke's eye twitched. Manny stood in the middle of the living room, one hand pressed dramatically to his chest, the other extended toward an invisible lover. He was a chubby guy with the soul of a 19th-century poet and the fashion sense of a retired art professor. Technically, he was Luke's uncle, long story involving Luke's wealthy grandfather and a stunning Colombian woman who happened to be Manny's mother. Gloria was great. Manny was, a lot. And Francisco, torn between duty and love, falls to his knees and says, "Manny," Luke said, not looking up from his code. "I will pay you actual money to be less passionate right now." Manny ignored him completely. "My life is worthless without you, Consuela." Before Luke could bang Manny's head against the table, his laptop screen flickered. Incoming FaceTime. Alex. He accepted. His sister's face filled the screen. "How lazy are you? You're FaceTiming me from your room upstairs," Luke said. "I'm at college, dumbass. I've been back here for 2 weeks." Alex's tone was sharp, but there was something off about it. "Oh," Luke said. "Well, you're very noticeable. So what's up?" Alex hesitated. That alone was weird. Alex never hesitated. "Things aren't going well with Sanjay and me." Manny materialized beside Luke's shoulder like a concerned, cologne-drenched ghost. "Relationship troubles. Tell me everything." Luke shoved him. "Dude, boundaries." But Alex was already talking. She explained the situation, something about Sanjay being distant, about her feeling ignored, about a date he'd cancelled last minute. Luke listened. Manny listened harder. It's just, Alex sighed, running a hand through her hair. I don't know if he's losing interest or if I'm overthinking it, but... Behind her, a door swung open. A girl walked in. Asian. Cute. Clearly, Alex's neighbor or dorm mate. She was wearing a towel and holding a bundle of clothes against her chest. She didn't notice the laptop as she turned around to face the cupboard. She didn't notice Alex was FaceTiming. She dropped the towel. Luke choked on air. Manny's eyes went wide as dinner plates. Luke gripped the passenger door handle. Manny, we really don't have to drive to Alex's dorm. She'll be fine. It's just a breakup. Yes, Alex broke up with her boyfriend right after she ended the call with them. Sanjay, the boyfriend, was apparently in love with someone else, he admitted it very quickly. She told Luke in text. Manny kept one hand on the wheel. It's not just a breakup, Luke. It's the breakup. Her first. She needs someone to listen to. I doubt you want to hear a breakup rant. Of course, not, Manny said, serene. This soul is for Bree. You're the brother. You handle Alex. Luke's face went flat. Bree. The cute Asian dorm mate. Thank God she'd been wearing undergarments under that towel. Any other day you'd wrestle a bear to meet a girl like Bree in person, Manny mused. What's different? Luke stared out the window. Because that's where Gwen goes. My secret identity's enemy. And I really don't want to stumble into her. He said none of that. I just wanted to finish that freelance gig. They're paying $5,000 for a basic web app. Manny was quiet for a moment. The car hummed. You've really grown, Luke. His voice was thick. As your uncle, I'm proud. Luke snorted. Uncle my ass. The boys were the same age, BTW. Luke sat on the bench outside the cafeteria, a tiny cup of overpriced ice cream in his hand. Alex sat beside him, eyes closed, savoring a spoonful of butterscotch ice cream like it was enlightenment. After dumping a 90-minute breakup rant on him, Alex had dragged him here despite his protests. This is exactly what I needed, she murmured. Sure. Stuff bought with other people's money always hits different. Luke had paid. Alex smiled, thanks for today, Luke. Really? For listening and for that great suggestion. Calling Sanjay, cursing him out, mocking his size, and absolutely nuking his self-esteem, actually helped. I'm gonna post an Insta story. Expose him for cheating. Maybe add a note about how. Whoa. Stop. Luke held up a hand. Let's keep your private life private, yeah. Alex pursed her lips, then nodded. Fine. You're right. She took another bite and smiled wryly. But honestly, you really understood me today. You're a good brother, Luke. She ruffled his hair like he was a golden retriever. You're welcome. You're not the first human to experience a breakup. Then a voice drifted over. I'm telling you, Gwen. Veritas's methods are wrong, but the guy makes solid points. And Spider-Woman. She doesn't deserve the hate she gets. Luke's spine went rigid. Murphy's fucking law. A girl's voice replied, bored. Peter, I don't care about either of them. Talk to someone who does. Peter spotted Alex and walked over, waffle in hand. Hey, Alex. How's your neutrino research in cryogenic temperatures? Did the application go through? Luke resisted the urge to facepalm. Of course she knows them. Just my luck. Alex sighed. It got rejected, Peter. They told me to come back next year when I have solid results. That's a total shame, Gwen said, joining them. You're probably the only person on campus who could actually make that research work. That short blonde hair, and an accompanying nerd Peter. It's not any Gwen. It's the Gwen. Luke thought. They were holding waffles, and to Luke's horror, they looked like they were looking for a place to sit. Alex gestured. Luke, these are Peter and Gwen. First years. My juniors. If you'd actually studied, you guys could have been batchmates. Luke stood up immediately, ignoring the jab. I see. Nice to meet you, Peter and Gwen. I'm Luke, the uneducated brother. Well, since your friends are here, Alex, I'll head out. Oh, stay. Gwen interjected with a friendly smile. You don't have to leave on our account. Trust me, dear, you don't want me here. Yeah, Luke, stay a bit longer, Alex added. She was usually the first to kick him out, but the breakup loneliness was clearly hitting her hard. Luke sighed and sat back down. The four of them settled around the bench. For about 45 seconds, they talked science. Then Peter pivoted the topic to soups and villains. He looked at Luke and asked his opinion on Veritas. Welp, all I know is this Veritas guy is batshit crazy. Luke kept his face neutral, eyes landing on Gwen for a moment, but Spider-Woman should stay ready. He must be planning his next big attack. Probably planning something that'll break her completely. Peter went quiet. Well. That's hard to argue with, but Spider-Woman won't break. She's strong. Peter had a reputation of being a hardcore Spider-Woman fan in college. His whole personality revolved around nerding out about Spider-Woman. Peter was even bullied because of this. Despite that, he couldn't quit nerding about her. And now his nerding list even had Veritas, too. So of course, Peter defended Spider-Woman. But Gwen looked grim. Just for a moment. Then Manny appeared, beaming, Luke. There you are. Luke didn't like that smile one bit. But he grabbed the excuse and stood. Gotta go. Bye, Alex, take care. As they walked away, Luke muttered, please tell me you didn't propose to Bree. Manny's grin widened. Not yet. But she touched my beret. Knowing him, it really must be his that cap. Exactly 1 week later, the nightmare returned. What Luke had said came to pass. The reason for Gwen's anxiety finally showed itself. The hijacking was instantaneous. From the towering billboards of Times Square to the tiny, glowing screens of smartphones in people's pockets, every display in the city flickered and died. When they blinked back to life, the image was the same everywhere. A man in a sharp black suit and a haunting, brand new jester mask stared into the camera. Veritas. Greetings, New York. He was back on air, and the city held its breath. Thanks for reading. https://www.patrayon.com/c/marveller. Advanced chapter are on the way, at least 3 by the end of tomorrow, but you can join to motivate me more. Chapter 19, CH19, Confession Train on Bridge I. 3 a.m. Friday. 11 days since the Daily Bugle incident. 1 week after Alex's dorm visit. Luke stood in the middle of the abandoned garage on the city's outskirts. This dusty place on the city's outskirts had served him well as a hideout and training ground. But now, ineffective as a training ground. His quirk mastery had hit 79%. At this level, his raw power matched pre-awakened Bakugo during that insane final battle against All for One and Shigaraki. Luke had unlocked some crazy new moves thanks to better control. The problem? If he practiced them here at full strength, the garage would become a smoking crater. So he'd been forced to practice those moves with such tiny intensity that his new attacks looked like sad little party sparklers. Well, he had been holding back while practicing Howitzer Impact, when his mastery was still at 50%, so it was nothing new. He really needed a real hideout. Somewhere big, secure, and far away from people. Something with reinforced walls. Or maybe a private island. But he had no muscle to help build one, no shady connections to hire someone, and his wallet and bank account had as much empty space as KSI's forehead. Maybe I'll just steal someone else's base, Luke muttered, tossing the thought to the back of his mind. He pulled out his phone to check his inventory. Yes, some items could be stored in the app's inventory. Over the last week, he had spent a decent chunk of his hard-earned TP on gear for his next mission. Item, Expressive Jester Mask, 20 TP. Features, Unbreakable, 10% facial damage reduction. Auto-equips and stores in inventory. It was unbreakable, but as the fine print warned, it's a mask, not a face shield. Do not use it to tank hits. The mask won't break, but your jaw might. Item, Black 3-piece suit set, 15 TP. Features, Fireproof, Bulletproof, Stab-resistant, Self-cleaning, Self-repairing, 5% damage reduction. Auto-equips and stores in inventory. Luke once again checked the mission details. Quest, Live Terror Stream. Objective, conduct a live-streamed terror operation within any commercial or public facility. Conditions. 25+ minutes duration. 15+ hostages. Reward, Terror Shop discount voucher, 75% off, plus 120 terror points. Bonus condition. Engage in battle with a superpowered individual. Bonus reward, plus 100 terror points, extra points awarded depending on enemy strength. At 3:30 a.m., donning a standard surgical mask and a plain gray hoodie, Luke slipped out into the night. The anti-surveillance was fully active like always. By 4:45 a.m., he arrived at his staking spot, an empty, under-construction mall in Astoria. Next 6 hours, he was just sitting there, dozing on and off, munching a granola bar he'd grabbed from a store. At 10:50 a.m., it was finally showtime. He opened the app inventory with a tap. 2 icons pulsed, the mask and the suit. He pressed both at once. In a blink, the hoodie, jeans, and shoes vanished into the inventory, replaced by the sleek black three-piece suit, black formal shoes, and the expressive jester mask. His terror outfit. "Man, this feature alone is worth the TP," he muttered. It was incredibly convenient. No more burning off his own clothes after changing. The jester mask was pure white, with a single aesthetic bullet crack on the right side of the forehead. Smoke-colored tears trailed from his eye holes down to pitch-black lips that curved with cruel delight. The suit was pure black, with a black tie and a crisp white shirt underneath. He pulled out his phone, flipped to the front camera, and snapped a quick selfie. Image. He looked like a wedding guest from a nightmare. Okay. Time to head out. Boom. A massive explosion erupted from his palms, launching him into the bright blue sky. It was a beautiful, cloudless day. Truly, the perfect day for a terror attack. The perfect day to let the explosion quirk shine. From above, New York looked like a toy set. Luke soared in a controlled arc, using small bursts to steer. Below, a luxury passenger train slid along the tracks like a silver snake. Semi-vintage design, rich cream and gold paint, separate carriages linked by heavy-duty couplers. The kind of train rich people booked for scenic tours. And in the 8th carriage, Luke knew, sat a church father, his staff, and about 20 nuns. A whole flock of hostages in one convenient location. God really did provide. Luke angled his descent. The train was barreling toward the river bridge. Perfect. He landed on the roof of the 9th carriage with a soft thud, knees bending to absorb the impact. He needed to separate the back carriages. Luke coasted forward along the roof, using tiny explosions from his palm to keep balance. At the junction between the 8th and 9th carriages, he dropped into a crouch, extended one palm, and aimed. With increased mastery, AP shot didn't require him to curl his other hand in front of the shooting palm. AP shot. A thin blast of concentrated explosive force shot from his palm. It hit the heavy coupler mechanism and melted right through it with a screech of tearing metal. Sparks showered. The 9th carriage, now severed from the rest, immediately began to slow. Without the locomotive pulling it, momentum bled away fast. Screams pierced the air. Ah. Eek. Passengers tumbled. Luggage crashed. And Luke didn't have time to care. Boom. He blasted himself forward, flying over the roof of the 8th carriage, and landed on the front coupler connecting it to the 7th. Another quick AP shot reduced the steel joint to molten goo. Now the 8th carriage was a lone island of metal, isolated on the tracks. But momentum was still a problem. The carriage was hurtling forward at high speed, running on its own. It would cross the bridge and keep going for a long time. Luke needed it right in the middle of the bridge. All right, here comes the hardest part. He jumped off the roof, twisted in the air, and slammed his back against the front face of the carriage. His palms pointed straight front along the tracks. Sorry, folks. Sudden change of direction, he yelled, voice swallowed by wind. Then he let loose. HAAA. A continuous, deafening stream of explosions erupted from his palms. The sheer concussive force acted like a jet engine but in reverse. The carriage shuddered violently. Its forward speed slowed, then stopped, then reversed. The whole 8th carriage started sliding backward along the tracks, pushed by a man in a jester mask. Inside, passengers screamed again. A nun tumbled into an aisle. The church father clutched his cross and started a prayer so fast it might have broken Eminem's record. Luggage toppled, windows rattled, someone's head flew out an open pane and spiraled down into the East River like a confused dove. The carriage slowed to a crawl just as it reached the exact middle point of the bridge. Luke sighed, showtime. Father Patrick Sane was a man of God, and a very important one at that. He presided over the largest church in New Jersey, a position that came with respect and power. Today, he was on his way to Boston for a grand religious tour. A celebration of faith. He was accompanied by his chief staff, 3 trusted deacons who handled everything from scheduling to sermon notes, and a select group of 20 nuns from the main church. The nuns had been chosen for their dedication and, frankly, their ability to sing hymns. The journey had been nothing short of delightful. Father Patrick had looked out at the passing scenery and thought, truly, the Lord has blessed this day. Until the Lord apparently changed his mind. The first jolt had been alarming. The second had sent Sister Agatha's rosary flying into Deacon Paul's tea. And then came the sound, a terrible screeching of metal, followed by the feeling of the whole carriage moving in a direction it absolutely should not have been moving. We're going backward, Sister Mary had screamed, face pressed to the window. We're going backward on the bridge. Then the chaos stopped. But just then. Bang. The side door at the front of the carriage blasted inward. A tall man stepped through, dressed in a pitch-black suit. A cracked white mask hid his face, black lips frozen in an eerie smile as ember-like orange light glowed from his gloved palms. Behind him, a phone hovered in midair. The figure tilted his head, mask shifting from a smile to something closer to polite curiosity. Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the bumpy ride. I'm still learning the whole train conductor thing. Father Patrick stepped forward before his brain could tell his legs to stop. Who are you? He demanded, voice ringing with righteous anger. Is this your doing? The jester placed a hand on his chest in mock offense. Father Patrick sane, he said, and the mask's expression shifted to one of delight. What an honor. I've heard your sermons online. Very passionate. Very loud. He took a step forward, shoes clicking on the carriage floor. The nuns shrank back. The deacon stood frozen, uncertain whether to fight or pray. To answer your questions, the jester continued, voice smooth and unhurried, I am but a simple man who has taken a sudden, burning interest in God and religion. He paused, letting his palm glow, and yes, Father, this is entirely my doing. As you see, from this moment on, you are all my hostages. The nuns, the deacons, and you, Father. Every last one of you has to obey my words like they're inscribed in your Bible. Thanks for reading. And if you guys want a bonus chapter, then the Power Stone goal is 250, smiley face. Face without mouth pistol. https://www.patrayon.com/c/marveller. Right now only one advanced chapter, I plan to have at least 10 by the end of this week, but you can join to motivate me more. Chapter 20, CH20, The Confession Train on Bridge 2. A/N. Hi. This is your bonus chapter. The regular chapter will get published in a few hours. By the way, if you're worried, then no, neither this nor any future chapter will contain hate or useless lecture about any religion. I and Luke respect all the religions and do not intend to offend anyone. Mild spoiler, this setting is only for him to dramatically expose an evil man's wicked deeds. Nothing else. I was going for an evil pope trope kinda thing. Hope you don't hate it. Thanks. As for questions on Luke killing innocents. No, Luke won't kill innocent people. Killing bad guys. Wait for future chapters. Welp, enough rant, enjoy your chapter. And yes, this is entirely my doing. As you see, from this moment on, you are all my hostages. The nuns, the deacons, and you, Father. Every last one of you has to obey my words like they're inscribed in your Bible. Deacon Paul's face had gone pale. His eyes widened, not just with fear, but with a creeping, horrified recognition. His finger rose shakily, pointing at the masked figure. You're him. Paul stammered, his voice cracking with fear. The one from the news. Veritas, aren't you? Perhaps, due to a different mask, it took him a bit of time to realize that fact. Father Patrick's eyes also widened, he'd also heard of this Veritas. A very dangerous terrorist. Silence. Then the mask moved. The frozen black lips curled wider, stretching into a grin that was pure, unholy delight. A gold star for Deacon Paul. What a wonderful guess, Luke cheered, and as your reward for being so smart. I'm going to give you some homework. Do exactly what I say, or I'll turn this carriage into a very expensive toaster with everyone still inside. You're aware of my capabilities, aren't you? Deacon Paul looked at Father Patrick, his face pale as a sheet. The father gave a stiff, solemn nod. He knew they had no choice. I'll do it, Paul stammered. Just don't hurt us. Luke tossed the backpack that was hanging on his shoulder at Paul's feet. There are 3 nice, strong, and long ropes in that bag. Tie the hands of all the nuns and deacons to their seats. But, he held up a finger, leave 2 nuns and 1 deacon, tie them up separately using the other rope, leave the last rope untouched. Your choice who gets to go on which group. You have 4 minutes. Clock's ticking. When the 4 minutes were up, the only people left untied were Paul himself and Father Patrick. Good job, Paul, Luke said, inspecting the knots, nice and tight. You'd make a decent sailor. We don't know what you want, Father Patrick said, his voice steady despite the situation. But in the name of the God, do not harm these people. Let us go, and whatever you seek. Father Patrick. Luke turned to face him fully. The mask's grin softened a little. You have honestly impressed me. The way you've kept your composure, the way you've never once backed down, it's admirable. Truly. He gestured toward the seats where the bound hostages sat trembling. But why don't you sit down with the others for now? Rest those old knees. I promise, I'll give you a chance to talk later. You have my word, for whatever that's worth. Father Patrick hesitated, but a sharp crackle of sparks from Luke's palm convinced him to slowly take a seat. Luke turned his attention outward. Through the windows, the distant noise of helicopter blades was growing louder. Sirens wailed from somewhere on the shore. The NYPD was mobilizing. Showtime for real now. The floating phone drifted in front of his face. Luke tapped the screen. The stream for patrons was already on. Now was the time for people of Marvel. Broadcast stream to all devices. Specified broadcast radius, 20 kilometers. He pressed it. Across 20 kilometers, screens flickered. Every screen in Astoria, Harlem, and other locations went black for a heartbeat, then lit up with a single image. Every billboard, every laptop, every phone, every tablet within the radius buzzed and switched displays. In coffee shops, offices, street corners, and subway stations, people stopped and stared. There he was. The jester in a white mask. The smudged, black, dried tear marks. The frozen black smile. The pristine suit. The same figure who had terrorized the Daily Bugle building just 11 days ago. He was back. Just with a different mask. Greetings, New York. His voice was calm. Pleasant. Almost warm. The black lips of the mask stayed frozen in that wide, eerie smile as he addressed the city. But the people watching knew better. They knew what this meant. The chat exploded. Public comments. Avi Prince, first. Lena, oh, no. CJ, Spider-Woman, please see this. Jack at Avi Prince son, crying face, this is a terrorist. Nightol 47, HES back already. Caffeine Witch, I can't believe I'm watching this in Starbucks RN. Blank profile 99, holy crap, don't tell me the ongoing commotion on that bridge is due to him. Luke didn't spare a glance at the comments. I heard you've given me a moniker, he said, Veritas. The devil jester of terror and truth. And I am. He paused, as if searching for the right words. What do I say? Very, very, very sad you think of me this way. A devil. Me. The frozen smile curved downward. The black lips, once stretched in glee, now drooped into a frown. And impossibly, the dried black tear marks on the mask seemed to glisten, as if fresh tears were actually flowing. But what can I say? He wiped at the tears with a gloved hand. The wetness vanished, but the smudged black stains remained, as permanent as his crimes. Reflecting upon my own actions. I have done some really serious sins. He raised both arms in a gesture of acceptance, of confession. But you know a thing about sins. They can be washed away. Forgiven. Ahem. Luke cleared his throat. In my desperate search for a way to wash away my sins, I came across a very noble figure. A guide of lost the souls. He gestured grandly toward the seated priest. Father Patrick Sane. Look at him. Dignified. Righteous. A man worthy to listen to my sins and declare forgiveness. He will absolve me of all sins. Then I won't be a devil anymore. He paused, letting the words hang. That's why we are here, people of New York. On this very confession train on the bridge. Luke pulled the camera back to his masked face, bringing it close. Too close. But I wonder. His voice dropped, quieter now. Intimate. Do you think the same, Spider-Woman? After all I did for you last time, do you also think I'm a devil? He let the question breathe. Spider-Woman, I want to hear your answer in person. The mask's grin vanished. The black lips flattened into something cold and serious. And if you aren't here in 10 minutes, I will blow up this bridge. And all these people along with it. Gasps rippled through the carriage. Sister Mary started crying softly. Robert looked ready to faint. Luke tilted his head, as if hearing something distant. His eyes shifted toward the windows where the thumping of helicopter blades had grown annoyingly loud. Oh, NYPD. His voice changed instantly, gaining a hint of irritation. You troublesome people. I will not say it again. Remove those annoying buzzing choppers from my bridge. Right. This instant. The mask smile returned, but it wasn't friendly anymore. Patrick Sane sat in his seat, hands folded neatly on his lap, his face looked calm on the outside. But inside. His heart was a war drum. Veritas. They say he knows everything about his victims. Their entire lives. Their secrets. Does he know about mine? Does he know about those kids? About Hydra? His stomach churned. His fingers, calmly folded in his lap, were ice cold. If he knows, if this madman speaks it on this live broadcast. It wouldn't matter if he survived the bridge. Sane's life would be over anyway. Thanks for reading. https://www.patrayon.com/c/marveller. Right now only 2 advanced chapters. Chapter 21, CH21, The Confession Train on Bridge 3. It was a very pleasant, sunny day. Gwen Stacy had just finished her morning classes. She and Peter Parker were walking toward the cafeteria to grab a coffee before their next lecture. As they walked, Peter rambled about the wall he'd hit in his cross-species genetics research, the one he was working on under Dr. Connors. That's when the commotion erupted. Phones buzzed. Everyone seemed to be excited. A cluster of students gathered around someone's tablet. It's Veritas, he's back. Hey, look, Veritas is streaming again. Yo, lol, my comment was first. Gwen's blood went cold. She needed to leave. Erg. Gwen doubled over, clutching her stomach. Peter spun toward her with worry. Gwen. What happened? Are you okay? Period cramps, she wheezed, already backing away. Really bad. Gotta go. Bye. She was gone before Peter could say another thing. Gwen, in her spider suit, swung fast between buildings. Wired earphones connected from her phone, feeding her that smooth, horrible voice that all the people were forced to hear. She pushed faster. 10 minutes. He gave me 10 freaking minutes. Now then, shall we begin, Father? Will you hear my confession? Luke said, with clap of his hands. Father Patrick rose slowly. Veritas, he said, a confession must be done in private. Luke waved a dismissive hand. No need for that. I'm perfectly fine with other people knowing. In fact, I insist. Patrick forced a nod. Fine. Let's have it your way. Then let me explain the procedure, if you're unfamiliar. You start by. No. Luke cut him off with a raised finger. I'll start right away. Father Patrick sighed. There really wasn't any other option than to go along. Sure. Luke's mask's expression softened into something almost human. Almost vulnerable. You see, Father, he began, voice quieter now, my father was a very hard-working man. Very dedicated. But the person he worked for abused him every single day. Humiliated him. Screamed at him. Called him names I can't repeat in front of nuns. Every evening, after he came home, he would sit down with a cigarette and drink. And for each time his boss insulted him that day, he would burn my mother's body with that lit cigarette. One burn per insult. Very precise. Very disciplined. Luke's voice stayed calm. Eventually, she died. And then it was my turn. Sister Mary's hand flew to her mouth. She was very kind-hearted and couldn't listen to anyone suffering. Evidently, not even of a terrorist's. Later, I got these powers. Extraordinary powers from an extraordinary accident. And one day, I was hired for a job that needed my unique skills. That day, I got insulted 4 times. 4. He held up 4 gloved fingers. When I got home, I didn't have a cigarette. Never picked up the habit. So I simply used my palms instead. Did exactly what my father did to me for all 13 years of my life. The masked smile vanished completely. The black lips pressed thin. But I made a mistake. I was supposed to do 4 burns. I killed him in 2. After the second time, there was no body left. No bones. Nothing. He tilted his head. The Patrick looked extremely terrified, not just him, even Mary as well, who was sympathizing for him just a few moments ago. They had realized something very dangerous. The man behind the jester mask was utterly broken and insane. I think my father still hasn't forgiven me for that. Wherever he is, he's probably still cursing me for not being able to achieve such a simple task. Luke straightened himself. That's the gravest sin I want forgiven, Father. The sin of a son who couldn't follow his father's example properly. Patron comments. The fool fan, he reminded me so much of him. A sticky white tear just rolled down between my legs. Poda at the fool fan, lol, really? You came. Binge, ah yeah, my daily dose of edge smiling face with hearts. URPP, Joker of that universe really was a legend, I wonder why he never used any TP. He earned so much TP in so few streams, that he could have lived forever. RIP, my goat. URPP donated 2 TP. Poda at the fool fan, you know this one did it for you. He deserves a reward. The fool fan at Poda, you're right. Take it, lad. I'm broke for 2 weeks now. The fool fan donated 90 TP. Greedy cat, that was such a perfect opportunity to say the line, why did he not say it? The fool fan at Greedy cat, I am glad he didn't though. Newbies take inspirations and it's fine. But when they just copy others completely, then it's just cringe. I like his style, but I really hope he discovers more of his unique style in the future, looking forward to his career. As Luke heard the donation ring, his eyes glanced at the phone for a bit. Yeah, this showmanship was worth it, Luke realized. That single donation was mere 10 points less than the bonus TP he gets from fighting Gwen. I think my father still hasn't forgiven me for that. Wherever he is, he's probably still cursing me for not being able to achieve such a simple task. Luke straightened himself. That's the gravest sin I want forgiven, Father. The sin of a son who couldn't follow his father's example properly. Father Patrick cleared his throat. His voice came out steadier than he felt. Your sins are hereby absolved, may God grant you forgiveness. Luke let out a long sigh. That felt good. Real good for the conscience. By the way, Father, have you ever committed a sin? Patrick's heart slammed against his ribs. I have, everyone does. He said carefully, and tried to change the topic. But I've already been absolved. And for you, Veritas, my boy, things can still be different. I can help you. I can save. Oh, you've sinned too. Luke cut him off, the black smile stretching wide. That's interesting. Why don't you tell me about it? That is confidential, Patrick said. Between God and me. Luke raised his palm. The orange glow reflected in the old priest's eyes. It's not polite to keep secrets, Father. You know mine. I need to know one of yours. Tell me, your gravest sin. Patrick's breathing quickened. Fight or flight. His body screamed run, but there was nowhere to go. He forced out a lie, voice trembling just enough to sound genuine. My sin was, as a child, I was playing ball and accidentally hit a bird's nest. The nest broke and the hatchlings died. I could never forgive myself. I pledged from that day to never hurt. A bird's nest, Luke repeated, wiping a fake tear. That's adorable. But I asked for your gravest sin. That one is clearly not it. Luke tilted his head the other way. Oh. I see the problem. A great man like you just doesn't understand what gravest sin means. He raised a single finger, teacher-like. Let me show you. Patrick's stomach dropped. The cat wasn't just out of the bag, the whole zoo was about to loose. Fuck you, Veritas. The old priest lunged for the gate. He made it 3 whole steps before Luke grabbed his collar from behind and slammed him flat on the floor. Gah! Air left Patrick's lungs in a wet gasp. Luke bent down and pulled him upright by the back of his neck, like a misbehaving kitten. Now, where were you going? Tell me, have you committed a graver sin than this one? His phone's screen flickered. A recording began to play. His phone telekinesis moved the phone near the bound hostages so they could see it. The recording was also shared with public and patron viewers. Patrick Sane and Senator Stern shook hands. A suitcase full with cash was handed to Patrick in exchange of 8 small innocent faces. At the end, Patrick and Stern hugged, and it seemed like they whispered something into each other's ears. That's Alicia. Suzanne. Elijah, and the other kids. Sister Mary's voice broke. You told us they were adopted by a countryside family. Why is the senator taking them? Where is he taking them? The next clip answered her question. Sister Mary stopped breathing. The children lay dismembered on a research table made of cold steel. A voice recording played in the background. Senator Stern's voice, casual as a grocery list, none of the previous batch turned out to be mutants. We'll need more supply, call Patrick. More clips. More children. More reports with stamps of mutant or NON mutant. More and more and more, stamps after stamps after stamps. NON mutant. 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 NON mutant. Stamped. Filed. Disposed of. Sister Mary wept and passed out. Sister Sarah shook. Deacon Paul's fists trembled. How could you? Sister Sarah's voice cracked. They were children. Children from our own orphanage. Mary and I raised them like mothers. Deacon Paul stood up. His face was wet. His voice was pure rage. Father Patrick. This sin is unforgivable. He turned to the masked figure. Veritas. You are not the devil. That creature on the floor is. Kill him. He doesn't deserve to live. But what Paul seemed to have forgotten was that this jester wasn't some misunderstood villain figure, he was an utter and complete madman. Luke turned to Paul. Oh, Paul. You are not the one who gets to choose who dies today. Then Luke's. Nah. Veritas's mask stretched into a smile far wider than any human face should allow. The black-painted lips slowly parted, revealing rows upon rows of jagged, shark-like teeth. A long black tongue slithered between them, making the already horrifying grin even worse. Public comments. Caffinwich, WTF. Scary. And, yeah, that's what a devil jester looks like. Misa, my type TBH. Patron comments. Applejam, AO. What the fuck is that? The underscore disgraced underscore one underscore, the brat is adapting remarkably well to his new role. I was sure he would need more time to get used to making people fear him. How utterly interesting. The underscore disgraced underscore one underscore donated 3 TP. Arc underscore D underscore Lucifer, the priest who whitewashed the devil was a devil himself, interesting, but WTF is that smile? Binge, my goofy smile smiling face with hearts, I'm about to commit an act of extreme terrorism. Then. The stream, just for the people of Marvel, was paused. Thanks for reading. The regular chapter was a bit late because I was waiting for good comments on previous chapter to pile up. And you guys didn't disappoint. I found a treasure trove of goat comments. But I could only fit in a few. Also, a tiny whiny bad news, I'm moving to a new place tomorrow, so shifting and settling up is gonna take the whole time. So, no chapters tomorrow. https://www.patrayon.com/c/marveller. Right now only 2 advanced chapters. Chapter 22, CH22, The Confession Train on Bridge 4. High above the sky, Spider-Woman let go of her web, soaring through the air. She was incredibly uneasy. She had no idea what was happening inside that train carriage now. The stream had stopped a couple of minutes ago, right after that horrifying reveal and that devilish opening mouth. As she swung closer, the train carriage came into view. But then, her spider sense tingled. Not on the train. Above. She looked up. There he was. Standing casually at the very highest point of the bridge's steel arch was Veritas. His one hand was gripping a rope that stretched horizontally across the bridge's peak. Dangling from the left end of the rope was Father Patrick Sane, struggling and screaming as he hung over the deadly drop to the river below. Dangling from the right end of the same rope, tied tightly together, were 2 nuns and a deacon. They were sobbing, terrified. It was a wicked, human seesaw. And Veritas was the only thing keeping them from falling. Thwip thwip. 2 webs shot to opposite sides of the bridge. Gwen catapulted upward, the wind screaming past her ears. Her spider sense flared again. Boom. Boom. 2 massive, fiery explosions erupted in midair, blocking her path. Gwen quickly shot a web to her right, swinging out of the blast radius and redirecting her momentum. She landed smoothly, crouching on one of the steel pillars of the bridge. She looked up. She was about 30 feet below the peak. 30 feet away from Veritas. Veritas looked down, that jester mask tilting. Spider-Woman. Right on time. She tensed, ready to spring. Before today's discussion, he continued, I wanted to try something. To correct a past failure. He paused, shifting his grip on the rope. Last time, my heartfelt words couldn't make you see the truth. That not everyone deserves to be saved. He gestured to the struggling priest on one end, then to the sobbing nuns and deacon on the other. Words failed. So now, I'll force the lesson. His single hand gripping the rope glowed. One end, Patrick Sane. You've seen what kind of man he is. The other end, Sarah, Mary, and Robert. 3 truly innocent souls. The glow brightened. You can only save one side. The rope burned through with a small blast. Choose. Both sides dropped. No. She didn't think. Her body just moved. Gwen dove right, her hand stretched out, fingers grasping for the burning rope end. Missed. The rope slipped past her fingertips by inches. Crap. Thwip. The strand caught the deacon's back. With her other hand, she shot a second line toward the bridge's steel frame. She gritted her teeth, using her own body as an anchor to swing the 3 hostages in a wide, downward arc. The G-force was intense, but by swinging them instead of stopping them instantly, she saved their necks from snapping. She reached the other side of the bridge and, without stopping, twisted her body midair, flipping backwards. She fired multiple web shots to pin the trio's rope securely to the steel, letting them hang like. Before her flip even finished, she pushed off the metallic pillar with both feet, diving straight down like a missile. Well, even if this guy is a freaking monster, I can't let Veritas kill him. He needs to serve whatever punishment is decided for him, in court. Gwen thought as she tucked her arms to speed up her descent to the absolute limit, her hand reaching out for the falling priest. As Patrick Sane saw Gwen's hand reaching for him, a wave of sickening relief washed over him. He actually smiled. Save me, Spider-Woman. Thank God. Patrick thought wildly, still falling, thank God I'm going to be saved. And thank God that masked lunatic didn't reveal everything. If Veritas had exposed what he had really done in the dark, the things he did to the children at the church orphanage, his life would be over. A mob would tear him apart before the police even got to him. With the things he revealed, I'll be out in no time. They'd think it was just human trafficking that I did. Patrick sneered internally as Gwen's hand reached closer and closer to his. The people I work for aren't ordinary. We have judges. We have politicians. We are everywhere. Cut off one head, and 2 more shall take its place. What Patrick didn't know was that his life was already completely over. Luke had already anonymously dumped every sick, unspeakable thing Patrick had done to those orphan boys and girls before handing them over to Stern. The things that would make a normal person vomit. Every photo, every video, every document, and every email was already spreading like wildfire for the whole world to see. He just didn't show everything in the stream. You see, the time is very limited after all. The only thing Luke hadn't released was proof of Patrick's connection to Hydra. Well, even if he wanted to, he couldn't. After all, there was just nothing he could find on them. Heck, the only reason he found out about this disgusting priest was that he was looking into Hydra and met a dead end. If Hydra could be exposed, if all their data could be made public. If the Avengers moved into action to clear Hydra bases, then there was a possibility that Luke could have claimed one for himself in that chaos. He would have removed the occupied base's data from the archives or done something else to keep it hidden. The chaos and the donations he would have earned from the crazy reveal could have been such a bonus. But alas, he found nothing concrete, nothing of value. Gwen was close now. 15 feet. Thwip. A web string shot from her shooter. It connected dead center to Patrick's chest. Got you, you piece of shit. Gwen said. I'm saved. Patrick cheered, thank you, Spider WOM. But then Patrick's eyes widened. Not at her. Above her. A shadow fell over them both. A blur of black and white descending faster than should have been physically possible. Veritas. He dropped past Gwen so close she felt the rush of displaced air. You cannot cheat the rules I make, Spider-Woman. His voice was calm. I told you to choose one side. He reached Patrick first. And with his palm explosion, he changed direction to face upwards. His gloved hand settled on either side of the priest's head, gentle as a blessing. And you already chose one. No, Patrick yelled in panic. Boom. Patrick's ugly scream disappeared in the beautiful sound of Veritas's explosion. Thanks for reading and your support. Tomorrow is Thursday, the official no chapter day. But you know what? Since I already took a day of yesterday, I'm gonna give you one chapter tomorrow as well. https://www.patrayon.com/c/marveller. Right now 3 advanced chapters. Chapter 23, CH23, The Confession Train on Bridge V. The deafening roar of the explosion echoed over the East River, followed by a shockwave. Smoke, ash, and blood rained down toward the river's water. Public comments. Ashley, holy shit. Ivan, well deserved. I'd say. Such predators don't deserve to live at all. Caffeine Witch, as much as I hate Veritas, him killing that monster brought a relief in my heart somehow. Ava, what the hell guys? Are you all seriously supporting a freaking terrorist? He just executed someone live. Emily at Ava, you're right. What if next day he decides to kill someone because they broke a red signal? Adorable_filter, the devil of truth executes a monster in human skin and white robe. Instead of pointing finger at the jester, the evil sympathizer can finger their ass. Gwen hung from a single web line attached to the bridge, her body swaying in the wind. She winced, watching Patrick Sane's headless and burnt to a nice crisp body falling into the river. Gwen's breath hitched. Her heart hammered wildly against her ribs. She had almost saved him. Almost. The web string that was attached to Sane's body was limp now. The man was gone. She stared at the empty space, her heart sinking. You know the things he did. Veritas's words replayed in her mind, as if trying to save her from the guilt. But she instantly crushed that thought. It didn't matter. It didn't matter if Patrick Sane was the most disgusting, evil piece of garbage on the planet. To be executed by a masked terrorist was not justice. He deserved to face justice in a courtroom, not be blown to pieces in the sky. Luke floated in the air, his white mask and suit were drenched in Sane's blood. His descent was stopped completely by continuous blasts firing from his palms. High above them, safely out of the blast radius, Luke's phone had nicely streamed the gruesome execution. Now, it floated down rapidly, hovering just beneath Luke's black formal shoes. Luke stepped onto the hovering phone. He shut off the explosions from his palms and then dusted off his black suit. And as if by magic, the blood started to clear, and the suit and mask were once again in new condition. With a simple thought, the phone floated upward, carrying Luke back up until he was hovering perfectly level with the dangling Spider-Woman. His mask shifted, the black lips stretching into a look of absolute, sickening glee. I know I have made you very, very angry right now, Spider-Woman, Luke said. His voice was maddeningly pleasant, but believe me, this really was for your own good. Gwen's knuckles turned white as she gripped her web string. She glared at him through her white lenses. You shouldn't have killed him, she gritted out. Veritas just tilted his head back and let out a soft, mocking chuckle. Oh, my dear hero. That was simply the result of your own choice. I simply did what had to be done, he said smoothly. And trust me, after you go home today and see the world with the eyes of people, you will realize just how great it is sometimes to just let someone die. He inched closer to her. You'll realize, Spider-Woman. If you just use your judgment to stop and think before you throw yourself into danger to save someone, if you just ask yourself if they are really worth the effort, just that tiny little thought. He leaned forward slightly, the mask's eyes narrowing. It would make this city, this whole world, a much better place. With half your current efforts. Gwen didn't answer. She just stared at him, calculating the distance. Waiting for an opening. But Luke just casually waved his hand, dismissing the heavy tension in the air. Anyway, enough about that topic, Luke said cheerfully, crossing his arms behind his back. Let's move on and discuss what I actually called you out here for. Tell me, Spider, Luke began, his tone shifting back to that of a lively jester. Do you also see me as a Devi? You're a monster, Gwen spat, cutting him off abruptly. Her voice trembled with raw, absolute disgust. I hate you. Luke's masked face tilted slightly. The black lips on his jester mask stretched into a wide, almost dreamy yet creepy smile. Then, Luke slowly leaned in, oh. His voice dropped into a low, husky tone. Hate me, more. Because he was still standing on his floating phone like it was the hoverboard from Back to the Future, the live stream viewers were currently gifted with a lovely, peaceful shot of the East River flowing below. But they could hear every word crystal clear. Patron chat. URPP, Chud, get off the fucking phone, I wanna see. Enemies _to_lovers_enjoyer, hate me more. OMG AHHHH, my heart just skipped a beat. Enemies _to_lovers_enjoyer donated 2 TP. Greedy cat, stop aura farming over the phone bro, crying face show us the juice. Luke ignored the donation notification ring, but a tiny, satisfied hum escaped his throat. Luke straightened his back and let out a heavy, dramatic sigh. You may think of me as a monster, Spider-Woman, Luke said, casually adjusting his perfectly clean suit cuffs. But if I really was one, I wouldn't be nice enough to tell you that the bridge is going to be blown to Kingdom Come in. He looked at his completely empty wrist, exactly 7 minutes and 15 seconds. Gwen's eyes widened behind her mask. No, not again. Without wasting a breath, she twisted her body and launched a powerful kick toward him. Luke casually leaned back, dodging effortlessly. But hitting him hadn't been her real goal. She just needed space. Thwip. She fired 2 webs at the bridge structure and yanked herself upward, launching through the air like a white streak toward the damaged train carriage. Odd. She thought, glancing back over her shoulder as she closed the distance to the train. He didn't try to stop me at all. But she couldn't afford to think about what he does. Hostages were a priority. Gwen landed gracefully inside the carriage, slipping right through the blasted open side door. 20 people. 19 of them were tied tightly to their seats, faces pale with terror. One man, the deacon, was sitting freely, looking completely out of it, eyes hollow and distant. Gwen had seen his face on the billboard stream earlier. Hey, depressed holy man, Gwen called out, already rushing toward the tied passengers. Why don't you run away? The whole bridge is about to blow in 7 minutes. Deacon Paul slowly looked up. For a second, a spark of hope lit up his tired eyes. Spider-Woman. You've come to save us, he said, voice cracking with relief. Yup. That's the plan, Gwen replied with a quick nod, flashing a victory sign. But as she got close to the hostages to free them, her spider senses buzzed like hornets. Wait, the nun shouted. She pulled her hands back instantly. Don't touch the ropes. Deacon Paul shouted, or their hands. Look closely, along with that rope, there's a thin metal wire running through each of them. If you move it too much or break the circuit, the bombs will explode. Gwen froze. Her eyes followed his gaze toward the hostages, and her stomach dropped. 4 spherical orange bombs were attached among them, each one pulsing with an eerie green light at its center. Mini pumpkin bombs, pack of 10 TP. A terror shop item. While nowhere near the devastating scale of Bakugo's heavy arm bracers, they packed more than enough explosive punch to fit the requirement for this mission. Gwen crouched down, examining the thin wire connecting the hostages to the bombs. She chewed her lip behind her mask. Okay, think, Gwen. Think. There was no way she could untie all 19 hostages in 7 minutes without accidentally pulling the wire or breaking the circuit. Even with her enhanced speed. She couldn't just yank them free. She had to find a way to disarm the bombs completely. There had to be a master switch. A remote. Like last time. She could only hope there was one. He also planted time bombs on the bridge pillars around the train before he left, Paul added quickly. He took Sarah, Mary, the robber, and that monster with him. Paul asked with worry in his voice, Did you save Sarah and the others? Gwen nodded, keeping her voice steady. Yeah. They're safe. They're hanging out right below the bridge. But the memory of Veritas blowing Patrick Sane's head off flashed through her mind, souring her expression behind her mask. But she didn't bother telling him. The way he referred to Patrick as a monster, he clearly didn't care whether Patrick lived or died. Paul let out a massive sigh of relief, dropping his face into his hands for a second. Then, he looked back up at her, his expression filled with desperate faith. Spider-Woman, you are our only hope. Please. Save us somehow. Gwen put her hands on her hips, shaking her head at her own stupidity. Of course, she thought, groaning internally. That's why he didn't bother following me. He knew I wouldn't be able to just carry everyone out. He planned to drop the bridge and blow the hostages. He knew to save them. I'd have to go find him again. Without another word, she sprinted toward the blasted open door and leaped out into the open sky. She was going back to find that bastard. She was going to beat some sense into his cracked jester mask. So, he won't mess with her or people like this anymore. What Gwen didn't know was that Veritas was a lot stronger than last time. Thanks for reading. Next chapter's gonna have a big fight sequence, and Luke is not gonna go easy on Gwen. https://www.patrayon.com/c/marveller. Right now 3 advanced chapters. Chapter 24, CH24, The Confession Train on Bridge 6. Spider-Gwen had landed on a thick steel beam about 20 feet away from him, crouching like a predator ready to pounce. You're back, Spider-Woman. Veritas said, as if really happy to see her again, his voice dripping with sweetness. He was perched at the very peak of the bridge's steel arch, his legs dangling and swinging back and forth. I knew you couldn't stay away from me for long. I just have that special spark, don't I? He said, lifting his palm and showing her some literal sparks. Drop your creepy bullshit already, clowny creep, she said casually, standing up and resting one hand on her hip. Tell me about the kill switch, and I'll spare you a kick to the face. Ah, but where's the fun in that? Veritas sighed dramatically, pushing himself to his feet. He dusted off his perfectly clean trousers. Why don't you just try to pickpocket it from me like last time? I mean, you're already an expert at stealing things from me. Okay, Gwen said as she stretched her arms, a quick warm-up, fine. Double the number of kicks then. Oh, Spider-Woman, Veritas tilted his head, his palms already sparking with tiny, dangerous orange pops. That would be my pleasure. They didn't waste another second. Boom. Patron comments. Jaegeristo, that's what I was waiting for, the action, the blood pumping, the adrenaline rush. Tataki. N1C00, explosion is an art. Enemies _to_lovers_enjoyer, stealing things from me, he meant his heart, didn't he, / blushing hard rn //. URPP, I finally smell action, finally something other than the flowing river or sad lone jester sitting on top of the bridge. Enemies _to_lovers_enjoyer at URPP, our boy was sad cause he was missing her, did you see him chime when she returned? This is my first time in his stream, but I can feel that his streams are going to be a goldmine for viewers like us. My nose is already bleeding, gonna recommend it to my friends later. Enemies _to_lovers_enjoyer donated 5 TP. Arc _D Lucifer, ah, he finally got his date. Adorable. Let's see fighting or flirting. I'm in either way. Diabolus _ can you unmask her? I wanna see the reason behind the hype. Uranus at URPP, he had done something like this in a previous stream as well. Put us in freaking fridge. No freaking respect. URPP at Uranus Chilix young master, it's not that deep. You came back though. Edward _Nigma, so when are they gonna kiss? The Fool fan at enemies _to_lovers_enjoyer, you're making a big deal out of everything, it's not like that between them. URPP at the Fool fan, you dense. Poda at the Fool fan, you dense. Enemies _to_lovers_enjoyer at the Fool fan, you dense. Boom. Never having the time to look at the comments like always, Luke blasted off the arch, rocketing straight toward her like a chaotic missile, leaving a thick trail of origny explosions in his wake. Thwip. Gwen launched herself into the air, firing a web to a support cable above. She swung in a tight, fast arc, her boots aimed right for his chest. The rematch was on. As they closed the distance, Gwen expected him to fire a wide shockwave like last time, trying to blast her out of the sky. She braced herself, ready to flip out of the way. But Veritas didn't shoot a shockwave. As she swung closer, his mask's expression shifted into a sharp, focused sneer. He aimed his right palm directly at her. AP shot. A shrieking, highly concentrated beam of explosive energy fired from his palm. It didn't spread out, it sliced through the air like a laser. Gwen's spider sense screamed. She twisted her body violently to the side, letting go of her web. The AP shot missed her shoulder by an inch, the intense heat roasting the white fabric of her suit. Whoa! Gwen yelped, tumbling through the air. Last time he needed some prep time for that move. She thought, remembering how he had to brace himself and bring his other palm in a circle in front of the shooting one. She stuck to the pillar on the side. He has already mastered it to this level. Boom. Boom. Veritas wasn't giving her a single second to breathe. He was already flying toward her, using rapid-fire bursts from his palms to zigzag erratically through the air. His movements were sharper, faster, and way more controlled than their fight on the Daily Bugle roof. Boom. 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 3 massive explosions slammed into the steel beam. The sheer concussive force bent the thick metal backward, sending a shower of burning shrapnel and red paint raining down toward the river. Gwen was already gone. She vaulted off the pillar a split second before the blasts hit, flipping backwards through the air. She fired a web over her shoulder, snagging a lower crossbeam, and pulled herself into the maze of the bridge's steel structure. She scrambled down the steel like a true spider, moving in a blur of white and pink. But Veritas was right behind her. Boom. Another explosive blast shattered the crisp air, turning a perfectly good steel crossbeam into a twisted piece of modern art. Gwen swung right through the lingering smoke, coughing slightly as the smell of burnt metal filled her nose. "Are you trying to kill me, or just really hate public infrastructure?" she yelled, firing a web string to a support cable and yanking herself sideways. "I'm a jester, Spider-Woman. An artist." Veritas shouted from somewhere in the smoke. "And this bridge is my canvas. You're just a very, very fast paintbrush. That literally makes zero sense." It sounded cool in my head, all right. He rocketed after her, palms blazing. Each explosion launched him forward in jagged, unpredictable bursts. He moved less like a flyer and more like a pinball from hell, bouncing between blasts with manic energy. He was fast. And then he was right behind her. Gwen's spider senses buzzed, her eyes perceived him in slow motion. He raised both hands, aiming right at her midair. Gwen's arms, already moving on insane reflex. "Dodge this," he cheered. A massive blast of orange and yellow flames roared from his hands. It was a large-scale explosion, wide enough to swallow a whole truck. Instead of swinging away, she fired 2 web lines straight up, hitting the peak metal support of the bridge. She pulled hard, shooting up out of the blast radius. The sea of fire washed over her just as she ascended, the intense heat scorching the white and black fabric of her suit. She winced as the flames licked through the material, burning her skin in a few patches. "Hot. Hot. Hot." Gwen grunted, ignoring the severe pain as adrenaline flooded her veins. She reached the very peak of the bridge's arch, pausing in the air for a fraction of a second. Below her, Veritas was still riding the momentum of his massive blast. Without wasting a beat, Gwen shot 2 webs straight down, anchoring them to the steel beams below her. Yanking herself downward with all her super strength, she plummeted from the sky like a white and pink comet. Luke turned his head up just then, and instantly reacted with an AP shot, but it was already too late. Wham! Gwen twisted her torso to dodge his AP shot, and used her rotating momentum to drop a brutal, spinning kick right onto his masked face. The impact sounded like a baseball bat hitting a ball. Luke lost his balance entirely, plummeting down through the bridge's framework and crashing hard onto the railway tracks of the bridge. The metal ground beneath him groaned loudly. His head spun a bit, his vision blurring from the sheer, concussive force of the impact. "Damn," Luke thought as he stood back up again, "a strength that can stop moving trains, hold buildings, and falling bridges together hurts like hell. And she's nimble as heck." He shook his head, trying to blink away the stars dancing in his eyes. He tasted iron on his tongue and felt a warm line of blood trickling from his lips beneath his mask. The bridge's structure provides her an advantage, he noted in his head. It was a spider's playground. She had too many things to swing from, too many angles to bounce off of. He had to take it away. "It's time I show her my limits," he thought, a grin spreading across his bloodied lips behind the mask. The sky. Thanks for reading and support. https://www.patrayon.com/c/marveller. Right now 3 advanced chapters. Chapter 25, CH25, The Confession Train on Bridge 7. Luke wiped a line of blood from his chin that leaked out of the mask with the back of his hand, the metallic taste sharp on his tongue. Gwen landed on the tracks in front of him. She glanced quickly over her shoulder. The train carriage holding the hostages was parked about 100 meters behind her. Turning back, she locked her eyes on Veritas, who stood 20 feet away, wiping a thin line of blood that had slipped out of his mask. She didn't give him a chance to recover. Thwip. A line of webbing shot right past Luke's ear, anchoring firmly to a thick steel beam directly behind him. Gwen pulled hard, turning her own body into a human slingshot. She catapulted herself toward him at breakneck speed, tucking her knees in to perform a mid-air somersault. Using all that wild momentum, she snapped her right leg up and then swung it down in a brutal drop kick aimed right at his head. Luke blocked it by crossing both of his arms firmly above his head. Bam. The sheer force of her kick pushed Luke's shoes back a few inches, scraping loudly against the metal tracks. Yeah, definitely leaving a huge bruise there, he thought, his arm bones rattling all the way down to his shoulders. Before he could even think about recovering his stance, Gwen was already pressing the attack. From that second on, the air went completely dead. No more quips. No more jokes. Just the raw, heavy breathing of two fighters entirely focused on knocking each other out. One fought to save lives, while the other fought just for shits and giggles. Gwen threw a lightning-fast left jab. Luke parried it with his palm, but she immediately transitioned into a spinning back fist. The back of her hand landed on his jaw, rattling his teeth. Stumbling back half a step, Luke swiped his right hand, forcing it faster with a small palm explosion, then curling it into a fist at the last moment. Gwen ducked beneath the hand, the sudden burst of heat scorching the top of her hood. Taking advantage of her low position, Luke brought his knee up toward her chest. Gwen twisted her torso sideways, letting the knee graze her ribs, and planted both hands on the metal track to sweep her legs in a wide kick. Luke leaped over her legs and fired a small-scale explosion from his palm directly downward. Boom. With every dodge, every flip, and every swing, Gwen was naturally jumping around the bridge's structure. It didn't take long for her evasive maneuvers to bring her exactly where he wanted her, dangerously close to the outer edge of the bridge. Beneath his mask, Luke grinned. Gotcha. Instead of dodging or blocking, Luke bent forward and aimed both hands behind him. Boom. A massive blast of fire erupted, launching him forward like a rocket. He hurtled right through her guard, tackling her head-on. Before Gwen could react to the sheer speed, his left arm wrapped tightly around her slim waist like a vice. Together, they shot straight off the edge of the bridge. Hey! Creepy clown, personal space. Gwen yelled, finally breaking the silence. With his free left hand aimed below them, he fired another massive, concentrated blast, shooting them straight in the sky. Boosh. Are you crazy? Gwen yelled, the wind suddenly roaring past her mask. She didn't just sit there and take the kidnapping. She brought her elbows down in a vicious, rapid-fire series of strikes, hammering into his back and shoulders. Thud. 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 Luke gritted his teeth, his spine screaming in protest, but he stubbornly tanked every single hit. He refused to let go of her waist. He needed to take away her advantage. He needed to take the battle in the skies. She looked down and saw the dark river and the massive bridge shrinking rapidly beneath her feet. The train carriages looked like tiny toy models now, and the distance was increasing at a terrifying, dizzying rate. Shit, she thought. Realizing that beating his back wasn't going to stop their ascent, she stopped throwing elbows. Instead, she grabbed onto his broad shoulders, trying to physically pry herself free from his iron-tight grip. Let go of me, you sick, creepy clown. Gwen shouted, her legs kicking in the empty air. Sure, Luke replied with a chuckle, his voice muffled behind the mask. Don't come swinging back to me, though. He suddenly opened his arms and shoved her away with both palms. A small controlled blast exploded from his hands, launching her like a rag doll into the open sky. Gwen's eyes widened in panic. They were ridiculously high. No buildings. No lampposts. Nothing solid for her webs to latch onto. What? She yelped as gravity took over. She started plummeting fast, wind roaring in her ears. Above her, Veritas hovered with his arms crossed, that creepy, wide smile stretching across his clown mask. He looked way too pleased with himself. Gwen twisted mid-fall and fired a web line straight at him. Thwip. Luke simply tilted his head, dodging the strand effortlessly. His smile grew even wider, like he'd already won. But the web wasn't meant for him. The sticky strand whipped past and latched onto the small floating phone that always hovered around him, streaming the entire fight live to the city. Gwen grinned. She yanked hard on the web and slingshot herself back up, spinning gracefully through the air. With perfect balance, she landed on the tiny phone on one foot like an Olympic gymnast, arms spread for balance. The phone supported her weight easily. Luke blinked, still hovering steadily by firing tiny controlled explosions from his palms to stay aloft. Huh. Impressive, but futile. He suddenly blasted upward in a burst of fire, then twisted and aimed both hands at her. Boom. A massive fireball exploded toward her. Gwen leaped off at the last second, tucking into a flip, but the phone, it got too far away to latch on. Free falling once again, Gwen readied her fists. But Luke wasn't playing around anymore. Boom. He blasted himself forward, moving so fast he became a blur. He didn't attack her from the front, he shot right underneath her falling body. Using the sheer momentum of his flight, he spun like a top mid-air and landed a devastating spinning kick right into her stomach. Bam. Gah. Gwen gasped, the air knocked out of her lungs as she shot upward from the impact. The heavy impact completely reversed her momentum. Instead of falling, she was launched straight up into the sky like a rag doll. She didn't even have time to blink before Luke was on her again. Boom. He threw a powerful punch aimed right at her masked face. Gwen barely had the reflex to cross her arms in an X-guard over her face. Crash. His fist slammed into her forearms with the force of a wrecking ball, accompanied by a small point-blank explosion. His punch burned her suit and charred her skin. Her arms felt numb. She couldn't find her balance. This time, Luke didn't pursue her immediately. Instead, he pointed his hands down and fired a continuous, deafening stream of fire, blasting himself much, much higher, way past her tumbling form. He looked down at Gwen, who was still soaring upward from his last punch. Let's see you tank this, Gwen. Reaching the absolute highest point in the sky, his momentum briefly paused. It was perfectly quiet for a fraction of a second. Smoothly, gracefully, he flipped his body over, aiming himself headfirst toward the earth. Toward her. Howitzer. Luke whispered to the wind. He angled his palms slightly outward in opposite directions, and unleashed a furious, continuous torrent of explosions. The angled blasts didn't just propel him downward, they forced his entire body into a rapid, violent spin. He spun faster and faster, blurring into a literal human tornado. Impact. Boom. The spinning flames fed into each other, creating a massive, roaring cyclone of yellow and orange fire. It looked like a literal tornado of explosions, swallowing the sky and sucking up all the oxygen around it. Gwen's eyes went wide. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Gwen could only do one thing. She crossed her arms tightly over her face, bracing for the worst. The burning cyclone slammed into her like a meteor. Boom. I'm gonna post an announcement chapter soon, it's related to an in-novel Q&A event with the MC. Thanks for reading and support. https://www.patrayon.com/c/marveller. Right now 3 advanced chapters. Chapter 26, Announcement plus Info. Announcement. Hi. So I just wanted to tell you that after this arc there will be Q&A chapter. But it's not ordinary Q&A, it's a Q&A with Terrorist in the Terror Stream app, meaning with Luke/Veritas. You ask questions directly to the main character as the patron beings. The questions can be anything, be it his private life, past life, goals, aspiration, whatever you want. Not every questions can be answered by Luke though, the Q&A stream will be for limited time. Sad face. Post your questions to him in the mentioned paragraph only. Questions. Info. Many of you still don't know how your names and comments are featured in the story. Commenting "add me please" is not gonna work, just makes me feel more guilty for ignoring. To get featured you can comment or post GIFs that are funny, hilarious, or related to his actions during the stream. Some of you guys have already become a bit too pro at this LOL, it becomes too hard to choose between them because the novel can only have limited number of comments per chapter or per scene. Thanks. Next chapter is scheduled at the usual time. Smiley face. Thanks for reading. https://www.patrayon.com/c/marveller. 3 chapters ahead RN. Chapter 27, CH26, The Confession Train on Bridge 8. The burning howitzer impact slammed into Spider-Gwen like a meteor. Boom. For one horrible moment, the world became nothing but fire and agony. The spinning vortex of explosive heat and concussive shockwaves tore into her with zero mercy. Heat seared through her suit like it was tissue paper, scorching her skin in a dozen places at once. The sheer, crushing pressure of the blast slammed against her chest. Crack. 2 of her ribs fractured under the intense physical weight of the explosion. The agony was completely overwhelming her nervous system. Her vision flickered, turning pitch black as she lost consciousness, her limp body falling through the air. When Gwen opened her eyes, she was still falling. Bzzzzzzz. Her spider sense screamed. Above her, the sky was still smoking. And descending toward her at breakneck speed, fists raised, was Veritas. That creepy clown mask staring right through her. Ugh. Gwen groaned, her entire body screaming in protest. Every breath sent knives through her cracked ribs. Her arms were covered in burns. Her hood was half charred. Okay, note to self, don't let the Mr. Creep turn into a fire tornado. She felt incredibly weak, the heavy damage from the howitzer impact had drained her strength, making her muscles feel like lead. She crossed her arms again. It was all she could do. Luke plummeted toward her, wind roaring past his mask. He pulled his right arm back, fist glowing with heat. He threw the punch. Bam. His fist slammed into her crossed arms. The force shuddered through her broken body, and Gwen bit down a scream. Her arms felt like they were going to snap. She glanced down. Not good. Not good. Not good. The bridge was rushing up to meet them. Fast. Too fast. At this rate, even if he didn't kill her, the fall definitely would. The train carriages below looked like matchboxes, growing larger by the second. Luke pulled his other arm back. Another blast charging up. Gwen gritted her teeth behind her mask. No more blocking. I have to counter. She raised her crossed arms again, pretending she was going to play defense just like before. Veritas took the bait, throwing his arm forward in a powerful straight punch. Now. Instead of blocking, she moved. With the agility that only a spider could manage, Gwen twisted her body sideways. His punch whistled past her ear. Her right hand shot out and latched onto his wrist like a vice. Veritas's eyes widened behind his mask. Before she could do anything else, he fired a desperate blast from his free hand. Boom. But Gwen was faster, she violently twisted her body sideways in midair. The explosive beam narrowly missed her shoulder. Using his grabbed arm as leverage, she pulled herself forward and launched a brutal, haymaker punch straight into his face. Smack. Luke shook his head, as he tasted more blood in his mouth. Gwen looked down again. 500 meters. 400. The bridge was coming too fast. Luke looked down too. We're both going to die, he realized. He wasn't crazy enough for that. Boom. 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 He fired rapid, controlled blasts below them, each explosion slowing their descent just a little. Just enough. 300 meters. 200. 100. Now. Gwen shoved off him with everything she had left, launching herself toward the bridge structure. Thwip. A line of webbing shot out and latched onto a support beam. She swung in a long, wide arc, the momentum bleeding off as she circled around. But just as she began to think she was safe, her spider sense flared up violently again. This is payback, a voice called out. Veritas was suddenly right there in front of her, having used a powerful, angled blast to intercept her mid-swing. He spun his body horizontally through the air and delivered a brutal, heavy spinning kick right to her face. Just like she had done a few moments before. The difference between Gwen's and Veritas's spinning kicks was just that Gwen held back while he put all the power he had into it. Bam. The kick shattered her momentum completely. Gwen let go of the web, her body shooting downward like a skipped stone. She crashed heavily onto the metal grating of the railway tracks. She bounced once, twice, and drifted a long distance, her suit tearing against the rusted tracks before she finally skidded to a complete halt. Ha, ha, ha. She panted heavily, laying sprawled out on her back. Her chest heaved painfully with every single breath she took. Multiple fractures, hundreds of painful burns, and a pounding headache. Every part of her body ached so much she felt like she could pass out at any moment. She tried to push herself up, but her arms trembled and collapsed beneath her. Her body simply couldn't muster any energy to get back up again. A shadow fell over her. Veritas landed with a light tap of his boots, standing right on top of the single train carriage parked in the middle of the bridge, the very carriage carrying the hostages. Patron comments. Jaegeristo, holy fuck. This is probably the brutalest beatdown in the 1-hour history of Terror Stream. Jaegeristo donated 2 TP. URPP, damn. He was ruthless. URPP donated 3 TP. The Fool fan, damn. The payback moment while she was mid-swing was epic. At enemies_to_lover_enjoyer must be crying. Enemies_to_lover_enjoyer at the Fool fan, don't forget that in their case the S in BDSM is spinning kick, and don't worry, their sex is gonna be just as brutal. NGL, if it was possible I would literally pay him to stream their sex, crying face. Enemies_to_lover_enjoyer donated 1 TP. The Fool fan at enemies_to_lover_enjoyer, you disgust me. Enemies_to_lover_enjoyer, says the guy whose white tears run between his legs. URPP at enemies_to_lover_enjoyer LOL. Uranus at enemies_to_lover_enjoyer LOL. Luke looked down at the beat-up Spider-Woman. Her suit was torn open in multiple places, exposing a bare, scorched abdomen, and burnt arms and thighs that trembled even while she lay still. Her chest rose and fell in ragged, shallow gasps. Luke let out a deep, heavy sigh. Beneath his creepy clown mask, his expression softened. There was a part of him that felt a tiny bit guilty. But it was all for TP. The continuous donation rings were a proof that the more ruthless the fight was, the more TP he earned. 1 minute 15 seconds more to fulfill the minimum time duration. It's time to wrap things up. Luke thought, let's see what she does next. Get up, Gwen. I know you have it in you. He slowly sat down on the edge of the train carriage roof, letting his legs dangle over the side. He looked down at her not with malice, but with a strange, tragic pity. You know, Spider-Woman, Veritas said, his voice unusually quiet. There is one thing I didn't tell the father during my confession earlier today. Gwen groaned, her eyes half open, watching him through the cracked white lenses of her mask. When I first obtained these powers. Luke continued, staring at his palms. They weren't glowing anymore. They just looked like ordinary hands. The very first thing I did was tell my father about it. I was 13. Young. A complete fool. He let out a dry, bitter chuckle. I thought he would be amazed. I thought I was special. But that day was the first time in my entire life that I saw fear in his eyes. Pure, primal fear. He was terrified of me, his own son. The same son he used as an ashtray, burning me with lit cigarettes for 5 whole years. Luke's voice dropped, turning sharp and cold. He almost beat me to death that day. He grabbed a metal pipe and just kept swinging. Because he thought the monster was me. That day, I learned a very important lesson about human nature, Luke said, gesturing broadly to the glowing city skyline of New York. People fear everything that is extraordinary. Everything they cannot control. Like you. Like me. Like the mutants. He leaned forward. Their fear quickly turns to hatred. But they are clever, aren't they? They mask their hatred in such a way that it seems like common sense. I mean, did you even know that mutant is a derogatory term? Yes. That is the terrifying extent to which they have normalized their bigotry. Luke stood up slowly, jumped off of the carriage, and walked towards her. This world doesn't deserve people like you, Spider-Woman. They don't deserve Charles Xavier and his endless, naive patience. They just use you. They cheer for you when you bleed for them, and they hunt you the second you make a mistake. He reached out a hand toward her, an open invitation. The people of this city need a harsh wake-up call to see the reality of their own dark, black hearts. They need to see the truth, that we are not their protectors. We are not their slaves. And if we do protect them, then they should be thankful for who we are and what we do for them. They should praise us. Worship us. And even if we don't want to put our lives in danger for them, so what? We, just like them, deserve to live in this world in peace, without hiding behind these stupid masks. Luke's voice wavered, genuine emotion bleeding through his persona. Don't you want a world like that too? A world where you can take off that hood? Where you can go to your father, tell him about how extraordinary you are, and get praised for it. Instead of getting looked at with fear, animosity, and that horrible look of betrayal. He kept his hand extended. Join me, Spider-Woman. Together, we shall fix this broken world. Gwen's body was shattered. Every single nerve screamed in agony. But her spirit was untouched. Her fingers twitched, gripping the cold steel grating of the tracks beneath her. Slowly, agonizingly, she started to get up. Through the cracked lens of her mask, she glared up at the jester. Luke knew she would get up. Every freaking spider hero always gets up. No matter how much beaten down they are. She's just so damn cool. Again. Luke freaking knew she would get up. And yet he couldn't control his emotion witnessing the scene in front of him. He felt literal goosebumps. Never. Gwen spoke, her voice raspy, biting down on the immense pain in her cracked ribs. The world doesn't need fixing. It just needs to be saved from lunatics like you. Patron comments. Enemies _to_lover_enjoyer, our boy knows her inside out. Look how he said exactly the words, even if harsh, she needed to hear to get back up. This is so peak. URPP at enemies _to_lover_enjoyer. Shut up, you're breaking my immersion. Poda at URPP agreed. Uranus at URPP +1. Next chapter will be the final chapter of this arc. 1800 words BTW. Some power stones are appreciated, smiley face. Thanks for reading and your support. https://www.patrayon.com/c/marveller. Right now 3 advanced chapters. Chapter 28, CH27, The Confession Train on Bridge 9. Gwen pushed herself up on shaky arms, her voice raspy but firm. Never, she said, biting down on the pain in her cracked ribs. The world doesn't need fixing. It just needs to be saved from lunatics like you. Veritas let out a long sigh, tilting his head like a disappointed parent. You're so stubborn, Spider-Woman. And way too responsible for your own good. I actually like that about you. It's a shame your efforts are so terribly misguided. He shrugged. If only you understood me the way I understand you. Oh well. Before I make the world see the truth, I guess I'll have to make you see the truth of the world first. He launched himself forward. Boom. Gwen watched him come, and for just one moment. A single, quiet second, she closed her eyes. Breathe. Her ribs screamed. She breathed anyway. And then opened them again. When she opened her eyes, she watched Veritas rocketing toward her, riding the chaotic, zigzagging momentum of his palm blasts. Her mind flashed back to just a few minutes ago. To strip her of her advantage, Veritas had willingly let her hammer her elbows into his spine just so he could drag her into the open sky. He took the damage because he knew it was the only way to get what he wanted. Her spider sense buzzed as he got closer and closer. Fine, she thought. You're not the only one who'll do whatever it takes. With a sudden burst of speed, she launched herself directly toward him. Thwip. Thwip. She shot 2 strands of webbing straight at his face, aiming to blind him with her webs. Luke's eyes narrowed behind the mask. He twisted his body midair, a small burst from his palm spinning him sideways. The web missed by inches. He used another controlled blast to pop himself a few feet higher, then adjusted his angle and plummeted straight at her. Say cheese, he said, both palms aimed directly at her face. Her spider sense went ballistic. Every instinct she had told her to dodge, to swing, to get out of the way. But this time, Gwen didn't dodge. She didn't swing away. Boom. Heat washed over her as the explosion bloomed. It was intense, searing, her already burned suit, her skin screaming in protest. She gritted her teeth and pushed through it. Emerging from the smoke like a vengeful ghost, Gwen shot her hand out and clamped her fingers around his left arm. She twisted her hips and swung him in a brutal, downward arc, aiming to plant his creepy clown mask right into the steel railway tracks. Whoa! Luke yelled. Right before his face could kiss the tracks, he fired a massive blast from his free hand toward the ground. The heavy recoil shot him back up into the air, narrowly avoiding a shattered nose. Then something unexpected happened. Gwen wasn't in front of him anymore. She was behind him. Her legs wrapped around his waist from behind. Her arms snaked around his neck, locking into a tight chokehold. Oh come on, Luke choked out, struggling to stay afloat with awkward, sputtering blasts. What happened to personal space now? Shoo, Gwen whispered. Just let it happen. Luke reached backward, palms pressing against her thighs. He felt the torn fabric of her suit, the heat radiating off her burnt skin. Soft. Some dumb part of his brain noted. Gwen's spider sense screamed. Before he could blast, she released his neck and grabbed both his wrists in an iron grip. Luke's eyes went wide. It was not a grip he could shrug off, it was a spider hero's grip. Ow shit. He realized what she was after a microsecond too late. In sheer panic, he fired a massive blast from his palms, hoping the recoil would shake her off. It did. Gwen launched herself backward, diving smoothly away from him into the open air. But as Luke tried to stabilize himself, he realized his arms weren't moving. They were webbed. Still high in the air, Luke struggled frantically to balance himself. Without his arms to guide his flight, his center of gravity was entirely ruined. He fired another panic blast, hoping the intense heat from his palms would incinerate the mess. But the webbing didn't burn. Ah, Luke realized, feeling the tight strain on his arms. Her webs weren't sealing his palms. She had tied his wrists together. And wrists are just above palms for humans, meaning the webs were completely out of his own blast radius. And since her webbing was strong enough to hold up falling buildings and pull planes, his physical strength wasn't even close to enough to break free. He was falling fast. But the spider wasn't done playing with her food. Thwip. A web line shot out and plastered right onto the middle of his back. Gwen yanked her arm back with brutal super strength. She used his falling momentum to swing him in a massive, high-speed arc, turning him into a human wrecking ball. And then clang. He slammed shoulder first into a metal support beam. Gah. Before he could even slide down the metal, Gwen quickly fired another web, anchoring it to a beam above. Now, Luke was dangling from the bridge. Thankfully, there was a metal beam behind his back, or he would have been dangling back and forth across the tracks like an explosive pendulum. His expressive jester mask changed its expression from gleeful to a perfectly flat, unamused deadpan. Gwen shot a web string towards him. In the blink of an eye, she was right on top of him. She got awfully close. Without a word, she reached out and started patting him down. She tapped the outside of his suit coat, then slipped her hands inside to check the inner lining. Finding it empty, her hands moved lower, aggressively tapping his trouser pockets. Luke cleared his throat. If you're searching for something thick, long, and hard, it's not in a pocket. Gwen's hand stopped moving. She turned her head slowly toward him. That was out of line. Even for you, creepy clown. Sorry, he apologized instantly. She leaned closer. The kill switch, where is it? Luke leaned his head forward, leaving their faces just inches apart. The playful energy faded into a smug, confident whisper. Did you really think, after seeing your expert pickpocketing skills, I would make the same mistake twice? There is simply no kill switch this time. Gwen's heart pounded against her ribs. What? A cold weight dropped into her stomach. She felt a sudden, suffocating lump form in her throat. Was this situation hopeless? Was the timer going to run out? Was she going to fail to save lives once again today? Was all this fighting for absolutely nothing? Tell me. Krong. Gwen threw a blindingly fast punch right past his ear. Her fist slammed into the solid metal beam behind Luke's head. The impact sounded like a car crash, the steel vibrating violently. Luke didn't need to look to know there was a massive, fist-shaped dent in the steel right now. Tell me, how to stop the timer on the hostages' bombs? How to stop the timer of the bridge's bombs, she demanded. She tried her best to ask calmly, but there was a scary, desperate shake in her voice that was damn intimidating. Luke tilted his head in genuine confusion. Timer, he said. On the hostage bombs? No, no, no. Those don't have timers. Those are triggered by excessive movement in the wire or by breaking the circuit. You see, they came with severely limited configurations. I simply picked the one that encouraged everyone to stay perfectly still. Gwen's eyes widened behind her mask. Hope. She didn't waste another second. Gwen backflipped away from him, a blur of pink and white. But mid-flip, she twisted her body, planted a foot on the beam, and launched a spinning kick straight at his face. She was going to keep her promise of double kicks on the face. Bam. But her foot didn't hit his clown mask. It slammed squarely into his crossed forearms. Gwen's eyes widened in shock beneath her mask. His hands were free. You see, while he talked, he pressed his bound hands hard against the thick steel beam behind his back, and he forcefully bent his right wrist inward. It was so damn painful. And right when Gwen separated from him, a quick AP shot burned the webs and freed his bounds. Gwen was now crouching on the tracks, ready for anything. Luke hovered in front of her. Well, the minimum stream duration passed over a minute ago. And now I've also made Gwen realize the only way to save the hostages. Luke thought. Welp. As much as I'd love to stay and play a bit more with my hero, I think I'll just declare today's rematch a draw, Veritas said, giving her an exaggerated, mocking bow midair. You see, I don't really want to be on this bridge when it goes kaboom. Gwen froze. You have less than a minute before the bridge's timer hits 0, by the way. 45 seconds, to be exact. Veritas added helpfully, pointing a finger gun at her. Leave the hostages, better run away fast. I'll check tomorrow's Daily Bugle headlines to see what happened next, Veritas cheered, his floating phone hovering over to his shoulder as he readied his palms. Well then, see you next time, Top G. Boom. Veritas unleashed a massive, blinding blast from both hands. The sheer force of the explosion rocketed him straight up into the sky, leaving a trail of orange fire and black smoke in his wake. Gwen didn't waste a single second looking up. 45 seconds. P.S. The next day, for some reason, Andrew Tate was trending #1 on all sites. End of damn long arc. By the way, just wanted to tell ya. The novel is not going to be a repeat of terror attacks and fights mixed with some bad touch moments. These arcs were just to establish Veritas's image. The next stream arc is going to thicken the plot a bit. And don't you ever worry about romance, it's always gonna be in the air. Thanks for reading. https://www.patrayon.com/c/marveller. Right now 3 advanced chapters. Chapter 29, ch28, Lunati. Gwen didn't waste a single second looking up. 45 seconds left on the bridge's bomb timer. Maybe less. She spun around, pain shooting through every inch of her body, and locked eyes on the real problem. A single train carriage sat stalled right in the middle of the bridge. No pressure. Gwen thought, just me, a ticking bridge, and some hostages whose lives depend on me. Right as Veritas blasted off into the clear sky, the stream that had hijacked every screen stopped as well. But it didn't mean everything was over yet because the bombs were still ticking. High above the bridge, rotor blades chopped through the sunny New York sky. A police helicopter and a bright Channel 7 news chopper swung in close, broadcasting the footage live. What they saw made the whole city hold its breath. There was Spider-Woman, bent forward like she was pulling a mountain. Her pink, white and black suit was torn and scorched, her arms shaking, ribs screaming with every breath. Her spider webs stretched from her calloused hands to the front of a single train carriage. She was dragging the whole thing, one painful step at a time, away from the middle of the bridge. On the roof of the carriage, 3 hostages lay tied together. They were Sarah, Mary, and Robert. Some part of them felt embarrassed lying down like that, but right now their lives were more important than their grace. Inside the carriage, the rest were just as still. They couldn't move, couldn't run away on their own, the bombs would turn everything into fireworks otherwise. That's why she couldn't just swing them to safety. She had to pull the entire carriage off the exploding bridge. A deep boom shook the bridge behind them. The carriage was already clear of the blast zone, but the explosion ripped a support pillar clean off. 10 seconds later another pillar exploded into dust. Ha! Gwen roared, leaning so far forward that her mask was halfway to touching the tracks. The webs bit into her hands. The heavy carriage was rolling, just a little, but it was moving. The news camera zoomed in tight. The reporter's voice came through the chopper speakers, steady, her throat was already choking with emotion. We are live at the East River Bridge near Harlem. Veritas has fled, leaving Spider-Woman and these hostages to die on a collapsing bridge. 2 pillars are already gone. Experts say 3 more explosions and the whole thing comes down. But look at her, she's giving everything she has left to drag that carriage to safety. All we can do is pray she makes it. Another explosion hit. The bridge tilted a few degrees with a horrible metal groan. Gwen didn't even look back. H, she yelled, pulling harder. The carriage picked up speed, wheels clacking faster now. All across New York, people watching on their phones and TVs started cheering without even realizing they were doing it. Come on, Spider-Woman. You got this. Just a little more. Pull. Pull. The police helicopter swung around to the open end of the bridge. 2 officers fast-roped down and sprinted toward her. Spider-Woman. We got you, one shouted, grabbing a web line beside her. The other braced against the carriage side and started pushing. Gwen shot them a quick, exhausted glance. Thanks, officers. Gwen's super strength, plus 2 determined officers, made the carriage roll faster. Another blast went off behind them, close enough that the bridge shuddered hard, but they were almost at the edge now. The reporter's voice cracked with relief and pride. 2 officers have joined Spider-Woman. They're pulling together. The bridge is falling apart around them, but these heroes are not stopping. The hostages are still holding perfectly still. Come on, come on. With one last, desperate pull from Gwen and a final shove from the cops, the carriage rumbled off the bridge onto solid ground. The moment the last wheel cleared the edge, the central section of the bridge gave way behind them in a thunderous collapse of steel and concrete. They made it. Gwen dropped to her knees, chest heaving, webs still clutched in her burned hands. They've made it. Spider-Woman, the vigilante hero of New York, along with brave officers of the NYPD have saved every single hostage from the collapsing bridge. Bomb squad is already moving inside the carriage to defuse the bombs still attached to the hostages. Even after everything Veritas did today, the spirit of New York burns like an inferno. The reporter narrated the events with the exact emotions that people loved. She wasn't a star performer of Channel 7 for nothing after all. We did it, Gwen panted. Yes, that we did, Spider-Woman. Now, why don't you surrender as well? George Stacy, captain of the NYPD, father of Gwen Stacy, said as he stepped forward and took out metal restraints for Spider-Woman. He had arrived just now. She gave a nervous giggle and then bolted from the place real quick. And George Stacy looked at her swing away. It didn't seem like he was going to order his officers to pursue. He just stood there with a small, barely noticeable grateful smile on his face. Above them, the news helicopter hovered close, the camera pulled back from the exhausted trio and slowly panned across the river toward the bridge they had just escaped. I don't even know how to say this. The reporter's voice came back, softer now, stunned and heavy. The bridge, the collapse in the center, it's shaped like a V, it might just be how the bombs hit and how everything fell, basic physics doing what physics does. Could be a total coincidence. But if it wasn't? She swallowed, her tone turning serious. If Veritas did that on purpose, then this wasn't just an attack. It was a signature. And that's terrifying. Later that night, about 4 hours after the East River Bridge went boom and splash, Luke slipped back into his hideout. He triple-checked the safety, made sure no one had followed him, then peeled off the plain surgical mask he'd been wearing as a civilian disguise. He flopped onto a lumpy mattress, springs poking his back. Ah, luxury, he muttered to a water-stained ceiling. 5 stars. Would recommend to other supervillains. If they don't laugh at me for being so poor. Today's fight had been way more intense than the last one, but weirdly, he wasn't nearly as wiped out. His stamina was definitely improving as a side effect of increasing the quirk mastery. For some reason, got the urge to chat with his father. He pulled out his phone and dialed his dad. Phil picked up before the second ring. Luke, buddy. How'd your freelance demo go? Did you wow with your creative genius? Luke grinned. Ah, yes, the cover story. He told his parents he was staying away from home to work on a small freelance week-long web app demo that he had to present to the clients in person, a totally fine reason to vanish for days and blow up a bridge on day 4. He still had 3 more days before he'd finish the project and go home. 3 days to lay low in this garage, rotating between 2 other backup hideouts he'd scouted, just to keep things safe. He planned to find a separate place for himself in the future once his finances were a little better. Because damn, the world isn't cheap at all. No choice but to leech off his parents' ration and home for now. Dad, it went fine, Luke said, trying to sound like a tired but satisfied freelancer. Long hours, lots of revisions, you know how it is. Clients always want something bigger. It's just like real estate, you know. Phil chuckled. As the top realtor, I get what you mean. Well, don't work yourself to death. Hey, did you see that terrorists live streamed today? About the bridge? Luke's eyebrows rose. Yeah, I caught it. Crazy stuff. He paused, then added, that terrorist's father was a real monster, though. I mean, from what he said. Exactly. Phil sounded like he'd just connected dots that didn't exist. His father definitely was the one who made the guy so lunatic. You know, troubled upbringing, bad parenting. Luke's mouth twitched. Lunatic. A beautiful new word. He barely held back a snort. Yeah, Dad. Top-tier lunatic. I'm lucky, though, you're a great dad. Phil couldn't stop himself from almost tearing up. They chatted a few more minutes about normal things, then Luke hung up feeling warm inside. His dad was a goof, but a good goof. He let out a long sigh and sat up on the mattress. All right, he said to the empty garage, stretching his arms. Time to check the harvest's yield. Thanks for reading. https://www.patrayon.com/c/marveller. Right now 3 advanced chapters. Chapter 30, ch29, Understanding the Audience. After hanging up the call with his dad, Luke sat up on the squeaky mattress and tapped open the T-Stream app on his phone. Quest, Live Terror Stream. Objective, conduct a live-streamed terror operation within any commercial or public facility. Conditions. 25+ minutes duration, completed. 15+ hostages, completed. Reward, Terror Shop discount voucher, 75% off, plus 120 terror points. Bonus condition. Engage in battle with a superpowered individual. Completed. Bonus reward, plus 100 terror points, extra points awarded depending on enemy strength. Status, accomplished successfully. Luke scrolled down to check the extra details. Just like his last operation, the system had laid out the bonus rewards for overachieving. Exceeded duration by 1+ minute, plus 2 TP. Exceeded hostage count by 5, plus 15 TP. Available rewards. Terror Shop discount voucher, 75% off. Plus 120 base TP. Plus 100 battle bonus TP. Plus 17 overachievement TP. Accept rewards, reject rewards. Again, why is that even a question? Luke tapped, accept rewards. He clicked over to check his updated statistics. Username, Luke Dunphy. Terrorist rank, 4,932,441 4,899. Power level, D. Achievements, new recruit. Total terror points. Next quest wait time, 20 hours 11 minutes. Latest stream stats, patron section. Max viewers. Total duration, 26.1 minutes. Total hostages. Comments, 38 likes, 18 TP donations. Damn, Luke muttered, his eyes widening in surprise. The donations alone were more than his base quest reward. During his first broadcast at the Daily Bugle, his total donations had only been 38 TP. To jump all the way to 161 TP was massive progress. Sure, the Fool fan had carried a huge portion of that by dropping a single 90 TP donation, but the growth was undeniable. He tapped the comments section and braced himself for embarrassment. Checking comments was part of the job now. Had to know what worked, what made people throw TP at him. Basically, he needed to understand his audience. Data-driven terrorism. Patron comments. Satama_0004, I suppose he is born for this. FYHC, he's playing this bit a little too well. Luke blinked. Huh. Thanks, I guess. Never in his life did he think that getting praised for being a good terrorist would make him feel a little good. Next was the comment from when he had shared his tragic backstory with Gwen. Arc_D_Lucifer, is that a true story, or is he just messing with them? Alcohol, I'm surprised, where is the backstory coming from? A bit of both, buddies, Luke whispered. The fool fan, he reminded me so much of him. A sticky white tear just rolled down between my legs. Luke choked on air. His face contorted through 5 different expressions in 2 seconds: confusion, horror, awkward gratitude, more horror, and finally a pained acceptance. Terror points, daddy, chill, he wheezed, covering his eyes with one hand. The fool fan had also left other comments saying he appreciated the nostalgia but would prefer Veritas develop his own original style going forward. Luke understood completely, and he respected the feedback. Honest, constructive, generous. Moving on. Binge, bite pillow, Hulk going in dry. Binge, it's all shits and giggles until someone giggles and shits. Desperately moving on. The _disgraced_1_, it's one surprise after another with this brat, huh? To think he would actually kill him. Looks like I underestimated you. I do wonder if you can keep up this level of entertainment or if you'll break just like the others. That one had popped up right as Luke blasted Patrick's head with a point-blank explosion. I can only try to keep up with the growing expectations, Luke murmured. His scroll slowed as his thoughts drifted to Patrick. Luke lowered his phone, letting his head rest back against the mattress as he stared at the ceiling. This had been his first kill. Veritas and Luke were 2 different personas, carefully separated. But the decision to end Patrick, that was something they both agreed on. Patrick was a monster wearing a human suit. Letting him keep breathing just meant more people, more children suffered fates worse than death. Still. First kill. Strangely, Luke felt nothing. No nausea. No guilt twisting in his gut. He sighed, picked the phone back up, and kept scrolling. The next batch of majority comments came from the fights and interactions with Gwen. Evil Wisp, hate me. More, I'm a man and I'm ovulating RN. R6617 Dark 9732, unfortunately, I have nothing to properly show the visuals and train of thought this sentence just sent me on. When he fought with Gwen, a few people donated some TP, enjoying the hardcore action. But then, there was the moment Gwen had briefly landed on his floating phone camera in the sky. Because she had stood directly on top of the device, the lens had been looking straight up. Unmentionable comments, that was purely unintentional, but these freaking degenerates. Binge, 5 TP for the phone, I want to smell it, smiling face with hearts, smiling face with hearts, smiling face with hearts, the _1_WHO loves, we'll save some explosions for some heavy backshots later. And when he spammed Gwen in the sky with his non-stop attacks, that raised the most TP from multiple viewers. About 40 TP from just 1 minute of the aerial fight. And another embarrassing segment came, when Gwen had choked him from behind. Wandering_demon, literally flirting during a fight SMH. The single dogs are crying here. Him _6730, the ship is sailing. Binge, can't believe I'm the only normal one here. Luke snorted, you're not normal, bro. You freaking donated 5 TP asking to smell the phone. These viewers were, a lot. Chaotic. Unfiltered. Degenerates. Sometimes downright unhinged. But they showed up. They watched. They even threw TP his way. And honestly, he was grateful. He'd realized something important today, his audience wasn't just a bunch of bloodthirsty monsters. Sure, they wanted terror, but to them, it was a genre of entertainment. They wanted stakes, drama, and a villain with a bit of flair. Basically, terror and entertainment. Just like the About page had described. Sure, there were always a few in the chat posting things like, kill the hostages already, or blow up the train, but they were a very small minority. The vast majority of his viewers preferred his current style. Besides, Luke was only doing this to protect his peace, not destroy his soul and mental peace by killing innocents, which would haunt him each night. Every streamer on T-Stream across the Omegaverse probably had their own kind of audience, he figured. Some catered to gore-hungry maniacs. Some to tactical masterminds. Luke's crowd, apparently, was a bizarre mix of action junkies, drama lovers, and deeply unhinged romantics who shipped him with the heroine. The fact that his terrorist rank was climbing proved he was doing something right. He knew that the terrorist rank wasn't a measure of his actual power level, it was a popularity index. That's why it only increased after he streamed, and not when he powered up. After finishing the analysis, he concluded a few things. TP flowed the most when fighting with Gwen began. And the more intense the fight, the more the TPs. Which was expected since he even got a bonus for fighting superpowered individuals. He swiped over to the Quirk Mastery tab. His explosion quirk had been sitting at 79% since the last mission. Please experience a near-death situation to unlock mastery beyond 79%. Alternative, spend 100 TP to bypass the condition. He tapped the button to pay the 100 TP fee. Initiating. Initiating. Luke tilted his head. Initiating what? Usually, it just says, updated. Why is there a loading bar for? Gah. Son of a. Suddenly, a sharp, stinging pain stabbed him right in the center of his chest. It felt like a hot needle threading through his heart. But it ended in a moment. Process finished. Again, what finished? A little clarity would be great. Luke wheezed. The pain was gone, but he didn't appreciate the surprise. He tilted his head, frowning. Something felt off. Or rather, something felt too right. Like his body had just gone through a massive evolution in a single second. He noticed a spark near his hand. A tiny particle of his sweat had exploded without him willing it. This had never happened before. And then. Boom. A massive, violent orange and yellow explosion erupted, not from just his palms, but from his entire body. The garage didn't stand a chance. When the smoke cleared, Luke was left standing in the middle of a blackened, smoldering ruin. He let out a long, exhausted sigh. He was alive. He was stronger. And he was completely, 100% naked. You've got to be kidding me, he muttered. The phone floated in front of him, and he quickly tapped equip on his terror outfit. This hideout was officially out of service from now on, since no way the police and fire department would ignore this even if this place is far from public. Time to move, Luke said, his voice dropping into his serious Veritas tone. But he couldn't just run. He looked at the wreckage. There might be hair or skin cells. And while Luke only brought food, water, and a bedsheet with him, there still might be some mundane shit that could link Luke Dunphy to this hideout. This mess was some very, very bad luck, Luke muttered. But I won't let it turn into anything more than a two-para news segment. He aimed his palms forward, towards the garage floor, and fired. Then he burned the floor one time, just to be sure. And while doing so, he marveled at his control and the intensity of his blasts. A couple of days later, a small red icon blinked on the notification bell in the top right corner of T-Stream. He tapped it. 2 messages expanded onto the screen. 1000th anniversary loot, all Terror Shop items at 5x lower price. Wait time, 2 days. Annual Terror Q&A stream, an hour-long private interaction stream for patrons. No combat. No objectives. Just you and your audience, answering questions and building your brand. Reward, 20 TP upon completion. Wait time, 15 days. Oh ho, I'll be eagerly waiting for the loot event. Maybe I'll hold onto the discount voucher for now. If the discount voucher can be paired with the loot event, then I might be able to buy an overpowered ability with just the remaining amount of TP I have left. Thanks for reading. https://www.patrayon.com/c/marveller. Right now 3 advanced chapters. Chapter 31, CH30, The Jester Knows Everything. After the chaos of the bridge, Gwen finally made it back to her dorm. She had done a quick costume change on the way, swapping her scorched spider suit for an oversized hoodie and loose trousers before slipping onto campus. Last time Veritas attacked, his words had rattled her so badly she went straight home instead, half expecting him to show up at her parents' place. Fortunately, he never came. This time, she came directly to her campus dorm. She had to minimize her time away during the day. The dorm room was under scholarship, so she didn't have to pay for it. But she was planning on getting a part-time job and getting herself her own apartment. This time, she wasn't that tense. After all, it was just a couple of broken bones and a few ugly burns. Painful, but nothing that wouldn't be mostly gone in a few days. She healed fast. Sigh, she finally collapsed onto her bed, the mattress letting out a groan that matched her own. She didn't even take off her shoes. She just put on her noise-canceling headphones and closed her eyes. It had been the hardest day of her life. She had saved the hostages, sure. She had pulled a train carriage to safety with her bare hands. But she couldn't stop Veritas from killing Patrick. By all rights, she should loathe Veritas. He had caused absolute carnage on that bridge, putting the lives of so many people in danger and killing a human, even if that human did what he did. Veritas had even beaten her until her bones cracked and skin burned. But for some reason, the hatred just wasn't sticking today. For some strange reason, the burning hatred she usually felt for him was fading into something else, pity. After hearing about his past, she couldn't help but see the cracks in his armor. She began to understand how someone could become so twisted. That's the sole reason she didn't deliver the punch that dented the metallic beam to his face. He was probably persecuted his whole life. She whispered to the ceiling. Probably never knew a single moment of real human warmth or love. If you spend your whole life being mistreated, it's hard to see the good in anyone. Veritas didn't just hate the world, he was convinced the world hated him first. I think the reason he calls me again and again is that he sees himself in me. She could understand, just a little, the descent. How a person could become so broken, twisted, psychotic. And trust me, after you go home today and see the world with the eyes of people, you will realize just how great it is sometimes to just let someone die. His words echoed in her mind. She sat up so fast her ribs protested with a sharp stab. What did he want me to see? Her laptop was on her study table. She flipped it open and typed into the search bar. The internet was already on fire. Nightle 47, did you guys see the files? They're horrible. During the stream, Veritas didn't show a fraction of how evil that monster was. Lena, still doesn't mean Veritas has the authority to kill a human. Jack, at Lena Patrick doesn't fall under the human category. So, I guess it was just a hunt. Bottle, at Jack agreed. Roxy, I'll ask again, does anyone know what streaming platform Veritas uses? LOL. I want to reread those in-stream comments. LOL hashtag confession train on bridge incident. Adorable_filter, I've collected all the stream comments via multiple sources. Here is the link if anyone wants, link. Bottle, at Nightle 47 true. Before reading those files, I didn't really know if Patrick deserved life imprisonment or death by Veritas. But now I think Veritas didn't make him suffer enough. Bottle, among the massive data Veritas uploaded, I've compiled and ranked the worst deeds of Patrick and Senator Stern. Link. Gwen's cursor hovered. She clicked the first link, the one from adorable_filter. A chat log appeared, capturing the live comments from Veritas's stream. Avi Prince, first. Lena, oh, no. CJ, Spider-Woman please see this. Jack, at Avi Prince son, crying face this is a terrorist. Nightle 47, he's back already. Caffeine Witch, I can't believe I'm watching this in Starbucks RN. Blank Profile 99, holy crap don't tell me the ongoing commotion on that bridge is due to him. These comments were from when Veritas's mask's mouth opened up to reveal hundreds of jagged teeth inside. Caffeine Witch, WTF. Scary. And, yeah, that's what a devil jester looks like. Misa, my type TBH. Gwen paused mid-scroll. She blinked at the screen. What is wrong with this Misa girl? She kept going. Gwen scrolled faster, past the panicked reactions, until she hit the moment Veritas executed Patrick. 300_months_young_infant, fucking hell. Veritas killed him. Heck yeah. Ashley, holy shit. Ivan, well deserved. I'd say. Such predators don't deserve to live at all. Caffeine Witch, as much as I hate Veritas, him killing that monster brought a relief in my heart somehow. Ava, what the hell guys? Are you all seriously supporting a freaking terrorist? He just executed someone live. Emily, at Ava you're right. What if next day he decides to kill someone because they broke a red signal? Adorable_filter, the devil of truth executes a monster in human skin wearing a white robe, instead of pointing a finger at the jester, the evil sympathizers can finger their ass. Gwen's eyes widened at that last one. The internet was a wild place. Then the comments shifted. Veritas had told his story and gave final speech to the beat-up Spider-Woman. Zoe, damn. Veritas's dad was such a monster. I wonder how much he suffered as a cute little child. Adorable_filter, trust me, I don't support Veritas's actions except for him killing Patrick. But honestly, isn't Veritas kinda right though? Diego_Nascimento, do you know what's scarier? He only spoke the truth. Every word he said is true. Ivan, get up Spider-Woman. You can do it. You have to save the hostages. Adorable_filter, Spider-Woman, why don't you accept his deal and then ask him to free the hostages in return? I'll support you even if you're with Veritas. Maybe I'm even looking forward to it. Gwen felt her face heat up behind the screen. Looking forward to what, exactly? I'm never gonna join him. Angela, what the heck, he freed himself. Adorable_filter, fuck, Veritas just left. How is Spider-Woman supposed to save the people stuck in the train? Misa, no, Veritas, please don't go. Gwen closed the comment log and leaned back in her chair. Her brain felt like scrambled eggs. The comments were all over the place, some horrified, some bloodthirsty, some disturbingly thirsty. But one thing was clear, the vast majority supported what Veritas had done to Patrick. They weren't just indifferent. They were celebrating. Just what else did Veritas upload, she wondered. Her cursor moved to the second link. The one from @bottle. A compilation of the worst deeds. She clicked. The page loaded, and the first file opened. Her stomach dropped. An hour later, her Her guilt of not saving Patrick Sane was no longer there at all. But it doesn't mean I support what he did. The Triskelion, SHIELD headquarters. The day after Veritas's attack on the East River Bridge. Nick Fury sat behind his desk, flipping through confidential files like usual, when the door hissed open. Agent Maria Hill stepped in. "Sir." Fury closed the file. Without looking up, he pressed a small button embedded in his desk. Every listening device, every monitoring feed, every digital ear inside the cabin went deaf and blind. "Agent Hill," Fury said, finally meeting her eyes. "I have a couple of assignments for you." Hill stood at attention, ready. "First," Fury continued, "I want you to recruit Spider-Woman. Bring her in as a SHIELD agent, superhero trainee track. Gwen Stacy has done some remarkable work these days. She's rough around the edges, but her potential is undeniable." Hill nodded. "Understood, sir." "She'll be placed under candidacy for the Avengers Initiative. Allocate her budget accordingly," Fury added, his single eye narrowing slightly. "Keep that part confidential from her for now. No need to inflate the ego of a young adult." Hill allowed the faintest twitch of a smile. "Understood, sir." "And the other assignment?" Fury slid a physical file across the desk. "This remains between us." Hill picked it up and flipped it open, scanning the contents with her trained eyes. The file detailed the Lemurian Star, a covert mobile satellite launch platform, currently sailing somewhere in the Indian Ocean. SHIELD property. Highly classified. What Fury wanted next made Hill pause. He wanted her to hire a terrorist to hijack it. Not just any terrorist. Veritas. Hill's brow furrowed, but she didn't question the mission itself. She knew better. Fury's plans had layers within layers. What she did question was the choice of asset. "Sir, why hire him?" she asked, closing the file. "He's extremely unpredictable." Fury leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. "We hire him precisely because he's unpredictable. And because he can't be caught." Hill understood the implication immediately. If Veritas hijacked the Lemurian Star, the world would see it as another attack by him. No one would suspect Fury's involvement. "It'll be hard to locate him within the timeline, sir," Hill said. "We've already been trying to track him. Whatever technology he uses, it masks him from satellites, all kinds of recognition systems, and even our heat signature mapping. And his acceptance to the mission is not guaranteed as well." Fury's expression didn't change. "That's why I gave you a list, Agent." "Dismissed." Hill saluted again. "Sir." Few days later, the secure line on Nick Fury's desk chirped. He picked it up immediately, leaning back in his leather chair. "Report, Agent Hill," Fury commanded. "The asset declined the mission, sir," Hill's voice came through the encrypted channel, sounding uncharacteristically tense. Fury's expression remained unreadable. "He's a wild card, Hill." "I expected a no, anything else." Hill paused for a second. "Sir, he already knew the mission details. Perhaps more than even me. Before leaving, he also gave me some advice: don't trust anyone except for you." The jester that knows everything, huh? Fury let out a dry, short chuckle. "Well, I'll give him some credit, that's the best advice you'll ever get. Tell me, how did you finally track him down to deliver the offer?" Hill's voice sounded tired. "I didn't have to, sir. Thanks for reading. https://www.patrayon.com/c/marveller. Right now 3 advanced chapters. Chapter 32, CH31, Sunshine and Rainbows. Alex Dunphy, middle child of the Dunphy family and easily the smartest person in their entire bloodline, was in the middle of presenting her thesis on neutrinos in sub-zero temperatures. The professors leaned in, listening with real focus. A few of them even gave small, impressed nods as she explained. Dr. Leonard Hofstadter, an external researcher and professor from Caltech, looked at his notes, then, adjusting his glasses, he spoke up. "Miss Dunphy," he said, "your model suggests that extremely low temperatures could reduce thermal decoherence and affect oscillation patterns. How exactly do you account for the shift from coherent to incoherent scattering as temperatures drop toward the millikelvin range? And what damping terms did you apply to the oscillation amplitudes when considering many-body effects inside the ice lattice?" That was a long and tough question, but Alex didn't even blink. This was her element. "Dr. Hofstadter, I modeled the coherent to incoherent shift using a temperature-dependent decoherence length that extends at lower temperatures due to reduced phonon scattering. Oscillation amplitudes are damped by exp, gamma L, with gamma derived from many-body lattice interactions via a modified density matrix approach calibrated for millikelvin ice conditions." Hofstadter listened all the way through. When she finished, he gave a small nod of genuine respect. He turned slightly toward the men beside him. "Well," he said in a low voice, "her theory might actually be something groundbreaking. Dr. Gablehauser, I think we should give her the go-ahead. Dr. Gablehauser, also an external professor and the head of the physics department at Caltech, rubbed his chin. He was a man who didn't give out compliments easily. I'm still processing how she managed to come up with this impressive thesis in just 2 weeks after we rejected her last one. Most people would have had a mental breakdown. Dr. Cooper becomes almost psychotic. He let out a dry chuckle. Well, Miss Alex Dunphy, pack your parkas. You're going to Antarctica. A small, satisfied smile appeared on Alex's face. She slammed her laptop closed like a champion. Thank you, professors. As she walked back to her dorm, she had a certain, I am smarter than everyone within a 50-mile radius, bounce in her step. It was a good look for her. She earned it. In exactly 14 days, she would be heading to Caltech for her specialized training. Life was perfect. Then, she stopped dead in her tracks. Her brain suddenly did some very depressing math. After the training, she was heading to Antarctica. For 10 months. 10 months of living in a giant, glorified refrigerator. 10 months of wearing 16 layers of wool and looking like a very grumpy marshmallow. No sunlight. No warm breezes. Just ice, wind, and researchers who probably forgot how to have a conversation that didn't involve the word permafrost. She suddenly realized she had exactly 2 weeks to experience what people called summer. She needed to enjoy what was left of this summer. Immediately. Her pace quickened to a near jog. Alex knocked on Gwen's dorm room door. A muffled voice called out, and a full minute passed before the door creaked open. Alex blinked. Whoa. Are you preparing for the apocalypse or something? Gwen stood there wrapped in a thick, baggy hoodie that swallowed her whole. Full-length sweatpants. A medical mask. 2 tired eyes blinked back at Alex. It's just a bad cold, Gwen replied, but her voice didn't sound like she had one, though. Well, it wasn't cold that she was hiding anyway, they were the burn marks and some bruises, courtesy of Veritas. You look like a ninja who gave up halfway through getting dressed, Alex said, stepping inside. Anyway, I have news. Big news. She filled Gwen in on the Antarctica research. Gwen's eyes crinkled above the mask in what was probably a smile. Alex, that's amazing. You're going to freeze your genius butt off. That's the point, Alex said, grinning. Then she leaned forward. But here's why I'm really here. I want to go to the biggest water park in New York before I leave. I need one last taste of summer before I become a human popsicle. Gwen pulled her mask down just enough to speak clearly. Sure, how about next weekend? This cold should be gone by then, and I won't look like a mummy anymore. Alex did quick math. 9 days. Not bad. Perfect. Hey, can you call all your friends too? The more, the merrier. Currently, it's just me, you, and Bree. I can invite Betty and Peter, Gwen said, already reaching for her phone. Gwen called Betty first, and she agreed instantly. Then she called Peter. His voice came through the speaker, slightly hesitant. Is there any way Alex's brother Luke can come with us? Peter asked, sounding slightly desperate. It's going to be really, really weird for me otherwise. I don't really have any other friends. And Luke was. You know, really easy to talk to. He doesn't judge me. Alex sighed. Before the whole breakup fiasco, she would have shot this down immediately with a 10-minute rant. But things had changed. Luke had shown signs of actual maturity. Small signs. But signs nonetheless. Fine, she muttered. I'll call him. She dialed Luke's number. He picked up after 2 rings. Yo. Luke, we're going to a water park next weekend. You in? There was a long pause. A really long pause. Ah, an invite for me. That was not the thing I could have ever imagined coming out of your mouth. But, still no, sorry. I've got some freelance work. You know, that thing where I earn money. For existing. Alex shrugged at Gwen. Alas, the busy man has spoken, she said, not particularly devastated. But Gwen wasn't giving up. She leaned toward the phone, which was on speaker. Hi Luke, it's Gwen. Listen, could you please try to make some time? Peter really wants you to come. He literally has no other friends. You are the only one he feels comfortable with. Please don't leave him stranded, please. Luke exhaled like a man accepting his doom. I get what you mean, Gwen. I feel comfortable around me too. But I'll see if I can make it. The call ended. Gwen smiled behind her mask. Luke's a funny guy. Alex nodded, smirking. And dumb. Never forget the dumb part. Also, I'm warning you right now, in case his dumbness hasn't improved, unlike his social skills, if Luke ever asks if you want to see a rainbow, say no. Desperately say no. Run. Hide. Whatever it takes. Gwen tilted her head, curious. Why? What happened? Alex sighed, as if she felt even 1% guilty about what she was about to do. She didn't. She swiped way back in her video collection, found the ancient gem, and hit play. The video showed a sunny Dunphy family pool day. Phil was in the background yelling while attempting low-stakes stunts that mostly involved splashing. The camera panned to 5-year-old Luke talking to a cute girl about his age. "Do you want to see a rainbow?" little Luke asked, full of innocent charm. The girl, because she was 5 and rainbows are awesome, nodded excitedly. Yes. Poor kid. Oh no, Gwen whispered, already starting to laugh. Luke grinned, dropped his shorts, and watered a nearby plant in a way that caught the sunlight just right, creating a rainbow. Oh no 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 no, Luke. Luke. Claire's panicked voice screamed from off-camera. That's not, you can't do that. The camera shook wildly like it was having a seizure, and the video cut off. Gwen had collapsed onto her bed, wheezing. Her medical mask was doing absolutely nothing to muffle the shrieks of laughter. Alex was laughing too, with her head thrown back. Gwen pulled her mask up, still giggling. That video is getting shown at his wedding. You have to do it, Alex. 9 days flew by in a blur. A big, shiny SUV pulled up right in front of the campus like it was making a grand entrance in a movie. Once everyone was settled, the car sped off toward the water park, windows down and summer vibes cranked up high. Manny was behind the wheel, and Bree had claimed the front passenger seat. She was also the one who had invited him. In the middle row, Peter sat on Luke's left, Gwen sat on Luke's right, finally mask-free, not a single burn scar anywhere. Alex, Betty, and another girl named Michelle made themselves comfortable in the spacious back seat. The big water park day was finally here, and it was going to be legendary. Thanks for reading. The next 2 chapters are really long slice-of-life chapters. https://www.patrayon.com/c/marveller. Right now 3 advanced chapters. Chapter 33, CH32, The Hero and the Villain. The SUV cruised toward the water park. Only a simple U-turn separated them from the main entrance on the opposite side of the highway. The windows, which had been rolled down at the start of their 20-mile journey for the summer vibes, were now sealed tight against the blazing summer heat. The AC was blasting at full power, providing the absolute best breeze, at least at the spot Luke was seated. He had his eyes closed and his head resting comfortably against the seat, basically hibernating. Feeling the car begin to turn, he lazily cracked his eyes open, his head still resting back. He casually glanced over at Gwen, who was sitting just inches away. Suddenly, Gwen's posture went rigid. "Manny, stop the car," she yelled. Screech. Manny stomped on the brakes just as a speeding, loudly honking delivery truck grazed past their front bumper. The wind from the truck was so strong that it rocked the SUV. If Manny hadn't pressed the brakes at that exact instant, they would have been part of the truck's new paint job. Whoa. Holy cow. Peter squeaked, clutching his seatbelt like a lifeline. My heart is literally beating in my teeth right now. Bree gasped from the front passenger seat, holding onto the dashboard. That was way too close. From the back row, Alex adjusted her sunglasses dryly. What is that driver's problem? Can he not read the giant signboards? Seriously, that guy shouldn't even have a license. Betty added, shaking her head. Luke let out a long breath as he turned to Gwen. That was an incredibly close call. Thank goodness you noticed that truck coming, Gwen. Manny slowly started to move the car. Yes, Gwen, thank you for the warning. That was some unbelievable awareness you've got. She offered them a slightly awkward smile. Yeah. We're really, really lucky, huh? She mumbled. After the unlucky experience with the truck, the rest of the short drive was fortunately uneventful. Manny carefully parked the SUV, and the group piled out into the blazing sun of the water park parking lot. After finally entering the park, they split up into the gender-separated changing rooms. The guys got ready quickly and were now waiting for the girls to come out, which, they all knew, could take anywhere from 15 minutes to an entire ice age. Manny was seated on a shaded bench, applying some cream all over his soft, chubby body. He then pulled out another, fancier-looking lotion from a small pouch. Peter looked at Manny. He wasn't sure if he should be impressed or not. What's that? He asked, initiating a conversation. Peter, Manny said, holding up the bottle. This is a Champ's lotion. It locks in moisture before the chlorine can wage war on your epidermis. Want some? Peter shrugged and applied some. It's really cool on the skin. Luke was lying on a lounger nearby, perfectly satisfied with the single coat of sunscreen he'd slapped on. He was just wearing dark green swimming shorts. Manny looked over, squinting. Luke, have you been working out more than usual these days? You look more built than before. Your triceps muscles are popping. Luke grinned, throwing a casual tricep flex. Of course. These pythons take effort. Or just terror points, he thought smugly to himself. Peter leaned in for a closer look. Whoa, yeah. You could probably punch a hole through a wall. Luke laughed. Let's test that theory later. Just upgrading his quirk mastery gave so many benefits to his physique as well. Luke really liked this ability. 10 minutes later, the girls finally emerged from their changing room like a parade of colorful butterflies. Bright bikinis, frilly edges, and summer energy everywhere. But then his eyes locked on Gwen. For a single, short second, which was all he could spare without officially becoming a creep, his eyes took in a mesmerizing sight. Gwen stood there, adjusting the strap of her white and pink swimsuit, completely unaware she was causing a small system crash in his head. But he quickly controlled himself and then nodded internally as if approving something. Cute belly button she got there. Michelle adjusted her bright pink sunglasses and looked around at the sprawling park. Okay, so where to first? This place is huge. Manny, ever prepared, reached into his waterproof sling bag and pulled out a large, laminated map. I'm glad you asked, he said proudly. According to my planned itinerary, the park is split into 2 key zones. On the left, we have Aquamageddon, which is just a fancy name for the water rides. On the right, we have Terra Frontera, which is basically the land rides and attractions. Since it's exactly 11 a.m., we have plenty of. Fair enough, we're hitting the water slides first. Betty interrupted, snatching the word right out of his mouth. She grabbed Alex and Michelle by the wrists, already pulling them forward. Let's go then. We don't want to miss a single slide, Alex added. She really didn't want to miss a single ride. Manny didn't mind much getting cut off like that. By now, it had practically become one of the most common occurrences in his life. He folded his map quietly. Then Bree took his hand, and they followed after Betty's lead. Bree didn't say it out loud, but as much as she liked his poetry, she really didn't want to hear his 1,000-word explanation of some water and land rides. The group started their day full of energy. They rushed to the water slides and raced down giant twisting tubes like the Kraken's Coil and the Riptide Rush. Everyone laughed, screamed, and had a great time, though a few people accidentally swallowed more pool water than they wanted. But things took an interesting turn when they reached the giant wave pool. As the artificial waves began to roll in, Betty and Michelle suddenly turned into damsels in distress. Every single time a mild wave so much as wobbled them, they would squeal and loudly scream Luke's name. You girls are so fragile. Luke stood there in the chest-deep water, highly amused. I mean, Manny literally got flipped completely upside down by a rogue wave, losing both his swimsuit and his underwear in the process. And Peter almost drowned twice, inhaling half the pool. Yet, those 2 brave men never once called for help. They suffered in heroic, silent agony. Well, in Peter's case, he couldn't quite literally call out for help, even if he wanted to. Poor guy swore not to step foot in the wave pool the 3rd time. And, jokes aside, Luke actually thoroughly enjoyed the sudden wave of female attention in the wave pool. Unfortunately, his glorious popular phase was very short-lived. Alex swam over, giving them a look of pure judgment. Can you 2 please stop, she scolded, rolling her eyes. It's honestly kinda gross. Alex's words didn't hurt as much as those judgmental eyes of hers. Betty and Michelle dropped it without another word. After the wave pool, they moved on to the tube rides. The 2-person ones always paired Luke with Peter. Every single time, Luke spun their tube like a crazy washing machine. Peter would spin around dizzy as hell, laughing and screaming his head off. This is the most fun I've ever had in my life, he yelled between spins. For the bigger group rides, Betty and Gwen joined them. For some reason, the hero and her arch-nemesis ended up on opposite ends of the tube. They immediately turned it into a who can spin this thing faster competition. Gwen, you have to win against that evil monster. Spin it faster. Betty yelled, laughing and screaming as they shot down the slide. I can't, Betty. He's too strong. Gwen lied with a big grin. Haha. Take that, my plus ultra spinning technique. Luke shouted, twisting the tube like a madman and clearly enjoying the silly skit. But on an abrupt, sharp turn, the tube slipped wildly. Luke lost his grip and flew right out with a splash. Splash. The heroine won again. The villain never stood a chance. This was rigged. I want a rematch. Luke yelled from the shallow puddle at the end, soaked and dramatic. Gwen burst out laughing. In your dreams, Clow-Lucky. She froze mid-word, quickly correcting herself. Why did I almost call him Clowny Creep? The stupid nickname she used for Veritas. Her heart gave a little nervous pound as she shook the weird thought away. After almost 4 hours of non-stop rides, the group was officially exhausted to the bones. They refilled their stomachs with burgers, fries, and ice cream at one of the food stalls, then dragged themselves to a shaded lounge area with comfortable grass shades. Most of the gang collapsed like zombies. Peter was already half asleep, Manny was sprawled like a Yamcha, and Alex looked ready to call it a day. But 2 people still had plenty of stamina to spare. Gwen leaned against the balcony railing, pretending to watch the crowds laughing and running between rides below. But her mind was somewhere else entirely. Her face looked worried. Veritas. She sighed deeply. She had been thinking about that creepy clown way too much lately. To the point she had almost called Luke by that stupid nickname earlier. Not good, Gwen. Really not good. Veritas can't affect my daily life like this. Behind her, Luke walked into the lounge area carrying 2 large cups of cold coffee. One for himself, the other for the girl leaning forward on the balcony. He took a moment to thoroughly enjoy the view of Gwen's behind in the cute white and pink swimsuit. "Hey," Luke said casually, stepping up beside her and sliding one icy cup her way. "I wanted to ask a very sensitive question. If you don't mind." Luke leaned on the balcony next to her, taking a sip from his own cup. "It's about what you almost called me earlier." Gwen's heart started to pound. Did he figure it out? Thanks for reading. https://www.patrayon.com/c/marveller. Right now 3 advanced chapters. Chapter 34, ch33, Imaginary Toxic X and the Holy Ray. Luke stood at the coffee shop counter, arms crossed, watching the new employee fumble around. The cashier, a middle-aged Asian man with the expression of someone who had seen too much today, sighed with deep exasperation. He turned to Luke with an apologetic smile. "We sorry." New guy learning very very slow. Luke waved it off casually. "Hey, no trouble. Everyone starts somewhere, right? What's a couple extra minutes?" The cashier's tired face broke into a grateful smile. "Thank you for understanding. Kind customer." His Asian accent was thick. As Luke waited, his mind drifted back to what had happened on the slide. Gwen had almost called him Clowny. Clowny creep. From her expression at that moment, it seemed like a slip-up, but it was a weirdly specific one. He needed to know if it was just a slip-up because Veritas was probably living rent-free in her head or if she actually knew something. A minute later, the new guy, another young Asian man, placed a tray on the counter. Luke stared at the 2 drinks. "That's not what I ordered, bro." Hearing this, the older cashier officially lost it. He turned to the new guy, his face turning a light shade of red. "Sean. Too many mistake," the cashier barked. "I fire you very soon. You do mess again and again." Luke's eyebrows rose. Sean. Wasn't that the name Shang-Chi used when he came to America? He glanced at the new guy, perfectly Asian, looked barely 18, black hair, looking mortified from scolding, and voila, the green pendant resting against his collarbone. Yup. That's definitely Shang-Chi, just a few years younger than in the movie. The cashier was still going, "No. No talk. Cancel talk. Cancel talk. Kind customer wait for you and you repay by mess up order." Luke was slightly amused as he caught the first few sentences before the language barrier kicked in, causing Luke to lose interest. "Just give me my order, man." Luke finally got his 2 icy cold coffees after 5 more minutes. He thanked them, tipped, and headed back toward the shaded lounge area. When he arrived, the scene was exactly as he'd left it. The gang lay scattered around like casualties of a fun war. And Gwen was still leaning forward on the balcony railing, watching the crowds below. Luke paused mid-step. For a brief moment, he thoroughly appreciated the view of Gwen's curves in that pink and white swimsuit. "Hey," Luke said casually, stepping up beside her and sliding one icy cup her way. "I wanted to ask a very sensitive question. If you don't mind." Luke leaned on the balcony next to her, taking a sip from his own cup. "It's about what you almost called me earlier." Gwen's heart started to pound. Luke caught the shift in her expression. Spider heroes really are expressive, Luke thought. I mean, even with their masks, they express their emotions really well. Luke continued, voice light but curious. "You've been a little quiet ever since that moment. So, was it a toxic ex or something?" "Oh. So that's what he thought." Relief and panic crashed into each other so hard she almost laughed. "He scared me for nothing. Of course, that was a bit stupid of me. My mind has been so occupied by that damn clown that I forgot that there's no way anyone could figure out my identity from one half slip up. I could cover it up even if I had called Luke Clowny creep." She let out a long, dramatic sigh and arranged her face into something appropriately sad. "Yeah. You're right, Luke. It was an ex." Her voice went soft and slightly sad, he was the most toxic, manipulative guy I've ever met. Abusive too. Gwen never had any relationships, so there wasn't any ex either. But listening to her lie, Luke clutched his chest as she'd just shot him through the heart. Ouch, that actually hurts, Gwen. And not for the reason you think. He said in mock heartbreak. I've spent the entire day being nothing but a gentleman and a good friend, and you went and mistook me for that kind of guy. Gwen's eyes widened in more panic this time. No, of course not, she rushed out, waving her free hand. You're nothing like him, Luke. I swear. It was just. Luke tilted his head, eyes narrowing just enough to be playful but still pressuring. Just. Why did I almost call him that? Her brain screamed. She didn't even know the real reason. The word had just slipped out of her mouth in that moment, as if it was just the right person. Now she had to build an entire lie on top of the first lie, and it had to sound believable, and it shouldn't also make Luke feel bad. Well, you see. She fidgeted with her coffee cup. He used to laugh out loud and call out the names of his attacks before hitting me. Silence. Luke just stared at her. Literally speechless. 3 separate thoughts hit him at once, rapid fire. First, I never yell out my attack names. Ever. I focus them in my head for better control. Even while howitzer impacting her, I only whispered howitzer to myself. Second, her body language is all over the place. She genuinely doesn't know why she almost said it. Which means I don't have to worry about her actually knowing anything, for now. But I should still be more careful around her. Besides, if she knew Veritas was him, then the scene would be really different from what it is now. And lastly, how the actual fuck did she come up with something that brutal and messed up on the spot? Damn. Even knowing it's complete bullshit, I feel kinda bad just imagining that scene. He blinked slowly, still processing. Gwen was already regretting every life choice that had led her to this exact moment. She took a desperate sip of coffee like it might save her from the consequences of her own mouth. Luke finally found his voice, though it came out a little strangled. Well, he was doing his best to control his laugh. That's intense. He rubbed the back of his neck, genuinely unsure how to respond to a fake trauma story that was somehow comparable to Veritas's level of bullshit. Gwen forced a weak laugh that died halfway out of her throat. Yeah. It was, a lot. Yeah, laugh it off, Gwen. I won't dare to mention this again. An hour later, after some much-needed rest and a change back into casual clothes, the whole gang headed over to the land side of the park, Terra Fonterra. Bright lights, loud music, thrilling rides, and roller coasters. Honestly, this side wasn't half as fun as the water rides. At least, not for Luke and Gwen. The others were living their best lives. Alex screamed her lungs out on the velocity vortex, arms flailing like she was trying to fly. Manny laughed like a maniac every time the coaster flipped upside down. Even Betty was yelling again, after the first big drop. Luke and Gwen, meanwhile, had to work to show genuine excitement. That big drop felt like I wouldn't survive, she whispered as they got off the pendulum hammer ride. She said, trying to be a part of the thrilled group. Yeah, same, Luke replied, matching her dull fake excitement. You sounded like you're really gonna die. She elbowed him, but she was smiling. At least the view was nice when the sun finally went down. The whole park lit up in glowing colors, pink, blue, yellow, and red, turning the place into a glowing wonderland. Then they reached the Escape Plus horror house. Peter immediately became the MVP. First room. He spotted the hidden key in under 30 seconds. Second room. Solved the riddle before anyone else even finished reading it. Third room. He was already moving the bookshelf before the librarian ghost even made its appearance. By room 4, the excitement had turned into pure annoyance. Betty finally snapped. She grabbed a comically large pair of prop scissors from one of the horror displays and held them up like a weapon. Peter, she said sweetly, if you don't stop being the world's most annoying genius for 5 minutes, I'm going to use these. On your neck. Repeatedly. Exactly, Michelle said, this place doesn't even need the horror actors. It got her. Remind me never to get on Betty's bad side, Gwen muttered to Alex. Alex giggled. The rest of the escape rooms finally turned into actual team fun. Moderately enjoyable, at least. Though honestly, half the challenge disappeared when you realized most in the group attended a prestigious university. Geniuses everywhere. It got old fast. Then they reached the final room. A massive red sign greeted them at the entrance. Say your prayers, trespassers. This is where you die. The door slammed shut behind them. Then the walls started moving. Both side walls, the left and the right, began closing in, slow but steady. 30 seconds passed. Nothing. The room was basically empty. No hidden switches. No false panels. Just plain walls and a floor that suddenly felt very small. Peter, do something, or we're all gonna die here. Betty yelled. I want to, but I honestly can't find anything. Peter said, running his hands along the wall, trying to find a hidden switch. Relax, guys, the walls are made of foam. But we should probably pray, the sign said so. Alex poked the surface of the wall and sighed. Michelle shouted, but I don't have it memorized. After Michelle's panicked shout about not knowing any prayers, Luke turned to Manny with a knowing look. Manny. Only you can do this, he said. Remember, the Holy Ray. Manny's eyes went wide. He straightened up like a soldier receiving orders, clasped his hands together, and stepped into the center of the shrinking room. Dear Lord. He sang, voice full of genuine emotion but lacking in melody, when I get to heaven, please let me bring my ma on. Betty raised an eyebrow so high it nearly left her face. Then she burst out laughing. Oh my God. He meant Lana Del Rey. Up in the control room, the staff were losing it. One of them wiped tears from his eyes while another slapped the desk. This was easily the funniest group we've had all week, he chuckled, then hit the button. A deep, demonic voice boomed through hidden speakers inside the room. Prayer accepted. You may live. The walls stopped moving with a loud clunk, and the exit door swung open. The group spilled out into the cool night air, laughing so hard some of them could barely walk straight. After the ridiculous escape, they grabbed a quick dinner at the food court, pizzas, fried chicken, tacos, soft drinks, and way too many jokes about Manny's heavenly performance. And then it was time to head back. This was the end of Slice of Life, chaps. Next chapter onwards we move back to progressing the story a bit, after that it'll be the Q&A stream chapter. Thanks for reading. rayon.com/c/marveller. Right now 3 advanced chapters. Chapter 35, CH34, Dark Deku. After reaching the parking lot, the girls made a quick dash for the washroom, some to touch up their makeup, some probably because the ride back to campus was an hour long, and they definitely didn't want to stop in the middle of the route for a bathroom break. The boys, Manny, Peter, and Luke, waited in the car. Soft music played from the speakers while they relaxed in comfortable silence. Luke leaned his head back against the seat and shut his eyes. His thoughts drifted to T-Stream. The Q&A event was only 5 days away now. After that, he had a big attack planned. He needed to be ready. Then, his thoughts happily shifted to the new incredible power he had bought from the shop a few days ago. It was all thanks to the special, 1000th year anniversary loot event. Every item, skill, and upgrade in the store had its price lowered by 5 times, and Luke was able to use a special 75% discount coupon on top of that. After spending 100 TP on his explosion quirk to cross that 79% wall and upgrade it to 80%. He had exactly 331 TP left in his balance. He wished he knew the event was coming before he upgraded his quirk. Well, anyway. During the loot event, he bought the teleportation power he needed most. The best deal he found was the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto. Its original price was 6000 TP, but with the event and discount coupon, he got it for just 300 TP. It truly was the ultimate loot. After buying the technique, he had 31 TP left. He decided to use it right away. First, he spent a mere 4 TP to upgrade the last 20% of his quirk, bringing it to a perfect 100% mastery. Then, he spent 10 TP to upgrade his brand new Flying Thunder God technique, boosting it straight to 25% mastery right from the start. But there was a minor downside with the Flying Thunder God technique, it required chakra. And Luke didn't have the chakra circuits. But the solution too was very simple, he just had to buy chakra units from the shop. 1 chakra unit could be used to teleport 10 times. And 1 TP got him 10 chakra units, without the 5x lower event. With the loot event still active, he used 3 TP to buy 150 chakra units. And with the remaining 14 TP, he bought a seal engraving and seal concealment technique. This would come in handy to instantly mark both inanimate and living beings with the Thunder God's markings, as well as make the markings invisible. If there were a bill for his purchase that day, it would look like this. Item original price purchased price. Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto, 6000 TP 300 TP. Explosion quirk upgrade, 80 to greater than 100%, 20 TP 4 TP. Flying Thunder God technique upgrade, 0 to greater than 25%, 50 TP 10 TP. Chakra units, 150 units, 15 TP 3 TP. Seal engraving and seal concealment technique, 70 TP 14 TP. Remaining balance, 0 TP. Luke. Manny interrupted Luke's musing. The chubby guy turned around in the driver's seat with a huge grin. You won't believe this. My soulful performance in the escape house actually struck a chord with Bree's heartstrings. She just texted. She wants me to stay the night with her. Lana Del Rey truly is a goddess. Luke chuckled. Good for you, man. Peter tilted his head. But doesn't Bree live in a dorm? Boys aren't allowed after 8. Sneaking in could get her suspended. Manny smirked, adjusting his collar. My dear Bree is one step ahead. After dropping you all off at the campus, we're heading to our own rented love nest. Luke raised an eyebrow. That's great, Romeo, but don't forget you're my ride home. Manny's smile froze. He slowly turned to face Luke properly, eyes wide with panic. Luke, please, he begged, hands clasped like he was praying. Your place is 2 hours away in the opposite direction. Can you please take the subway just for tonight? Luke sighed, fine. Just drop me at the station. A second later, Manny's phone rang. It was Bree. He scrambled out of the car so fast he nearly tripped over his own feet, disappearing into the night to take the call. Luke watched him go, then turned to Peter with a small smile. So, Peter, how's the research going? Think you'll be traveling to some icy continent like Alex soon? Peter blinked, surprised but also a little happy. He didn't have many people he could talk to about this. At college, most students acted like he was invisible. Only Gwen really listened when he talked about his work. But even she sometimes got annoyed. But Luke had been fun and kind all day. After the whole day, Peter was starting to think Luke was one of the coolest people his age. Well, Peter said, rubbing the back of his neck. The research I'm doing with Dr. Connors doesn't need extreme weather or faraway places. It's mostly lab work. So I think I'll be staying right here for now. Luke nodded, keeping his voice casual. Is it actually interesting, or just boring math equations like Alex always talks about? He was trying to learn about the progress of Dr. Connors' cross-species genetics project without sounding too curious. Peter gave a small laugh at the joke, then leaned forward a little. His eyes lit up. It's actually really interesting. We're working on cross-species genetics with lizards. Lizards can grow their tails back, right? We're trying to use that science to help people with physical disabilities. The goal is to make it so no one has to live with injuries or conditions that stop them from walking or moving freely. It could change the world someday. He explained further, telling Luke that they've hit a really hard wall for the past month. Nothing they tried was working well. And Dr. Connors hasn't been coming to the lab much lately. Sometimes days go by without him showing up. Luke nodded along, watching the boy ramble. Peter of this universe really reminds me of Midoriya from My Hero Academia, Luke thought. But knowing what he does in the future, isn't he more like Dark Deku? Sounds like world-changing stuff. All I can do is cheer for you, Peter. Peter smiled ear to ear. He felt like he'd finally found a friend who understood him and supported him. Luke probably never got bullied, Peter thought. Someone that confident and likable, he wouldn't know what it feels like to be invisible. Or to be a target. But, maybe I should still ask. Maybe he has advice anyway. He hesitated for a moment, then looked at Luke seriously. Hey, Luke, weird question. What do you think a person should do if they're being bullied? Luke turned to him, and his voice softened with concern. You're not the one getting bullied, are you? Peter shook his head quickly, maybe a little too quickly. And no. No, it's not me. I wanted to know what you think. You know, theoretically. Luke, of course, knew about the bullying Peter was going through. He knew the poor guy was suffering. But he chose not to push him. Instead, a rather sinister idea sparked in Luke's mind. An idea that would profit him greatly. All while fulfilling Gwen's unavoidable canon event. He answered with a calm voice. I think the victim should fight back against the bullies. The more the victim fears his bullies, the more the bullies torment him. Stand up. Throw a punch if you have to. Show them you're not prey. It was seemingly genuine and generic advice, but there was a fatal flaw. It only worked when the victim was prepared to face the consequences after that. But Peter probably wasn't aware of that flaw. Poor Peter Parker. The ride back to campus was quiet. The day's excitement had worn everyone out. When they finally reached the campus parking area, everyone climbed out of the car. Luke stretched his arms, then reached up to the roof carrier and started handing down the backpacks one by one. As he stepped back down, his eyes landed on a sleek black sedan parked under a tree nearby. It looked expensive, but it blended in with the other vehicles, except for one chilling detail: there was someone sitting inside. And even with the interior lights turned off, the dark silhouette looked awfully familiar. Luke's heart pounded. Were they here for Gwen, or for him? He took a deep breath and considered every possibility. As the brief panic faded, logic took over. It was obvious. They were definitely here for Gwen Stacy. But simply guessing wasn't enough. Luke needed to know exactly what was going on. Veritas needed answers. As he smiled and waved goodbye to Peter and the girls, Luke casually let a $1 bill slip from his pocket. It fluttered to the pavement, completely unnoticed. Hidden on the paper was his newly purchased, perfectly concealed Flying Thunder God mark. Luke climbed into the back of Manny's car. Bree was already in the passenger seat, looking clearly annoyed that Luke was still tagging along on her romantic evening. As Manny drove off, Luke glanced over the rear-view mirror. The black sedan stayed put in the shadows. It wasn't following them. A short drive later, Manny hit the brakes at the nearest subway station. He was in such a desperate hurry that he didn't even say goodbye before stepping on the gas and speeding away into the night. Luke just chuckled, watching the car disappear. Then, his smile faded into something much more serious. He activated his anti-surveillance, turned on his heel, and vanished into the shadows of a quiet alley. Thanks for reading. powerrrr.com/c/marveller. Right now 3 advanced chapters. Chapter 36, CH-35, The Loyal Dog. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Veritas appeared perfectly on top of the $1 bill he had left in the campus parking lot. His anti-surveillance mode was fully active. Even if there were a dozen security cameras pointing right at him, they wouldn't capture a single pixel of his existence. To the digital world, he was air. No machine would ever know he had appeared out of thin air, standing on an unnoticeable piece of paper. Dressed in his pristine black suit and his white jester mask, Veritas calmly walked up to the sleek black sedan. He looked through the dark windows and knocked, but no one was inside anymore. He thought. He raised his gloved hand and gently pressed his fingers against the glass of the rear passenger window. Using his new skills, he quickly engraved the Flying Thunder God mark onto the glass. Thanks to his concealment technique, the mark vanished instantly, becoming completely invisible to the naked eye. With his task complete, he stepped backward and disappeared out of existence as if he was never even there. The black sedan rolled out of the campus parking lot and onto the empty New York streets. Inside, Agent Maria Hill rubbed the back of her neck with one hand while keeping the other on the wheel. The meeting with Gwen Stacy had gone exactly as she expected, short, direct, and a little tense. Agent Maria Hill had been assigned a few priority tasks recently. One of them was to recruit Gwen Stacy, also known as Spider-Woman. Recruiting young heroes was never simple. Especially the ones who already had their own rules. Suddenly, the navigation system glitched and stopped working altogether. The network on her phone was also dead. All communications were down. She reached for the navigation system when a calm voice spoke from the back seat. "Hello, Agent Hill." Hill's hands tightened on the steering wheel. The back seat had been empty 2 seconds ago. She didn't panic. She simply lifted her foot off the accelerator and glanced at the rearview mirror. In the mirror, she saw him. Veritas. A black suit. A white jester mask with a frozen, eerie smile. He lifted his gloved hand and gave a small, friendly wave. The black lips of the white mask stretched into a wider smile. "Now, don't stop here. Keep on driving." Veritas's calm voice instructed as a cold metal barrel pressed gently against her temple from behind. Hill's jaw tightened. She pressed the accelerator again. The car picked up speed. "What do you want from me, Veritas?" she asked. Her voice was steady. Controlled. Her eyes flicked to the rearview mirror. Why so tense, Agent?" Veritas teased, his tone light and playful. "For a person who loves to give people surprise visits in the dark, it don't seem like you enjoy getting one yourself." Hill exhaled slowly through her nose. "It's not easy to relax with a gun to your head." Veritas let out a short laugh. "Haha, my bad." He pulled the gun back, resting it casually on his knee. "You see, that's exactly why I carry it. Even though I can kill anyone with just a blast from my palm." He let the words hang in the air. People understand danger better when they can actually see it. "Take the next left." Hill turned the wheel. The car glided onto a darker, quieter street. She understood the unspoken message perfectly. Gun or no gun, he was still dangerous. "Now then," Veritas continued, "the reason I'm here is very simple, really. You see, for the longest time, I have been very alone in this vast, empty, and cold world. It was really boring, until recently, I finally found someone interesting. And today, you made me feel very anxious by visiting her." Hill gritted her teeth. If this Spider-Woman-obsessed madman decided to kill her right now, she was prepared to tuck and roll out of the moving car. But Veritas sighed, "You know, Spider-Woman is very similar to me. And that's why she's special. But I cannot control her choices. So, I won't stop her from doing what she wants. Still, I want to know what my hero's response was today." Luke didn't actually know why Hill had visited Gwen. He wasn't sure if it was their first meeting or their 10th. But he knew S.H.I.E.L.D. They were either giving a mission or recruiting. By keeping his question vague, he made it seem like he already knew about the reason Hill met with Gwen. She said she'd consider it, Hill replied, keeping her voice even. Veritas nodded slowly. And Hill said nothing. The silence stretched between them. Then Veritas let out an exasperated sigh. It was the kind of sound a disappointed teacher might make at a slow student. She will visit S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters after she thinks it through, she added reluctantly. Hearing those words, Luke quickly put the pieces together. This wasn't a mission. S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't come to Gwen with an urgent crisis. If they had, Spider-Woman would have given an answer right away. Gwen Stacy didn't hesitate when lives were at stake. But S.H.I.E.L.D. always had layers. Always. Even their own agents didn't know everything. Not even Fury knew all the secrets after all. So, Luke pressed harder. I see, he said, leaning forward, but knowing S.H.I.E.L.D., there must be at least one thing you didn't tell her, right? In the brief exchange, she had reached a conclusion. Veritas wasn't here to kill her. If he wanted her dead, she would already be dead. And this might be an opportunity to finish her second assignment or at least form a connection with him. The information he wanted also wasn't something worth dying over. She doesn't know that she is being recruited as an Avengers candidate, Hill revealed. An Avengers candidate? Oh, I am so proud of her. Veritas clapped his gloved hands a few times. The black smile painted on his mask seemed to glow with genuine joy. He shifted in his seat. Well then, let's catch up again sometime. Agent Hill. Luke had what he wanted. And this doesn't affect the plans for his next attack too much. Wait. Hill called out. Veritas paused, turning back toward her. You have something to say. His tone shifted, sounding almost offended that she was delaying him. He lifted his gloved hand and placed his palm gently against Hill's cheek. The touch looked almost soft, like a caress, but Hill knew exactly what it was. It was a deadly threat. One wrong move from her, and her head would be blown into pieces, just like what he did to Patrick Sane on his live stream. Hill took a steady breath, refusing to flinch. I have a mission for you. You will be compensated appropriately. Luke caught her specific choice of words. She said I, not S.H.I.E.L.D., and Maria Hill never operated independently. She was Fury's right hand. Always. Even right before her death. So this was something else. Luke raised an eyebrow behind his mask. S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to hire a terrorist now. Or is it just Fury who's asking? Hill glanced at him through the rearview mirror. He was clearly interested. Instead of denying it, she completely ignored his question and went straight to the details. It is a hijacking mission. The target is S.H.I.E.L.D. property. Her dodging the question confirmed his theory. It was Director Nick Fury's personal, off-the-books mission. Damn. Luke thought to himself, his mind racing. Fury wants a S.H.I.E.L.D. property hijacked, this sounds way too familiar. Is this the beginning of the Winter Soldier events? Luke smiled. This wasn't just a golden opportunity, it was fucking diamond mine. If he played this right, he could get the secret base he'd always wanted, and it would be one of the most powerful mobile bases in the world. Hijacking a S.H.I.E.L.D. property, Luke said, don't tell me it's the Lemurian Star. Oh, and take that right up ahead. The Lemurian Star was a highly classified, mobile satellite launch vessel. Only top-level S.H.I.E.L.D. agents even knew it existed. And this man, this terrorist in a jester mask, had just named it like he was talking about the weather. Yes, she replied, and from her jacket she handed him a thin file. Just how much does he actually know about everything? Luke flipped through the file. It had a date. A few minor details. Nothing substantial. Of course, Hill wouldn't hand him the ship's layout yet. That would probably come later. If he agreed. In his mind, he compared what was happening now to what he remembered from the old movie. Fury had given this job to an Algerian terrorist group. But here, Fury had chosen Veritas instead. Why wouldn't he? After all, I'm the best terrorist there is. And if I hijacked the Lemurian Star, nobody would ever guess it was Fury's idea. But Luke had another plan now. And for it to succeed, he needed Hydra to start doubting Nick Fury. That meant leaving behind clues that pointed straight back to the S.H.I.E.L.D. director. Also, for the future phase of his plans, he would need Hill's quiet help. He finally lifted his palm from her cheek and leaned back against the seat. This time it was not condescension, it was meant to be a sign of trust. Agent Maria Hill, he said, voice calm and smooth. You have been the most loyal agent S.H.I.E.L.D. has, the most loyal dog Nick Fury has. But there is one thing I have always wanted to ask you. He let the silence stretch for a moment. Do you ever think about the real reasons behind the missions you've been given? Or wonder what is truly going on inside that one-eyed head of his? Hill kept driving as she replied, Director Fury doesn't need to explain every detail. That's how he keeps people alive. I do my job. I don't need the full picture to follow orders. I almost respect it. He tapped his gloved fingers on the closed file resting on his lap. Tap. 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 Then he let out a long sigh. Fury suspects S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent Hill. And unfortunately, he is very, very right. As you see, S.H.I.E.L.D. is compromised. Hydra has infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. and has completely taken over it. The words landed like a bomb in the silence. Thanks for reading. Tomorrow is Thursday, no chapter day. powerrrr.com/c/marveller. Right now 3 advanced chapters. Chapter 37, ch 36, The Leash on the Dog. Fury suspects S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent Hill. And unfortunately, he is very, very right. As you see, S.H.I.E.L.D. is compromised. Hydra has infiltrated it, and has completely taken over it. The words landed like a bomb in the silence. But what Veritas had just said seemed somewhat true. Why else would Fury want their own ship hijacked? There might be something important on that ship, perhaps a proof, but even knowing that, she was still in denial. That's not possible. Hydra was destroyed, she said. The words felt hollow even as she spoke them. Captain Rogers almost gave his life to. Captain Rogers stopped the Red Skull, Veritas interrupted. But Hydra is not a man. Hydra is an idea. And ideas don't die. They just go underground. They wait. They grow. Taking in Arnim Zola was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s doom. Agent Hill's eyes betrayed a flicker of tension. For the first time since Veritas appeared in her back seat, her calm mask cracked. Just a little. What he was saying, it fit. The pieces clicked together in her mind. The strange orders. The secrets. The way Fury had been moving in shadows lately. It could be true. It could all be true. If Fury didn't trust his own home, it might be because he knew the house was rotten. Hill forced herself to breathe. She was a trained agent. She had faced worse than this. But the man behind her was an unknown. A wild card. And she still didn't understand his angle. What games are you trying to play here, Veritas? She asked. Her voice was sharp now. Why tell me all this? Veritas leaned forward. The white mask appeared in her peripheral vision, close to her shoulder. Games. He tilted his head. The painted smile seemed almost genuine now. There are no games. What I said is naked and bare, truth. He reached out and traced a single gloved finger along the smooth skin of her neck. Hill's entire body tensed. Every instinct screamed at her to pull away. But she stayed still and continued to drive. I told you this because you, Maria Hill. Veritas continued, his voice a low murmur, are a very loyal dog. A dog whose leash I would like to borrow sometime. That is all. His finger completed its path as if it had drawn a leash around her neck and lifted away. Hill exhaled quietly. Of course, he added, your treats would always be as delicious as today's. He means information. Hill's eyes were hard as she glanced at the mirror. You want me to betray Fury? Veritas shook his head slowly. While I would be very pleased if a capable woman like you joined me, I know that is not possible. You lived as Fury's right hand. And you will probably die exactly as that. He leaned back against the seat. For now, there are 3 things I want you to do for me. He raised one finger. First, I will accept the hijack mission. But you keep it quiet from Fury until the day of the hijack. It is inevitable, but I do not want to alarm Hydra just yet. Your secure lines are not as safe as you think. Eyes and ears are everywhere. She gave a single, slow nod. Not agreement. Just acknowledgement. She would weigh this later. Veritas raised a second finger. Second, hire Georges Batroc. An Algerian mercenary and terrorist. I will need his assistance during the mission. Also, send me the full life story of every person that will be on the ship with me. Childhood, training, current position, family secrets, habits. Everything. My future guests should feel properly welcomed. Luke could have done the job alone without any trouble. But he needed Batroc there. He needed to leave the men behind as a breadcrumb, so Hydra would trace the attack back to Fury. Hill's mind grew heavier. Fury had already given her a list of terrorist candidates she could contact if Veritas refused the job. Georges Batroc's name had been at the very top of that list. This could not be a coincidence. But if he already knows everything, then he wouldn't have asked for those files. He knows impossible things, but even he has limits. Hill theorized in her mind. The minds of trained agents always worked like that, always trying to figure out the enemy's weakness or a crack in their armor. And third, Fury will send a task force to rescue the hostages. A task force with a super patriot, Veritas said, his voice shifted back to that friendly tone. But his next words contained a hint of bashfulness. If it is possible, could you make Spider-Woman come as well? That was news, even to her. While Hill fully expected that Fury would send S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to rescue the hostages on the ship, she didn't know Fury was planning to involve Captain America as well. And hearing his request for Spider-Woman, Hill wanted to roll her eyes. She didn't. But the impulse was there. Whatever keeps him going. But she still needed to know his true motive. She took a slow breath. Veritas, why are you helping us? Help. Veritas tilted his head again. I thought we were very clear that this was business. Then the black smile on his mask stretched wide, like he had just realized something funny. Ah, you think because I do not want Hydra in the world I want to create, I must be a friend. Don't you? Well, that is so flattering to hear. He suddenly leaned forward and grabbed her by the shoulders, swaying her body slightly from side to side in a playful gesture. Sure, my dear Maria. Let's be friends. Really, really good friends from now on. This gesture was deeply unsettling. More unsettling than the gun had been. Precisely because it was so friendly. And mistaking him as a friend was putting your own neck in the guillotine. She understood now. This wasn't about helping S.H.I.E.L.D. This man was a predator playing a long game. And right now, Hydra was a hindrance. And S.H.I.E.L.D. was useful. So was Fury. And herself. Nothing more. As he pulled back, Veritas stretched his arms wide, as if the fate of the world's largest intelligence agency was a boring bedtime story. Friends should have a way to reach out to each other, shouldn't they? He held out a gloved hand. Give me your communication device, Maria. She reached into her console and handed him her burner spec smartphone. Luke took the device, and he also took out his own smartphone from his trousers, a completely ordinary-looking iPhone. Using the interface provided by his Terra tools, he began to set up a direct line. He saved his contact information. The tool provided an anonymous, untraceable method of communication. No matter how many S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra tech wizards tried to decrypt it or trace the signal, the contact would remain invisible to their systems. No one could know what was talked through this line. The Terra Tools tab was his one-man intelligence agency. If only he could upgrade the intermediate hacking portal, then even S.H.I.E.L.D's system wouldn't be out of his reach. Unfortunately, he couldn't upgrade that right now, it required TP. But no matter, the next stream is basically a zero-effort free TP farming stream. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. itself was serving him on a silver platter. And even though he had already marked Hill's body with FTG mark, he engraved her phone with a mark as well. Just for the sake of it. Well then, Maria, my new friend. Veritas stretched again and yawned like he was suddenly tired. I'll take my leave for today. You should head back and get some sleep as well. He handed the phone back to her. On the screen, the new contact showed only a single letter, V. The profile picture was blank. When Hill glanced at the rearview mirror, he was gone, disappeared. Hill finally slowed the car and pulled it to the side of the road. She parked. She killed the engine. And then she closed her eyes. The last 20 minutes had been the most tense of her entire life. A roller coaster of emotions that she had hidden perfectly behind her trained face. Fear. Shock. Doubt. Anger. She had swallowed all of it. Buried it deep where no enemy could see. But now, alone in the dark, her hands trembled. Just slightly. She had to warn Fury. If S.H.I.E.L.D. was compromised, if Hydra really was a cancer growing inside them, then everything they did was a lie. Fury was already suspicious, she knew that much, but Veritas had provided the name of the monster. Hydra. But she couldn't tell him everything right now, not even over the secure channel. But she had to give him a hint, right this instant. Report, Agent Hill, Fury commanded over the secure line. The asset declined the mission, sir, her voice came through the encrypted channel, sounding uncharacteristically tense. If Hydra was listening from the start, then they probably already knew about the mission she was assigned, so it was no use hiding that much. So for now, she did as Veritas wanted, she'd report Fury in detail about this encounter in person. Fury's expression remained unreadable. He's a wild card, Hill. I expected a no, anything else. Hill paused for a second. Sir, he already knew the mission details. Perhaps more than even me. Before leaving, he also gave me some advice, don't trust anyone except for you. She didn't mention that Veritas had never actually said that. The lie was small. Necessary. Fury would realize it immediately. And Fury would hear what she really meant. Fury let out a dry, short chuckle. Well, I'll give him some credit, that's the best advice you'll ever get. Tell me, how did you finally track him down to deliver the offer? Hill's voice sounded tired. I didn't have to, sir. Thanks for reading. powerrrr.com/c/marveller. Right now for advanced chapters. Chapter 38, ch 37, Q&A Stream I. It had been 5 days since the water and amusement park trip, and life for Luke had slipped back into its usual, comfortable rhythm. The freelance gig was treating him well. In the past month alone, he pulled in $8,000 from just 2 projects. Not bad, but with 5 years of actual industry experience tucked into his brain, it wasn't exactly a Herculean feat. Also, it was 2013, so, while he missed Claude Code, he was also glad that they were here yet. Luke sat at the dining table, fingers tapping away on his laptop, working on another project while sipping orange juice. Across the room, his father, Phil, was sprawled on the couch, flipping the news channels. He wasn't really a news guy, but lately, he kept checking if anyone was talking about that Veritas clown or Spider-Woman. Boring, boring, more boring, Phil muttered, switching channels. On screen, a serious news anchor appeared. Yesterday, the civil war in Sokovia took an unexpected turn when the aggressive rebel forces attacked a U.S. Army camp base in southern Sokovia. U.S. Army General Thaddeus Ross said in a press conference that they are looking into the unknown weapon source of the rebel army and will nip it from the source as soon as they can. Bah, boring, Phil groaned, switching again. The channel flipped to the Daily Bugle. J. Jonah Jameson was in full rage mode, practically spitting at the camera like he wanted to reach through the screen and throttle every viewer personally. Spider-Menace destroys public infrastructure in her struggle against Dr. Olivia Octavius, aka Doc Ock. I have one question for her: when is she taking accountability for her actions? Until when will the public's taxes go into the repairs for the damages she so intentionally leaves behind her every single step? It's a disgrace. A wall-crawling, web-slinging disgrace. Phil chuckled. This guy never gets tired, huh? He's like an angry chihuahua with a microphone. Then a female hand slid a file across the desk toward Jameson. His entire face changed instantly, the scowl melted into the biggest, proudest dad smile the world had ever seen. It was almost unsettling. We just received a report from NASA. The 4 brave astronauts researching deep space phenomena are scheduled to return to Earth in 45 days. I'm proud to announce that my son, John Jonah Jameson III, is the one who led this research, and I am elated by his return. See you after this short break. Phil shook his head, a wry smile on his face. That man's moods change faster than I can mess up a pancake recipe. From the dining table, Luke didn't look up from his laptop. Dad, you burn cereal. Pancakes are a distant dream. It was one time. Phil protested with a groan. And that's also why I'm working on an auto pancake flipper. It's going to revolutionize breakfast, Luke. Just you wait. Well, good luck with that, Dad, Luke replied, not particularly interested. He closed his laptop and slid it into his bag. I'm heading out, we'll be back in a few hours. Phil didn't bother turning back, simply waving a hand in the air. Sure, buddy, but be back before dinner. Your mother bought some steaks, and I plan to grill them to a level of average, non-burnt acceptability. I'll keep my fingers crossed, Luke mumbled, slipping out the door. Luke was at his hideout. It wasn't that abandoned garage at the outskirts anymore, the place had unfortunately been blown to pieces the last time he upgraded his quirk. Instead, his new setup was inside an under-construction mall right off the highway. Construction had been halted indefinitely due to some complicated legal issues, leaving the concrete skeleton of the building completely deserted in the middle of the highway. It was dusty, quiet, and perfect for his needs. He couldn't do his training though, even here. Today was the day, the Q&A livestream. He donned his terror outfit, smoothing out the pristine black suit and adjusting the white jester mask over his face. He took a deep, steadying breath. For some reason, his heart was beating a bit faster than usual. He was actually nervous, which surprised him. He had thought he would be completely fine. He exhaled slowly. Okay, time to start. His finger clicked the Start Stream button. Hello, my dear patrons. I am Veritas, Luke said, adjusting his voice to carry that calm, Veritas weight. I thank you all for your support, and today, I welcome you to my first Q&A session. Instantly, the comment section began to scroll by at a rapid pace. Ozma97, hi lol. Kazuma quality, let's go. Javon_Jordan_3582, third. URPP, drop the mask already Luke Dunphy, we know how you look. Uranus, yes, drop the mask, it's kinda cringe tbh. The fool fan at Uranus, it's not cringe, that's just your preference. But still, Luke, you can drop the mask. We'll feel more comfortable. Luke tilted his head, genuinely surprised. Is what URPP saying right? Then someone posted a screenshot in the chat. A clean, crisp image of the T-Stream patron interface. The profile description was right there. Name, Luke Dunphy, Transmigrator. Universe, Marvel. Family details, Phil Dunphy, father, Claire Dunphy, mother, Alex Dunphy, sister, Haley Dunphy, sister. Address, house number 111, XYZ Street, New York. Blood type, B positive. Photo, Luke's clear, smiling face. He stared at the screen for a long, silent moment. Oh. Then, his shoulders relaxed, and a quiet, amused snort escaped him. Well, a little privacy would have been good. But what can I do? This app can steal souls and throw them in different body in a different universe without consent. A little personal data exposure isn't that unexpected. He sighed, reached up, and slowly pulled the mask off his face. The chat went wild again. Pretty in red, OMG he's actually hot. Way better than the picture. Clown Simp 69, that jawline though. I'm not even mad anymore. Enemies _to_lover_fan, a face straight out of a novel. I knew it. I'm shipping him with Gwen so hard right now. Luke ran a hand through his hair and gave the camera a small, awkward smile before his eyes caught enemies _to_lover_fan's comment. So they're aware of Spider-Gwen's identity too. Before we start the real Q&A, Luke said, leaning forward and resting his elbows on the dusty table, I wanted to know, exactly how much do you guys know about the universe I'm in? The chat immediately lit up with responses. Jaegeristo, that's a good question for a newbie streamer. But it's alright, T-streamers can't really interact with us in the regular streams after all. Uranus, what I know is that you disrespect us a lot. Putting us on a fridge. Standing on top of us and showing a freaking river. Though I appreciate the view when Spider-Woman landed on us, so you're pardoned. Enemies _to_lovers_enjoyer, well some of us know Marvel like nerds, maybe even more than you, while some of us have only heard about it from our friends. Basically it's a range. Pretty in red at enemies _to_lovers_enjoyer is right, and you know some of us didn't even watch terror streams. I was a regular of my dark romance stream app. I'm a new here at enemies _to_lovers_enjoyer recommended your streams to me. I love the recorded streams. URPP, quite a feat pulling viewers from other platforms this early in the career. Pretty in red, your dynamic with Spider-Woman is amazing. I can't wait for your next live, and also can't wait for you two brutal segs. Luke's eyebrows shot up at that last bit. He cleared his throat, feeling a sudden warmth creep up his neck. Ahem. Thank you for the information, enemies _to_lovers_enjoyer, and welcome to my stream, Pretty in red. He paused, then added with a small smile, though I feel like I should clarify, brutal segs is not currently on my schedule. Spider-Woman is not someone who'll ever have a relationship with a terrorist. Pretty in red, that's exactly what someone who's about to have brutal segs would say. Clown Simp 69, too late, we're already invested in the slow burn romance. URPP, LMAO his face when he read that. The fool fan, I can't believe how many disillusioned people we have here. There is clearly nothing between the two of them. Uranus, please ignore the comment of the guy above me. Enemies _to_lovers_enjoyer, did you guys notice how he is not too opposed to the idea? I think he's already fallen. And I bet she will fall harder. Luke sighed, alright. Let's move on. He straightened up in his chair, spreading his hands. Now then, my very well-informed patrons. Let's actually do this Q&A. Ask me anything. I'll answer what I can and dodge what I must. SP Reiki NG, how long is it? Evil Wisp, would you be a femboy for 4 TP? Uranus, you walked right into it, buddy. Pretty in red at Evil Wisp asking the real questions, respect. Clown Simp 69, 6 TP and a pair of fake boobs. Final offer. When you can't even say, bread or key. Deus _Vesperi, why are you so handsome? And what is your secret? Alcohol, I have been curious for a long time. Initially, I thought all T-streamers are non-powered individuals, but your backstory on your last stream. It seemed way too real. Where is it coming from? HM. Luke stared at the last question. Thanks for reading. patrayon.com/c/marveller. Right now for advanced chapters. Chapter 39, CH38, Q&A Stream 2. Alcohol, I have been curious for a long time. Initially, I thought all T-streamers are non-powered individuals, but your backstory on your last stream. It seemed way too real. Where is it coming from? Luke stared at the question for a moment, his expression unreadable. HM. He tapped a finger against the dusty table. A question about my past life, huh? The fool fan at Alcohol, not all T-streamers are transmigrators. But when it's a transmigrator, it's a non-powered individual. He leaned back in his chair, a small, complicated smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Well, I'll say the backstory was somewhat true. with a sprinkle of drama and some modifications to better fit the situation. Call it emotional seasoning. The chat reacted instantly. URPP, did your father really use you like an ashtray and beat you till you almost died? What the heck, give us his name. We'll handle his soul and we'll torture it till eternity. Enemies _to_lovers_enjoyer, torturing my baby boy like that I feel rage. Draw your swords tonight, the fire of revenge shall burn the hell. Pretty in red, wait, that part was real. I thought it was just a tragic backstory for the stream. Luke raised both hands, palms out. Whoa. Calm down, guys. And please don't torture any souls. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but we're not starting a revenge cult today. He waited for the chat to settle, then sighed. Also, my dad in my past life was actually a pretty chill guy. It's just... He paused, searching for the right words. Okay, let me clear it up a bit and get the heavy stuff out of the way. He shifted in his chair, his voice becoming quieter. Look, I know better than to trauma dump on streaming platforms. But I'll tell you a few things to sate your curiosity. He took a breath. I was an only child in a dysfunctional family. My mother was a drug addict, deadbeat, and my father was a corporate slave. A good man stuck in bad luck. Luke's eyes drifted away from the camera for a moment. The inspiration for that backstory happened when I was 6 or 7. Please know that I don't hate that mother for whatever she did in her panic. Addiction is a monster. He took a pause, his tone changed slightly, it became deeper. But I do hate her for what she did after that. When my dad filed for divorce after looking at my condition, she filed false charges. And truth doesn't win, you know, whoever tells the better lies does. He exhaled, his tone back to normal. Anyway, mad respect to my father. He spent his life slaving away to pay alimony after the divorce, along with my college fees. A faint, genuine smile crossed his face. Thankfully, before I got dropped into this world, I heard he found a lady friend. Someone who made him laugh again. So, he's okay. Wherever he is now. He finally took a deep breath and let it out slowly. The chat was quiet for a beat. Then it moved again, softer this time. Yeagerist, Tataki past life dad, loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face. Pretty in red, I came here for brutal segs and now I'm crying in my empty celestial domain. Pretty in red donated 1 TP. The Fool fan, I think it was very faint, but I think your inner veritas leaked out a bit. I find this exciting. The Fool fan donated 2 TP. Uranus, LOL he said 6 or 7, 6 Savine. Enemies _to_lovers_enjoyer at Uranus, read the room dude. Uranus, well, whatever really happened, I know it's not Anakin Skywalker level backstory. Luke shook his head, a short laugh escaping him. Let's move on. Any other interesting topics? Dr. Skills, I swallowed an ice cube whole. Why haven't I pooped it out? Luke blinked at the screen. The gut is a mysterious place, Dr. Skills. A labyrinth of wonder. He gestured vaguely with his hand. Try eating corn. Chew it as much as you can. But you'll poop it out good as new, completely intact. White Zetsu, do you poop? Luke hummed, nodding sagely. Unfortunately, most humans do. And I am, in fact, one of the most human. Dr. Skills, BTW, are you losing on purpose? Pause, you're a simp. Luke paused at this question, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Okay, that's actually a good one. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. Believe it or not, I never lose on purpose. Spider-Woman has more experience and better battle IQ than I do. Her reaction speed is way faster than mine. And don't forget that damn spider sense and spider strength. He started counting on his fingers. In that daily bugle attack, I never realized when she stole the remote. On that bridge, she figured out my weakness and tied my wrist in a way I couldn't free myself instantly. And even though I declared it a draw last time. He pointed at his face. If that punch that had landed on the metal beam behind me had landed on my face, I might have passed out. Last phase, why is your def stat shit? You should be able to smash through buildings easily. Well, I'd like to clarify that my def stat is not shit. Spider-Woman's punches are strong even when she holds back. And I'm just not used to feeling pain. I mean, I've been only in 2 actual fights my whole life. Also, concrete walls are not paper. I've slammed and broke one wall once, and even if they break easily, don't crack bones or leave bruises, they still hurt, you know. The pain is like. Luke tapped his fingers on his crossed arm, thinking of an analogy. Yeah, imagine scrolling through reels and dropping that older, heavier iPhone model on your face. An ordinary person would rather not experience that just for the sake of it. You can rub it off, but it'll still sting. Adrenaline high is something else. But if someone does that again and again and laughs with their tongue lolling out in normal circumstances, then, my men, that person is either a masochist or they might have something little extra in them. Jägeristo, lol he means chrome. Dr. Skills, for a person claiming not to be a masochist, you still blush when brutal sex is mentioned with the girl who kicks your ass regularly. Luke swiftly ignored that comment. Low-keys, what's your type? Luke smiled, slow and mischievous. Without a word, he grabbed his phone, scrolled for a moment, and then shared the picture in chat. It was a picture of Mystique in her human form, captured from the side. Image. Low-keys, my brother. Owie to do GIF. URPP, a man of culture, I see. Ben Bagman, what did you do for a living in your previous life? You're really good at improvising and planning things and also have a knack for making people fear you with just words. Is it related to your job? Thank you, Ben Bagman, for the compliment. Luke dipped his head in a small bow. But I was an ordinary IT employee. The scariest thing I did in that job was explain to my non-tech boss why we can't create our own AWS server. URPP, question, what is a job? Arthas Menethil, have you tried to buy a symbiote? Slowly you can copy any power as long as the symbiote gets the genetic material necessary for it and there are no limits for it. Luke read the question and shook his head. Honestly, for me, symbiotes are not worth it. The base symbiotes are way too expensive. And their main weaknesses are sound and fire. He held up his palm, showing a miniature, colorful firework. Guess what my main power is? Explosions. The colorful fireworks were just a small fraction 100% mastery could do. He let his hand drop. It would cost too much TP just to remove their weakness. And to upgrade them to a level where they can absorb any power. I doubt Terror Store would make it very affordable. And honestly, I don't have enough smarts like Gwen Stacy or Peter Parker to remove its weakness myself in a lab or something. The fool fan, self-awareness is important in a jester. Now _what_4544, Gwen won't always be able to keep up with you. Are you going to eventually move on to a new arch-nemesis or find a way to increase her own power? Luke smiled confidently, of course, I'll surpass her in just a few more streams. But I won't waste my effort or TP to make her strong. There's no benefit in that for me. And losing on purpose is something I absolutely won't do. He spread his hands. So yes, I'll probably move on to a stronger arch-nemesis. It's just logical. No hard feelings. But isn't that kind of the whole point of T-Stream? The Fool fan donated 2 TP. Jägeristo, true to the agenda, I like it. Jägeristo donated 2 TP. Enemies _to_lovers_enjoyer, ooh no mercy from the villain, that's the charm of enemies to lovers I suppose. Interesting turns of events. Pretty in red, my gut says something big will happen on that specific stream. Clowns Imp 69 at Pretty in red the ship will either get booster rockets or sink so deep below in the ocean that there will be no recovery. I kinda like these stakes. Dravidian, a villain without a lair is like a spider hero without emotional trauma. When are you gonna get a proper place to come up with future schemes in? Luke's tone shifted, a spark of excitement lighting his eyes. Oh, Dravidian. Very soon, actually. Coloco, important question, will you be creating your own organization? Coloco, yes, I will. Luke nodded firmly. And I have a very nice right-hand man almost ready. Just waiting for the universe to do its job. He paused, as if realizing he'd said too much, and let out a small, self-amused chuckle. The Fool fan, that coldness in his voice. Veritas leaked unconsciously again. The Fool fan donated 1 TP. Enemies _to_lovers_enjoyer, do you have a photo of Gwen unmasked? Ah. Now this one. He steepled his fingers. This one's gonna be a TP rain fest. Thanks for reading. patrayon.com/c/marveller. Right now for advanced chapters. Chapter 40, CH39, Q&A Stream 3. Enemies _to_lovers_enjoyer, do you have a photo of Gwen unmasked? Ah. Now this one. He steepled his fingers. This one's gonna be a TP rain fest. Yes, I do have it, enemies _to_lovers_enjoyer. Luke's voice was smooth as silk. I'll show it to you guys for just a second, so keep your eyes open. No blinking. He swiped on his phone and shared a one-time view-only photo with the viewers. And there she was. Gwen Stacy, in her pink and white swimsuit, arms stretched up before a dive into the wave pool. The evening sunlight caught her figure, giving the whole image an ethereal, golden glow. Her blonde hair was somewhat wet, her expression relaxed and happy. Behind her, Alex was also there, and in the corner of the frame, was a smaller reflection of Luke himself, flexing his muscles with a goofy grin. Luke and Alex are not in the image, just imaging him. The chat exploded. Enemies _to lovers enjoyer, apka tufka est vjestva. Enemies _to lovers enjoyer donated 15 TP. Pretty in red, JASDHFKAJSDHFKJASHDKJFH. Pretty in red, my circuits are fried. Show US again. Why was the image one-time view? Pretty in red donated 10 TP. Enemies _to lovers enjoyer, I can't breathe, she's so pretty. Clown Simp 69, I think I noticed him flexing in the background, I'm crying. Clown Simp 69 donated 1 TP. Pretty in red, yeah, I saw it too. They look so good. I need that image injected into my veins. Enemies _to lovers enjoyer, they met OFF stream. The ship is real, the ship is so real. Lord Neon, who's that other girl? That's my sister, Alex. Luke replied. No inappropriate comments about her, please. King _Lewis, is Alex single? Omegaderp, this question/comment was removed by mods. Luke sighed as he watched the chat spiral into beautiful chaos, a satisfied smirk plastered across his face. Xenon _Tashabana, you chose Gwen as your archenemy partly because she's a beautiful woman, right? Be honest with me, it's just the two of us, it's because Gwen is hot, right? He leaned forward, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Look, Xenon. Yes. Gwen is objectively beautiful. I have eyes. You have eyes. The whole chat has eyes. He shrugged. But that's not why I chose her. I chose her because she's the best challenge. She is the true definition of a hero. She's skilled, she's determined, and she doesn't give up. The fact that she looks like that. He gestured in the air, that's just a bonus. A very distracting bonus. Enemies _to lovers enjoyer, he admitted it. He said she's beautiful. This is not a drill. Uranus, bro is down bad and doesn't even know it. I am not down bad, Luke said defensively. I am, aesthetically appreciative. There's a difference. Pretty in red, sure there is, sweetie. Enemies _to lovers enjoyer, keep telling yourself that while you stare at her photo before bed. Pretty in red, why didn't you stream on your pool date? Crying face. Clown Simp 69, it's betrayal. Luke raised an eyebrow. Well, guys. Streams can only be done during quests, no. And I also can't hover my phone around streaming when I'm Luke Dunphy. There was a brief pause in the chat. Then. Jaegeristo, oh, he hasn't realized it yet. The Fool Fan, well, how can he realize it when he hasn't failed a single quest yet? He's a rising goat. URPP at the Fool Fan always rides him as if he owes him money. The Fool Fan, Luke, you are right. You can only stream during quests. But we know that almost every time quest comes with a mandatory and hectic hostage criterion, which can be annoying. Planning a terror attack is already tough, and execution takes time. And we get really starved in the meantime. Which is not very good. Luke read the message, then read it again. His expression shifted from confusion to cautious curiosity. The Fool Fan, you can fail all the quests 3 times without any consequences. But if you fail the 4th time, T-Stream issues a year-long prohibition on the shop as a penalty. Use those 3 safe times to stream whenever you think it'll be entertaining for us. Also, we're not asking this for free. We'll donate at least 50 TP collectively when you stream off quest. Though it has to be judged as entertaining by us. Enemies _to lovers enjoyer at the Fool Fan is right, most streamers use 2 safe attempts for us and keep the 3rd and 4th attempt for the real quest. You can follow the same strategy. Please give us precious look X Gwen moment. Jaegeristo, okay bro, just so you know, I don't really care about your love life. I like your terror style, and your fights are interesting to watch. Please stream only when there's some action. Tataki. Luke leaned back in his chair. The wheels were visibly turning in his head. His brow furrowed slightly, and for the nth time in the stream, there was a hint of genuine doubt on his face. Uranus, damn look at his face, this guy doesn't trust us. Pretty in red, new baby boy, we're trying to help you. Clown Simp 69, imagine the content, my boy. Imagine the TP. The Fool Fan at Uranus, I respect that part, a jester shouldn't trust anyone but himself. Here is a screenshot of another T-streamer's quest logs. Luke leaned forward and studied the screenshot. He straightened back up, a newfound understanding settling on his features. Okay. The proof looks genuine. Thank you for the advice, my kind viewers. He tapped a finger on the table thoughtfully. Next time, if I want to stream impromptu, without hostages, I'll use this trait. But again, I can't stream when I'm Luke Dunphy. I'll only stream when I'm Veritas. The mask stays on for content. Enemies underscore to underscore lovers underscore enjoyer. Oh, a bummer but only a small one. Just remember Luke, when you do brutal segs. We need stream, yeah. Pretty in red at enemies underscore to underscore lovers underscore enjoyer. My thoughts exactly. Us sis us. Uranus, are you a virgin? Luke ignored it. But then everyone started to spam it in the comments. URPP, tell us your virginity status Shaunan. Enemies underscore to underscore lovers underscore enjoyer. Indeed that's a good question. For the plot. We wanna know. Pret in red, yes, tell us tell us. Luke inhaled, a slightly annoyed look on his face. Fine, alright. I am a virgin. The chat was filled with "Aws, cute, don't worry, Gwen will change that," and stuff like that. Then Luke leaned back. Okay, 10 more minutes remaining for this Q&A stream. Any more questions? Enemies underscore to underscore lovers underscore enjoyer. Luke wait, I've got a request. Enemies underscore to underscore lovers underscore enjoyer donated 20 TP. Enemies underscore to underscore lovers underscore enjoyer, consider this donation as an advance payment just for hearing out my request. Phew. This is gonna give me an intense nosebleed. Enemies underscore to underscore lovers underscore enjoyer, can you drop a voice call to Gwen as Veritas and mess with her a bit? I'd love to see you two talk RN. Pretty in red at enemies underscore to underscore lovers underscore enjoyer. That's fucking genius. URPP, LOL it'll be fun, imagine getting a random call from your weekly terrorist. Jaegeristo, LOL, I only care about fights, but even I can't deny that it'll be hilarious. Call Spider-Woman, Veritas. Luke smiled, rubbing his chin slowly. The idea clearly appealed to him. Okay. I agree. He glanced at the time on his phone. Right now it's 7 in the evening. She might be free from her university lectures. He leaned toward the camera, his grin turning sly. But before I call her, I want to clarify. How much TP are we talking about? Enemies underscore to underscore lovers underscore enjoyer. Enemies underscore to underscore lovers underscore enjoyer. 45 more TP is waiting for you just from my wallet, baby boy, tempting mommy voice. Pretty in red, and 10 TP from me. Clownsimp 69, I'll throw in 5 TP for the cause. Uranus, 5 TP if she threatens to punch you LOL. Meanwhile, across the city, Gwen Stacy had just returned to her dorm room. It had been a long day, lectures, lab work, pop quizzes, and a random robbery she had to sneak off campus to stop. She stripped off her daily clothes and pulled on her new spider suit, provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. Its design was the familiar white, black, and pink fabric that hugged her body like a second skin. She wasn't planning anything big, just a quick patrol. Swing around. Clear her head. Maybe stop a mugging or two. She grabbed her mask from the nightstand and then flopped down on her bed, scrolling through her phone. It was linked to the police comms, showing real-time crime reports across the city. She reached for the cold coffee she'd bought on the way home. Ever since that water park day, she'd been kind of chugging 1 cup daily. Cold coffee was nice, she thought. Refreshing. She put one leg up on the bed, crossing it over the other, and took a long sip. Then her phone rang. Gwen furrowed her brows. The caller ID wasn't a number. It was just symbols. Strange, shifting symbols that didn't make any sense. She hesitated for a moment, then picked up. Hello, who's this? There was a pause before the other side replied. A smooth, calm voice that she recognized instantly. Hello, Gwen, why don't you try to guess who I am? Gwen's shoulders tensed. Her grip on the phone tightened. Clowny creep. There was clear annoyance in her tone. There really should be a limit to your creepiness. Ha ha. Veritas laughed softly on the other end. I am very pleased, Gwen. You recognized me with just a few words. What is it? She asked flatly. If it's just a rage-bait call, I'm gonna hang up. It is not. I just wanted to have a heart-to-heart. There was that annoying amusement in his voice, like he was enjoying a private joke she wasn't in on. Back in the hideout, Luke watched the stream comments scroll by as he talked. Enemies underscore to underscore lovers underscore enjoyer, nosebleed stickers. Pretty in red, he said heart-to-heart, this is gold, heart clutch sticker. Clowny simp 69. Her voice is so pretty even when she's annoyed LOL. Luke smiled behind the mask. These viewers are happy with the smallest things. Gwen sighed on the other end. Well, I don't have time for this. I'm gonna hang up. There was a pause, she fiddled with her phone, and then, a flicker of frustration, she spoke, what did you do to my phone? I can't hang up. He snickered. Oh, don't worry. It'll go back to normal when I want it to. His tone shifted, turning mock sad. But Gwen, you really break my heart. Trying to hang up without even listening to a word, see, things like these make me take rash and insane decisions. Gwen sighed heavily into the phone, the sound equal parts exhaustion and irritation. Well, if you were any sane person, you wouldn't be terrorizing the city in the first place, clowny creep. Veritas chuckled, and what do you think I'm doing right now, Gwen? This is called baby steps. Socializing. My dear nerd. Consider it a social service. I'm enjoying this way too much. Luke thought. Get to the point already, I need someplace to go. She said with exasperation. Well, honestly, there was nothing important to talk about. But Luke picked up on her subtle words. Is she going for a patrol? Luke wondered. Veritas took a breath. Okay, this question might be a little creepy, but what are you wearing right now? Enemies _to_lovers_enjoyer, the classic creep call. Pretty in red, local clowny creep once again justifying his nickname, Umfo. The Fool fan, even I have to admit this is mildly amusing. Clown Simp 69, welcome to the dark side, mate. Uranus at the Fool fan bro got corrupted. The Fool fan at Uranus at Clown Simp 69 do not lump me in with the likes of you. I'm better than all of you. Gwen cringed so hard she nearly dropped the phone. Seriously? That's your big heart-to-heart opener. What, are you practicing for a villain hotline scam now? Oh, relax, he said, clearly fighting laughter. I was just wondering if you're still rocking that burnt and torn spider suit, or did S.H.I.E.L.D. finally hook you up with a replacement? It's, I'd say, purely professional curiosity, no creepy intent behind it at all. He was defending himself to both Gwen and the viewers. Gwen raised an eyebrow, flopping back onto her bed with her legs dangling off the edge. She unconsciously started twirling a strand of blonde hair around her finger. She was happy with the S.H.I.E.L.D. recruitment, they had provided her with so much advanced tech. Ah, so you're aware of that little detail, huh? Should I tell you, or should I leave you wondering? There was a pause on Veritas's end. Then, do I sense a little flirty tone in your voice, Gwen? Don't tell me you're twirling your hair as well. Gwen's eyes went wide. She yanked the phone away from her ear and checked it frantically, covering the camera with her thumb. Her heart pounded in her chest. How the hell did he know? She didn't realize it was just a lucky tease. Instead, she assumed he had somehow hacked into her phone camera. A fresh wave of anger surged through her mind. It's a new one, explosion-proof, clowny creep, she said, her voice sharp. And let me warn you, this time, after your explosions, instead of ash you'll see fists. Be ready. Oh, that'll be just lovely. He was amused. Well, anyway, congratulations on your recruitment. Take care of that so-called explosion-proof suit until you fight me. And then he hung up. Enemies _to_lovers_enjoyer, fucking hell lel, where did you learn to talk like that? Pretty in red, you killed it. Lol. Enemies _to_lovers_enjoyer donated 45 TP. Clown Simp 69 donated 5 TP. Uranus, she did threaten to throw fists. Uranus donated 5 TP. Luke chuckled, genuine amusement coloring his voice. I was a little surprised as well. Spider heroes are usually ready with their quips. But today, it was very easy to tease her and get a reaction. Longest chapter BTW. 2,300 words BTW. Thanks for reading BTW. patrayon.com/c/marveller. Right now for advanced chapters. BTW. Chapter 41, CH40, Hypersonic. 2 days after Hill's encounter with Veritas in the car. Agent Maria Hill walked through the maze of a shipping yard. The salty, humid air clung to her skin. She stopped in front of a faded, rusty blue container that blended perfectly with the hundreds of others. She checked her surroundings once, then pulled open the heavy latch. To a normal person, the inside was completely empty and ordinary. But Hill didn't stop at the entrance. She walked straight to the very end of the container and pressed her hand flat against the back wall. Click. The wall slid sideways, revealing a hidden door. This secret chamber was a massive downgrade compared to the shiny, high-tech halls of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters at the Triskelion. There were no giant glass screens. No glowing wires or servers. It was entirely primitive. The walls were lined with heavy firearms. In the corner sat an emergency medical bay. And in the center of the room sat a simple metal desk where Director Nick Fury sat studying some files. Sir, Hill greeted, standing straight and respectful. Agent Hill, Fury said, closing the files and steepling his hands. His one good eye looked sharp. Report. Standing with her hands locked behind her back, Hill began her debrief. She told Fury everything about her encounter with Veritas, right after her meeting with Gwen Stacy. She didn't leave out a single detail. Not the touch on her neck, not his jokes, and certainly not his warnings. When she finished speaking, she stepped forward and placed a file on his desk. It contained every single word Veritas had said, exactly as he had said it, along with her own replies. Since there was no digital recording of the encounter, Hill had typed everything down completely from memory. For a top-tier SHIELD agent, perfect recall was a basic requirement. Fury's expression remained stone, but the air in the tiny room grew heavier. Hydra. The suspicions had been there in his mind for months, but this simple yet horrifying name made everything connect perfectly. If Hydra had really been living inside SHIELD like a parasite for decades, then a lot of unexplained and questionable things suddenly made a lot of sense. Hill watched him process it. When the silence stretched too long, she broke it. "Sir, if what he said is really true," she said, "if Hydra really has taken over SHIELD, they might already know you suspect something. And are just waiting until you make a definitive move. Under the circumstances, should we halt the Lemurian Star hijack?" Fury sat back in his chair, considering her suggestion. It made sense. But in this game of espionage, simply knowing the truth was entirely useless. He needed a weapon. He needed hard, undeniable proof. Fury was a paranoid man. He didn't trust anyone, not even Veritas. But he already had deep suspicions regarding Project Insight. He had reason to believe that the first clue he needed to expose the rot was sitting in the databanks of the Lemurian Star. Project Insight required 3 specialized satellite payloads to bring those massive helicarriers online, and the final payload was scheduled to launch in exactly 12 days. Even if Hydra existed and was watching his every move, they couldn't risk destroying their own critical data before the launch window closed. "No," Fury finally commanded, "the mission stays active." "Understood, sir," Hill replied without missing a beat. "Your next assignment is to contact General Ross, Agent Hill." Fury opened a drawer and slid a thin yellow folder across the desk toward her. The corner of Hill's mouth lifted into a very slight, rare smirk. With the dreadful suspicion that Hydra had infiltrated SHIELD, they couldn't trust anyone in their usual circles. Not their own agents. Not the World Security Council, which was desperately counting down the days to Project Insight's launch. It doesn't even require saying it, but they definitely couldn't trust the politicians. Hell, one of them. Senator Stern had recently been thrown into federal custody due to files that Veritas had leaked onto the internet in his last attack. The man was currently standing trial, and the results were already obvious to everyone. He was either looking at a lifetime in the most secure cell or the death penalty. And Fury couldn't even trust Alexander Pierce, his longtime friend, mentor, and the man who made him the director of SHIELD. But General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross. He was a different story. The man was loud, aggressive, and about as subtle as a sledgehammer. Considering the monumentally foolish decisions the man had made throughout his military career and his obsession with Dr. Bruce Banner, there was simply no way a simpleton like him was secretly a Hydra operative. More importantly, Ross had been promoted to a U.S. Army general a few months after the Battle of New York. He owed Fury more than a few favors. He was one of the very few people on the planet with enough raw military power to back Fury in this crisis, and he would do it with just a single word, without asking too many questions. He wouldn't be given a reason, but he'd have to repay Fury. "And one more thing," Fury added, looking back up at her. "Contact Veritas. Give him the parameters of the hijack, and tell him to broadcast his stream just like he always does. Let him use the Lemurian Star's own satellite arrays if he needs the bandwidth." Based on Hill's report, Fury had a decent grasp of Veritas's powers and information-gathering capabilities. He suspected that right now, even Veritas didn't have concrete evidence of Hydra's infiltration yet. If the Jester had the proof, he would have used it by now, either to get something he wanted or to cause chaos. But Veritas was a wild card. And from what Hill told him, he was targeting Hydra. And that Jester, he would undoubtedly do something to rattle the hornet's nest. It would make Hydra sweat and buy Fury some much-needed time. 12 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. The world spun on. The Dunphy household remained blissfully unaware that its youngest son was moonlighting as an international terrorist. The biggest change was Alex. She had relocated to Caltech for a 3-month research training program before her upcoming 10-month research trip to Antarctica. The Q&A stream was also done. It earned him a solid 139 TP. The patron viewers had also told him about how he can stream even without the hostage criteria. Basically, Luke had 4 tries for each quest before the penalty of locking him out of the shop for a year was issued. They told him to safely fail 2 quests to stream whenever he thought it'd be entertaining for the viewers and keep the last 2 tries for the actual quests. Over the past 12 days, he had gone on a 4-day, freelance demo. During this duration, Veritas didn't appear at all. It was a simple move to plant a seed in his family's subconscious. He needed to break the pattern. He couldn't let them think that every time Luke Dunphy left home for a few days, Veritas magically appeared on every screen. By doing absolutely nothing while away, he planted the idea that Luke's absence and America's somewhat famous terrorist's appearance had zero connection. And now, today, Luke was on another trip. He had been away from home for 2 days now, and today, on day 3, the Dunphy family's youngest son was going to terrorize once again. 5 days ago, Maria Hill had sent him the mission details and the rendezvous point on the secure line that he created with his phone with hers. Since the Lemurian star was currently floating in the Indian Ocean, George Batrock, his mercenary unit, and Veritas were supposed to meet up in Chennai, a major coastal city in India. Luke, dressed in a dusty, damaged black hoodie and loose trousers, stepped out of the mouth of a railway tunnel. This tunnel was far away from any of his usual hideouts or populated city streets. Anti-surveillance was already on, so worries of getting spotted by a camera or satellite. The night air felt cool on his sweaty face. He unlocked the screen, and his T-Stream interface popped up, displaying the details of his upcoming quest. Quest, live terror stream. Objective, conduct a live-streamed event within any public, commercial, private, or restricted facility. Conditions: 30+ minutes duration. 20+ hostages. Reward, Terror Shop discount voucher, 50% off, plus 140 terror points. Bonus condition: engage in battle with a superpowered individual. Bonus reward, plus 100 terror points, extra points awarded depending on enemy strength. He cracked his fingers, rotated his shoulders to loosen up, and tapped the equip button next to his terror outfit on the screen. In a blink, the dusty civilian clothes vanished. In their place was the signature look of Veritas, a sharply tailored black suit over a crisp white shirt, topped off with the grinning, unsettling white jester mask. He needed to reach Chennai, India. A quick mental check reminded him that the distance between his current spot in America and the coastal Indian city was roughly 7,400 miles, 11909 km. Since his Flying Thunder God technique strictly required a pre-existing physical mark to teleport to, Luke couldn't just pop over there in the blink of an eye. He had never been to India, so there were no marks waiting for him. To be fair, there were so many other creative ways to make his travel easier, but this guy. He wanted to test his upgraded powers out. The distance was large, sure. But is it really that big a deal? Luke thought, the wide, painted grin on his mask perfectly matching the cocky smirk forming underneath it. He glanced at the time on the top corner of his phone. It was 11:33 p.m. Let's see just how long it takes for me to cover this distance with a 100% mastery of explosion quirk. He mused, doing a few light hops on his toes to warm up his legs. Then, Luke readied his posture. He bent his knees slightly and positioned his hands straight back beside his waist, palms facing the ground behind him, much like a human rocket. He took one deep breath of the cool night air. And then, he disappeared. But this time, it was not the silent, instantaneous flash of the Flying Thunder God. Boom. A deafening shockwave shattered the quiet night. The sheer, terrifying propulsion from his explosion quirk cracked the concrete beneath him, kicking up a massive storm of dust, rocks, and debris. Like a blazing, uncontrollable meteor, Luke shot diagonally into the night sky, leaving a trail of fireworks and a sonic boom echoing in his wake. The speed, the wind, the feeling of power, it was exhilarating. Ha ha ha, the laugh just escaped his lips. Woohoo. Let's see how many Machs I can actually achieve. Boom. Boom. Deafening explosions tore through the clouds like rapid-fire thunderclaps. With every massive, blinding blast from his whole body, Luke propelled himself faster, reaching hypersonic speed, carving a violent trail of orange fireworks across the pitch-black sky. Boom. At Mach 5, he became a fiery comet, tearing through the stratosphere. Luke pushed harder. Explosion after explosion rippled across the upper atmosphere, rapidly accelerating his explosive flight until he peaked at a mind-bending Mach 6. Important A/N, just a quick note, I've expanded the quest objective slightly by adding a few more facility categories. This was mainly done so locations like the Lemurian star can qualify as valid targets, since they don't neatly fit under the original, commercial or public facility, wording. There will probably be other locations Veritas targets in the future that fall into the same gray area. For consistency, just assume that every quest up to this point has always used the updated objective wording, even if it wasn't explicitly written that way before. Thanks for reading. patrayon.com/c/marveller. Right now for advanced chapters. Also just wanted to inform you guys, tomorrow my elder sister's getting engaged, so I have to attend it. Tomorrow no chapter's getting released, but I'll probably post a chapter on Thursday, even though it's the no chap day. Chapter 42, CH41, Lemurian Star Hijack I. Hey guys. I know I took an extra day off, but the traveling and then work took a lot of time. I'll make it up for it with double release in a couple of days or a super big chapter. Thanks for waiting. Enjoy your chap. Comment a lot. And drop reviews if you can. I absolutely love reading those big, black and long blocks of reviews. Chennai, India, 11:33 a.m. local time. He was back in his civilian disguise, the dusty black hoodie, loose trousers, a standard blue medical mask, and dark sunglasses. It wasn't the most comfortable outfit for the tropical heat, but it was excellent for staying unrecognized. Not even required saying it, but anti-surveillance was on. The city was alive. Even on the outskirts. He even spotted some street food stalls and coconut vendors. A cow stood chewing lazily by the roadside, utterly unimpressed by the soon-to-be international terrorist passing by. "Tough crowd," Luke muttered at the cow. The cow chewed slower. Judgmentally. He trudged down an empty, uneven, muddy lane. He kept his head down, his eyes glued to the GPS navigation on his phone as the little blue dot inched closer to a red pin. Ahead, the muddy dirt road bled into a dense, overgrown patch of tropical forest. Luke glanced at his screen. The destination was a mere 900 meters away. Perfect. He swiped his screen, pulling up the T-Stream interface, and tapped the equip button. To be honest, a three-piece suit and white jester mask, too, wasn't exactly ideal for the Chennai climate either, but fashion over function was practically the first rule of international terrorism. Well, sweat wasn't a problem for this man, it was his main power after all. Luke continued his walk through the trees for a short while until the foliage broke, revealing a massive, dilapidated structure. It looked like an abandoned ship garage or a makeshift dry dock. The metal siding was rusted from years of salty ocean air, and the whole place looked like it hadn't seen a single piece of legal activity in decades. It was the perfect spot for a secret mercenary meetup. Veritas approached the door and gave the metal door a couple of knocks. Knock. Knock. He stood perfectly still and waited. About a minute later, he heard footsteps from the other side. A small sliding window in the door scraped open. A pair of suspicious eyes peered out. Veritas raised one gloved hand and gave a cheerful little wave. Fingers wiggling. The painted grin on his mask aimed directly at the peephole. A muffled voice came from inside, French accented, spooked, and not at all pleased. That scared me. Murd. Luke snorted. The heavy metal door groaned as it was pulled open from the inside. The man who had opened the door, a tall, slim mercenary clad in dark tactical gear, stepped back and gestured with a jerk of his head. "Come with me, clown," he muttered, his French accent was thick. "Batrock has already started the briefing." Veritas trailed behind him, his footsteps echoing softly. "Ah, he started without me. That is kinda cold of him," he whined, shaking his head. "And Renard, buddy, you have absolutely zero sense of hospitality. I came flying all the way from New York, and you didn't even ask if I wanted a glass of water. A coconut, maybe. My throat is parched." Renard stiffened, hearing his real name and not his mercenary name, but kept walking, choosing the very wise tactic of completely ignoring the masked lunatic trailing behind him. Veritas knew exactly who Renard was. Antoine Renard, alias Dorand. 34. Former French Foreign Legion. Engine expert. 5 years with Batrock's crew. Maria Hill had followed Veritas's instructions beautifully. He'd asked for the life history of every person who would be on that ship with him, and she'd done exactly that. She was an incredibly sharp agent, and reading perfectly between the lines was a really simple task for her. Basically, along with the Lemurian star crew and passengers' details, she had included the full dossiers of Batrock's entire crew as well. Give that woman a raise. Luke thought fondly. Renard led him down a short, dimly lit hallway and pushed open a set of double doors, revealing a much larger warehouse room. At the front of the room stood Georges Batrock himself. He was pacing in front of a large corkboard heavily decorated with photos of a massive ship, blueprints of its interior decks, and patrol routes. The ship in the pictures was none other than the Lemurian Star. Sitting on crates, rusted barrels, and folding chairs were the rest of the crew. The fodders. There were exactly 25 of them. But calling them fodder was just Luke's personal inside joke. These were top-tier, highly trained mercenaries, and fiercely loyal to Batrock the Leaper. Batrock was in the middle of a rapid-fire explanation in French, pointing sharply at the blueprints. Luke found an empty ammo crate right next to a heavily armed, mean-looking merc and quietly took a seat. He sat up perfectly straight, resting his hands on his knees like a student who had sneaked into a college lecture 10 minutes late. He nodded along to Batrock's French words even though he couldn't understand shit. It only took a few seconds for Batrock to notice the glaringly obvious man in a three-piece suit and a white jester mask sitting in the back of the room. Batrock paused. He gave Veritas a long, evaluating look, sighed softly, and then switched his language, continuing the briefing in heavily accented English. His men were multilingual, but most Americans weren't. Batrock knew that much. The primary security checkpoint is here, Batrock continued, now in crisp, French-accented English. 2 guards minimum at all times. Alarm switch is at this point, press it without second thought when encountering a variable. Veritas gasped loudly. He clutched both hands over his heart and leaned entirely too close to the middle-aged mercenary sitting next to him. Did you see that? "Oh my God," Veritas whispered loudly in a dramatic awe. "That is so considerate of him. I think I love him." The mercenary slowly turned his head, gave the grinning jester a deeply scornful glare, and then scooted his crate a few inches away. He went right back to ignoring him. Tough crowd again, Luke thought to himself. As Batroc finished assigning the squads, detailing the infiltration routes, and establishing the comms silence protocols, Luke had to admit, the men knew his art. Batroc's plan to hijack the Lemurian star was genuinely impeccable. There were no faulty lines of logic, no glaring blind spots, and he had accounted for multiple unexpected variables. Batroc's plan would work perfectly right up until the moment a super patriot shows up with a team of insanely skilled strike commandos, and a sexy widow. This time, hopefully, the Gwen would be there as well. Batroc tapped the picture of the ship with a marker, drawing the room's total focus. Once the ship is secure and the crew is restrained, Batroc announced, with a grin, our demand will be simple. $1.5 billion. As Batroc's confident declaration hung in the air, a slow, obnoxious sound broke the silence. Clap. 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 Veritas stood up from his ammo crate, clapping his gloved hands together. Bravo, Batroc. Excellent plan for the initial hijack. 10 out of 10. Truly impeccable, Veritas cheered, casually strolling down the makeshift aisle between the seated mercenaries. The pacing, the contingencies, the infiltration routes. Chef's kiss. But, quick question from the back row, what exactly is my part in all this? And don't break my fragile heart by saying I've been benched. Ah, Batroc drawled, his eyes locking onto the stark white jester mask. He stood his ground, radiating arrogant confidence. Veritas, NSCE pa. The employers did say you would be joining us. But alas, there simply is no part for you to play, nor is there a share of the profit for you. Batroc gestured proudly to the room full of armed men. An operation like this requires absolute trust. These guys have been my comrades for years. These men are hardened soldiers, elite mercenaries. They would lay down their lives for me at a single word. You, on the other hand, are nothing but an amateur American clown. A few of the mercenaries chuckled darkly. Veritas nodded thoughtfully, crossing his arms and tapping his chin as he walked towards Batroc. That's a really valid point, George. I wholly and completely agree. You have a great bond going on here. But please, do not forget what we are actually taking here. It is not just some random commercial freighter or a covert government vessel. It's shields. Veritas closed the remaining distance, stopping just a few feet away from the Algerian mercenary. You really think they are just going to sit around and hand you $1.5 billion on a silver platter? No. SHIELD doesn't negotiate. And that is because SHIELD doesn't have to. They have technology far surpassing the world we see on the news. Trust me, they'll be on us before we've even taken a breather to count the hostages. Veritas leaned in slightly, his voice dropping into something far more serious than before. They will send their star-spangled patriot and a team of commandos infinitely more skilled than these so-called, hardened, trusted men of yours. George. Veritas reached out and gently placed a hand on Batroc's shoulder. Clack 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 clack. Instantly, 25 high-caliber firearms were raised. Every single barrel in the room clicked off its safety and aimed directly at the jester's head. Veritas let out a long, exaggerated sigh, his shoulders slumping. And then... boom. 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 25 miniature explosions detonated in perfect synchronization. Each one popped right behind the heads of Batroc's men, tiny, controlled bursts with just enough concussive force to drop a grown man instantly. The mercenaries crumpled. All 25 of them. Like puppets with their strings cut. Thudding against the concrete floor, completely unconscious and with an unfortunate burnt, bald spot behind their heads. 100% explosion quirk mastery. With it came the secondary explosion aspect, and it was a beautiful thing. You see, during the entire duration he'd been sitting there, nodding attentively to Batroc's brilliant plan, Luke had been busy. He'd guided beads of his nitroglycerin sweat, tiny, invisible, silent, floating them through the air like minuscule bullets. One by one, he'd stuck them to the back of every single mercenary's head. Like putting name tags. And now, the so-called hardened, trusted men were all taking a very unexpected nap. Veritas turned back to face him fully, and the black smile painted on his jester mask moved. The dark line curled upward at the corners, stretching wider and wider until it became something deeply, fundamentally wrong. The mask was alive. The mask was smiling at him. The hand on his shoulder squeezed gently. Almost comfortingly, if it wasn't for the intense heat radiating from his palm. Batroc's hardened heart pounded behind his chest, but he kept his face vigilant. This madman, this situation seemed hopeless. To get what you want, George. To stand up against S.H.I.E.L.D. on an equal or above ground to actually demand something from them, just these trusted men won't do. Veritas added, you have to show them hopelessness, and for that you need my strength. Thanks for reading. powerrrr.com/c/marveller. Right now for advanced chapters. Chapter 43, CH-42, Lemurian Star Hijack 2. While the mercenary spent the next few minutes unconscious, the two terrorists had a little private heart-to-heart to restructure their operation. 3 ground rules were firmly established. First, the control of the hostages and all direct negotiations with S.H.I.E.L.D. would be handled exclusively by the Jester. Second, Veritas would take a clean 35% of the ransom. Internally, Luke couldn't care less about his cut. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. miraculously conceded and wired them the money, it was practically useless. Digital funds could be traced in a microsecond by S.H.I.E.L.D. algorithms, and as for physical cash, they undoubtedly had a way to track the serial numbers on every single bill down to the specific vending machine it ended up in. But Luke still had to demand his share. After all, what kind of self-respecting international terrorist does a job pro bono? If he didn't act greedy, Batroc might start questioning his true motives. Last but not least, Batroc's men would obey Veritas's orders without hesitation or question, unless there was a direct, conflicting counterorder from Batroc himself. The last condition came with a chilling warning. If another gun was pointed at Veritas again, then it won't be a cute miniature explosion that just knocked them unconscious. It'll be a very bloody fireworks show. With the new chain of command crystal clear, the group moved out. They piled into a fleet of tinted SUVs, leaving the shabby garage behind. By 4 p.m., with the afternoon sun slowly moving lower in the sky, they boarded 2 fast tactical boats. The engines started, and the boat sped across the ocean waves toward the Lemurian star's coordinates. At exactly 7:13 p.m., the Lemurian star appeared on the horizon. She was massive. A mobile satellite launch platform that looked more like a floating fortress than any kind of commercial vessel. Steel and lights and radio towers stretching up into the darkened sky. However, it only looked intimidating. In reality, the ship didn't have many defenses set up. And right now, she was criminally underguarded, too. Batroc's men moved first. Grappling hooks flew through the air, catching the lower railings with soft metallic clicks. One by one, they scaled the hull. The infiltration had begun. 7:34 p.m. It was almost too easy. The ship's crew, mostly technicians and engineers with just a dozen soldiers, were rounded up in less than half an hour. The soldiers tried to put up a fight in the lower corridors, but they were outnumbered and outmatched. Batroc's crew had them disarmed and bound before they could even reach for their radios. They had yet to announce the hijack and demand the ransom from S.H.I.E.L.D. But S.H.I.E.L.D., of course, wasn't unaware of this hijack, and they had already mobilized the response team. On the other side of the globe, in America, a team of strike commandos was already assembled and prepared, waiting for the final personnel assigned to the rescue mission to arrive. Meanwhile, up in the ship's main command deck, Veritas stood casually by the massive floor-to-ceiling glass windows, looking out at the dark, rolling ocean with his arms crossed. Hovering in the air just a few feet behind him was his smartphone, its lenses panned lazily around the room. Luke had already started the stream for the patrons. However, the quest timer hadn't been activated yet. The hostages weren't aware of Veritas's presence right now after all. But he couldn't go to them right now. There was one last preparation step that he was waiting for. This stream was going to be a bit more special than usual. More emotional and brutal than any of his previous streams. Behind the jester, Georges Batroc was all business. He turned to his right-hand mercenary. "Contact Dorand," Batroc ordered, "tell him to kill the ship's engines." The mercenary nodded sharply, reaching for his radio. "Oui, Bartek." Just then, the heavy door to the command deck swung open. 2 mercenaries came through, dragging a third man between them. The man was bald, wore glasses, and was dressed in a rumpled gray suit with a blue shirt underneath. His wrists were bound with metal restraints behind his back. "Veritas," one of the mercs announced. "Brought the men you asked for." The man on the floor was S.H.I.E.L.D. officer Jasper Sitwell. Up until this exact second, all Sitwell knew was that some heavily armed French-speaking pirates had hijacked the ship. A dire situation, sure, but not a terrifying one. But the moment he heard that name, Veritas, his eyes widened in absolute horror. "Thank you, guys," Veritas said as he walked toward the captive. "But really, you didn't have to drag the poor man all the way up here like a sack of potatoes." "Ah." His voice turned sad, concerned, almost empathetic. "You bound his hands, too." Sitwell's heart pounded furiously against his ribs. He wasn't going to be fooled by this madman's fake empathy. He knew exactly who Veritas was. This was the anomaly who had murdered Patrick Sane, a top-tier Hydra operative. This was the same guy who had leaked Senator Stern's darkest secrets to the internet, ending his political career and guaranteeing him a life imprisonment or worse death sentence. 2 Hydra men cut down in a single day. Was that a coincidence or intentional? Sitwell didn't know. And now, he had hijacked a ship with Sitwell on it. Sitwell watched with wide, fearful eyes as the jester approached. This wasn't a pirate. This wasn't some random mercenary looking for a payday. This was a threat. A real one. Jasper Sitwell, Veritas said, "What a pleasure. I've heard so much about you. All good things, I promise." "Well, mostly good." Veritas stepped around him. Sitwell stiffened as the masked man moved behind his back. Sitwell felt a bit of heat around his wrists. It didn't hurt. It was just warm. A moment later, the metallic restraints around his wrists suddenly fell apart. Veritas had burned them off with nothing but his fingers. Before he could process further, Veritas leaned in close. The mask's white surface was inches from Sitwell's ear. And then Veritas whispered. Just 2 words. Spoken so quietly that not even Batrock, standing only a few feet away, could hear them. Hail. Hydra. Sitwell froze. For a split second, absolute confusion washed over his face. Then came a sudden, massive wave of realization in his Hydra mind. His thoughts raced, connecting the dots, followed quickly by an immense sense of relief and happiness. Of course, Sitwell thought with a relieved smile, he was very mistaken. Washington, D.C., USA. It was a bright, beautiful morning in the nation's capital. The early breeze was crisp and pleasant on the lungs. Like any other peaceful morning, the early birds and runners were out in full force, taking their usual jogging routes around the National Mall and the tidal basin. Sam Wilson panted heavily as he ran. Sweat dripped down his forehead, and his legs felt like they were slowly turning to lead. Then he heard it, behind him, the sound of rapidly approaching footsteps. Fast, way too fast. Sam shook his head in mild annoyance, a tired but amused smile tugging at his lips. Don't say it. Don't you say it, he repeated, trying to push his aching muscles to go just a little bit faster. On your left, said a handsome, ridiculously fit blond man as he breezed past him without breaking a sweat. Come on. Sam groaned, putting on a sudden burst of speed to catch up. It lasted for about 3 seconds before his lungs begged for mercy. A while later. Sam was slumped against a tree near the Lincoln Memorial, one hand clutching his chest, the other waving weakly at the air. His breathing sounded like a vacuum cleaner trying to inhale a sock. Need a medic. Steve Rogers appeared beside him, barely sweating at all. He had completed another lap. Of course, he had. I need a new set of lungs, Sam replied between gasps and laughs. Dude. You just ran, like, 13 miles in 30 minutes. Steve put his hands on his hips, smiling that annoyingly sincere smile. I guess I got a late start. Sam laughed despite himself. Really? You should be ashamed of yourself. You should take another law. BZZZT, BZZZT, Sam's sentence was suddenly cut short by a violent vibration and alert sound in his pocket. At the exact same second, Steve's phone was screaming in his pocket, too. Sam pulled his phone out. He noticed that completely unprompted, a video player had forced itself open, locking out all other functions. A giant, bold countdown was ticking down in the center of the screen, 6, 5, 4. Steve frowned, pulling his own phone from his pocket to see the exact same thing. Steve quickly looked around the park. The morning runners who had just been jogging past them had all slowed down to a halt. Cyclists were pulling over to the side of the path and people walking their dogs were frozen, staring down at their devices. Everyone in the park shared the exact same confused, slightly alarmed expression. Every single screen in the area had been hijacked at the exact same moment. 3, 2, 1, 0. The countdown vanished. The screen flickered with a brief burst of static. And then, what greeted the people of Washington, D.C., no, what greeted the entirety of America, was a very well-known and infamous figure. A crisp white shirt. A perfectly tailored black suit. And that haunting, ever-grinning white jester mask with dried tear marks running below the eyes. Veritas. Greetings, America. Image. Also a few things I'd like to clarify, Lemurian Star really didn't have many guards in the canon as well. And Sitwell's full thoughts will be explained in the next chapter. A super long chapter is on the way, 5k plus words, ch 45. Thanks for reading. powerrrr.com/c/marveller. Right now for advanced chapters. Chapter 44, ch 43, Lemurian Star Hijack 3. Hail. Hydra. Veritas whispered, and hearing his words, Sitwell froze. For a split second, absolute confusion washed over his face. He's a Hydra. Sitwell's thoughts raced. But he cut down Patrick and Stern. No, wait, what if? Then came a sudden, massive wave of realization in his highly indoctrinated Hydra mind. His thoughts raced, connecting the dots, followed quickly by an immense sense of relief and happiness. Before now, the reason Veritas had taken down 2 specific Hydra executives on a single day had been a mystery to Sitwell. Was it a freak coincidence? Or was this exploding madman actively hunting them? Sure, the internet claimed that Veritas knew everything about his victims. But even considering Veritas's insane information-gathering abilities, it simply didn't make sense for an outsider to know about Hydra. After all, they had been hiding in plain sight for decades. They were exceptionally careful. They even had special guidelines and technology specifically designed to prevent their exposure to mind readers like Charles Xavier. Hail. Hydra. These 2 words cleared his doubts. The reason he removed Patrick Sane and Senator Stern. Of course. Sitwell thought with a relieved smile. It must have been an execution order from above. After all, hadn't Stern failed to achieve anything meaningful with all his political power? He couldn't even get Tony Stark to hand over the Iron Man suit or the arc reactor blueprints. Freaking Hammer Industries, a joke of a company, somehow managed to get their hands on a power source before Stern ever did. And as for Patrick, that guy was completely lost in his own twisted, carnal pleasures. For the past few years, he had done the absolute bare minimum as a so-called top Hydra operative. He only supplied mutant kids to the labs when directly ordered to, completely ignoring the bigger, grander objective of raising an army of brainwashed children for Hydra. He was too busy satisfying his own gross desires to focus on the mission. Luke smiled behind his mask, watching Sitwell's face go from confusion to realization to relief in a matter of seconds. I mean, this is the same man who handed Loki's scepter to Captain America, the biggest known Hydra hater in history, just because Cap whispered those exact same 2 words in an elevator. I swear, Hail Hydra is a literal cheat code in this universe, Luke thought, highly amused. Walk with me, Sitwell, Veritas said, casually turning and walking out of the command deck. Sitwell scrambled up from the floor, hurriedly dusting off his rumpled gray suit, and followed behind the jester with quick steps. But as they walked down the ship's steel corridor, a new, dreadful thought suddenly crashed into Sitwell's mind. Wait a minute. Why is Veritas on this ship? Don't tell me, did Pierce send him to execute me, too? As Sitwell caught up to the masked terrorist, that nervous, sweaty look was right back on his face. He looked like a man walking to the gallows, completely unsure of his fate. Sensing the man's rising panic, Veritas casually threw a friendly arm around Sitwell's shoulder. Agent Sitwell, Veritas asked pleasantly, I believe the task you came here for is finished. Sitwell nervously eyed the gloved hand over his shoulder, then looked up at the mask. Yes, it's done, Sitwell squeaked out, trying to sound professional. Fury's passwords and biometrics have been successfully removed from all the databanks. Veritas nodded approvingly. As they reached the outer deck, Veritas paused, dropping his arm, and turned to face the bald agent head-on. And are you fully aware of the reasons for your task, Jasper? Sitwell hesitated. Even within Hydra, there were strict layers of secrecy. The left hand rarely knew what the right hand was doing, and only the absolute top brass knew the full picture. I wasn't told the exact reason. Sitwell admitted carefully. But I'm guessing we're discarding Fury soon. He must have become a hindrance, like Howard Stark. You are correct, Sitwell, Veritas praised. Fury's paranoid mind has started poking around in places it shouldn't. He has deep suspicions regarding Project Insight, and he desperately wants to delay it. Veritas leaned in closer. Fury needs to be eliminated. But it can't be simple, he's the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., after all. For the new world order of Hydra to actually take place without any hindrances, I was sent here to plant undeniable evidence. Evidence that will prove to the World Security Council that Fury is a traitor to his own agency. A sly, knowing smile slowly crept across Sitwell's face. Finally, all the doubts in his mind evaporated. It was a brilliant, flawless plan. Batroc and I are going to execute some hostages on a live broadcast. But I'd rather not have a fellow Hydra die by my own hand. Veritas tilted his head slightly. So then, how many of us are in there? With a smile, Sitwell opened his mouth to speak. A few minutes later, Sitwell was found shoved in a cramped cupboard with clothes stuffed into his mouth, like a high school bully's victim. Back in the ship's main gallery, 47 S.H.I.E.L.D. employees and guards were bound tightly and seated in neat rows of chairs, all facing forward. Batroc's men paced the room, keeping a watchful eye on them. Every so often, they would shove the barrel of a rifle into a captive's face just for twitching. You want a bullet to your head, eh? A middle-aged mercenary growled, pressing his rifle against a female agent's forehead. The technician agent didn't flinch. She just stared straight ahead. Even in this dire situation, surrounded by armed killers, one crucial thing was missing from these hostages: fear. They were nervous, maybe, but they were absolutely certain that these French pirates wouldn't just start executing them. After all, dead hostages meant losing all your bargaining chips. They had absolute trust in S.H.I.E.L.D. They were sure they were going to get rescued in a matter of a couple of hours. Suddenly, the heavy double doors swung open. In walked an Algerian man, Georges Batroc, alongside a black-haired man wearing a stark white jester mask, Veritas. Two heavily armed mercenaries followed closely behind them like a pair of bodyguards. Veritas stopped for a moment, slowly scanning the room to look at each and every hostage. Then, he casually strolled toward the front of the gallery. "Hello, valuable personnel of S.H.I.E.L.D." Veritas greeted them warmly, like a tour guide welcoming a fresh batch of tourists. His smartphone hovered a few feet behind him, capturing every angle. Such calm, fearless faces. Veritas mused, pacing back and forth. "But, no matter how brave you guys are, I know this is a massive inconvenience for you. I have undoubtedly troubled you just for my own personal affairs, and for that, I apologize. But don't worry. I won't keep you tied up here for too long. I'm going to put my demands to S.H.I.E.L.D. and the American government, and the sooner they agree, the sooner we let you go." Even though most of them were just techies and engineers, they were still highly trained S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. They kept their composure even in front of Veritas. "But you see," Veritas continued, walking forward and casually dragging a metal chair to the center of the room, and sat down on it. "It's my very first time greeting such brave hostages. Not a flicker of fear in your eyes. Not a single drop of sweat on foreheads." He pressed a gloved hand to his chest. "I feel a very pleasant, fuzzy warmth in my heart just looking at you." He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a playful whisper. "I think, just like how I've made Batroc and his men my new best friends, we can all form a bond as well. And I have a really entertaining game we can play to form the friendly bond while we wait for S.H.I.E.L.D. to respond." Still seated, Veritas stretched his arms wide, then, he stood up. "But first things first. Before we begin the festivities, let me officially put our demands in front of them." The floating phone drifted forward, hovering right in front of him. Normally, the Terror Systems broadcast stream on all devices. Tool had a strict maximum range of 100 kilometers. But thanks to Maria Hill, Veritas had full access to the Lemurian Star's advanced satellite array credentials. This wasn't going to be a local New York stream. This broadcast was being beamed directly to every active screen across the entirety of the United States. "Greetings, America." Veritas began. His voice was calm, pleasant, and unsettlingly warm. The eerie black smile on his mask stayed frozen as he spoke directly into the lens. Almost instantly, the public chat box on his interface absolutely exploded. "Healer 312, AO first. Light Dark 8765, at Healer 312 no. Ashley, holy shit, this screen hijack has never been a good news. Adorable_filter, did I hear it right or did he just greet the whole of America instead of just New York like usual? El Nino, at adorable_filter, you heard it right, this time he's streaming nationwide. Watching from Texas RN. Caffeine Witch, oh, come on, I just woke up. I didn't even have a coffee yet. CJ, Spider-Woman, please see Psy. Blank profile, fucking hell, this guy is back. Luke's eyes, of course, couldn't follow the sea of texts. He smiled and continued. The black painted smile on his mask seemed to stretch just a little bit wider. He opened his arms again, welcoming the digital audience. "I wanted to share some very good news with everyone," Veritas announced cheerfully. "I am not the lonely jester anymore. I've finally made some friends. Thanks for reading. powerrrr.com/c/marveller. Right now for advanced chapters. Chapter 45, CH44, Lemurian Star Hijack 4. Veritas's black painted smile on his mask seemed to stretch just a little bit wider. He opened his arms again, welcoming the digital audience. "I wanted to share some very good news with everyone," Veritas announced cheerfully. "I am not the lonely jester anymore. I've finally made some friends." Luke stepped in and draped an arm around Batroc's shoulder, pulling him into the frame. "Everyone, meet Georges Batroc, my new friend," Veritas said, his voice brimming with happiness. "Our professions are actually very similar. He's a very relatable guy, and we hit it off instantly. It was basically friendship at first sight." Watching himself on the phone screen as the front camera recorded them, Batroc unknowingly gave an uncharacteristically awkward, stiff smile. Then, the camera panned further back, showing the heavily armed men standing behind them. Veritas removed his arm from Batroc and gestured toward the group. "And these guys? They are Batroc's friends. Which makes them my friends too, by correlation." The camera floated back to center on Luke. He clasped his hands together in front of his chest, his tone shifting into one of deep, mocking sympathy. "But there is a very small issue, America. You see, Batroc and his buddies are in dire need of money. For very deep and emotional reasons." Veritas paused dramatically. "They want to buy expensive stuff. He sighed, shaking his head. He offered me a cut, too. But that's not the point. A friend in need is a friend indeed. So here we are, floating somewhere out in the beautiful Indian Ocean, on a very covert ship, accompanied by some truly amazing guests. The camera hovered just behind Luke's head, tilting down to show a room filled with hostages tied up in chairs. The public chat on the live stream immediately started moving so fast that it was a complete blur of panic. But before the public could even process the view, the phone snapped back to the Veritas. He grabbed it with both hands, pulling the lens close to his mask. Too close. His cheerful demeanor vanished instantly. Listen to me very closely, SHIELD Director Nicholas J. Fury. This ship is Lemurian Star, your satellite launch vessel. And I have some very nice and bound guests here, some of the very brave people who work for you. So, if you want them to go back to their homes and families in one single, non-scattered piece, you're gonna have to send. Luke tilted his head slightly away from the camera and whispered loudly toward Batroc. How much was it again, buddy? The scene managed to look goofy even in this terrifying situation. $1.5 billion, Batroc replied, arms crossed over his chest, giving off a cocky grin. He was starting to actually like this madman. Luke instantly snapped his head back to the camera, repeating the amount. Right. You're gonna send us $1.5 billion American dollars. In a nice, untraceable transfer. Bartik's gonna send you the details in a bit. Veritas's tone shifted back into that cold voice. Now, I really don't want to wait here for too long. So, if I don't get a nice and agreeable response in 35 minutes. His next words were so terrifying that none of his earlier goofiness could possibly make the public suppress the fear they caused. Well, I'll have to start a very bloody fireworks show. Your brave agents would suffer the same fate as Patrick Sane. He tapped an impatient rhythm on the side of his mask. So, chop chop, Nicky Freaky. Time's ticking. Veritas, Batroc spoke up from behind, I am heading up to the command deck. To the radio room. Sure thing, Batroc. Veritas chirped. Batroc turned to the men flanking him. Allons y, opont de commandment. Les otages sont à Veritas. Let's go, to the command deck. The hostages are Veritas's. Batroc ordered in French, but Luke got the gist of it. The two mercenaries nodded and followed their boss out of the steel doors. Veritas waved them a slow, slightly sad goodbye. Well, Batroc has to go send the banking details so SHIELD can actually wire the ransom to us. So yeah. Batroc is leaving me alone for a while with his other buddies. He grabbed a metal folding chair and dragged it across the floor until it was directly in front of the center of the crowd. Screech. The piercing screech of the chair's metal legs on the floor grated on everyone's ears before it abruptly died, plunging the room in suffocating silence. Veritas sat down on the chair, leaning back casually. Now that my best friend has left for some work. Veritas sighed, crossing his legs. I'm feeling very lonely again. Right now, the gallery contained Veritas, 5 mercenaries with rifles, and 47 tied-up hostages. The jester's mask still had that unmoving grin. He hadn't even raised a weapon yet, but those simple words sent a cold shiver down the spines of the newer agents. He raised his chin, looking at the rows of faces. Ah yes, that reminds me. Didn't I say I'd befriend you all? Yes. That's right. I've got a great idea. He stood up suddenly, clasping his hands together. You see, we have to choose some people who will have to die if SHIELD doesn't pay up in 35 minutes, right? So, why don't we play a game for it? It'll help us form an actual bond while also helping us create that final, to-be-executed, list in the meantime. 2 birds with 1 stone. Isn't that great? He began to pace, his boots clicking rhythmically. The name of the game is Truth or Die. It's just a slightly modified version of Truth or Dare, really. He walked between the hostages and finally stopped directly in front of a female hostage in the 3rd row. He leaned down, putting both hands on the armrests of her chair, matching her eye level. The painted lips on the mask seemed to stretch even wider as he moved closer. Will you be the first player, Agent Luna? Luna Graham kept her face perfectly indifferent. She stared back at the glaring white mask without blinking. Her SHIELD training had taught her well, terrorists of this kind drew sick pleasure from their victims' reactions. She was absolutely determined not to give this madman the fear he wanted. But Veritas wasn't looking at just her. It was very faint, but he noticed a shift in the expressions of the 2 male agents sitting directly beside her. They had flinched just barely. However, they weren't afraid for themselves, no, they were afraid for her. Luna Graham was a relatively new recruit, having worked in the communications and router configuration team for about 8 months. To her small team of 8 agents, she was absolutely the most cheerful girl in the whole world. Her personality was exactly like the classic sunshine character in a fantasy adventure novel, the one whose pure, sweet nature completely melts the hearts of an entire guild full of grumpy, hardened veteran adventurers until every single one of them is ready to die to protect her. And right now, this brave, beloved girl was staring directly into the unreasonable madman's eyes. Veritas straightened up. Marcel, drag her seat to the front. A couple of minutes later, Luna was positioned directly in front of a seated Veritas. Her expression hadn't changed, her fearless eyes stared right back at the dark, hollow eye holes of his white jester mask. Veritas sat with one leg crossed over the other, staring straight at her. Now then, let me explain the rules, Veritas said, gesturing with his hands. You get to ask questions of me, and then I ask them of you. The one who lies, dies. And I am the one who judges the answers for both of us. Basically, I'm the verifier, you can call me Veritas. He chuckled at his own pun before waving his hand dismissively. Alright, forget that embarrassing last statement. It just slipped out of my mouth. Sorry. Luna didn't break her gaze. You're forgiven, she replied, but only for those cringy words. Veritas smiled genuinely behind his mask. So righteous, Miss Luna, your eyes shine with a glowing fire. Beneath the jester mask, his expression shifted into a wry, complicated smile. What I'm about to do to you, Luna, you might resent me forever for it. But trust me, it will benefit you in the long run. Exactly 23 minutes later. The sunshine was gone. The bright, strong fire in Luna's eyes was completely gone, replaced by a dark, hollow emptiness. A twisted, unsettling smile sat on her lips. Her expression looked like that of someone who had completely snapped and lost her mind. She was no longer tied to her chair. Instead, she was standing clutching a gun in her small, shaking hands. Her once clean face was now smeared with a spray of fresh blood. Veritas stood directly behind her, his hands resting on her shoulders. Even his white jester mask was no longer pristine, drops of blood slowly dripped down his mask. Just a few feet in front of them stood a man. Or rather, what was left of him. A large portion of the man's skull was completely gone, blown away by a bullet fired from the gun resting in Luna's once soft, gentle hands. Thanks for reading. patrayon.com/c/marveller. Right now for advanced chapters. Chapter 46, CH45, Lemurian Star Hijack v. Super long chap 5.3k words. Veritas sat with one leg crossed over the other, staring straight at Luna. Now then, let me explain the rules, Veritas said, gesturing with his hands. You get to ask questions of me, and then I ask them of you. The one who lies, dies. And I am the one who judges the answers for both of us. Basically, I'm the verifier, you can call me Veritas. He chuckled at his own pun before waving his hand dismissively. Alright, forget that embarrassing last statement. It just slipped out of my mouth. Sorry. Luna didn't break her gaze. You're forgiven, she replied, but only for those cringy words. Veritas smiled genuinely behind his mask. So righteous, Miss Luna, your eyes shine with a glowing fire. Anyway, let me finish explaining the rules to you, Veritas said, the painted smile frozen in glee. The duration you get to ask questions of me is exactly 10 minutes. And then, I'll get 10 minutes to question you. And while I am the ultimate judge of the truth here, this is not a rigged game, Miss Luna. He wagged a finger playfully. You can absolutely question my statements by asking for valid proof, and you can counter my claims with valid proof of your own. Heck, I'll even help you get it if it's digitally possible. He gestured gracefully toward her with an open palm. Now then, let's start. Ladies first. Luna took a slow, deep breath, steadying her nerves. What is your real identity, Veritas? Veritas sighed, a long, exaggerated sound of disappointment. That's such a boring first question, Miss Luna. Honestly, I expected more. Of course, I'm Veritas in reality as well. I don't have time to play as some random civilian dude while I'm off terrorizing. Luna shook her head. Why the mask then? Show me a proof. Veritas leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. This is not a mask, Luna. This is the real me. But, as for your proof, here it is. In his previous stream, with Matthew, and the time in the train as well, he had a little inconvenience while showing the evidence to the hostages. Turning the phone towards them or floating it towards them and showing them a small text seemed a little awkward. So, when he told Batrock's men how he'd like his hostages bound, he also told them to prepare a projector as well. Luke just took a small moment to configure the projector to connect to his phone. On the screen, a series of official government furs and warrants appeared, showing the name Veritas with an HD picture of his masked self. So many official government documentations. What more do you want, Miss Luna? Do not ask me to unmask, it's truth or die, not truth or dare. Luna exhaled sharply through her nose. I kind of walked right into that one. Fine. Where did you do your schooling? She was trying to find a thread, any small detail of his past that Shield could use to trace his childhood or location to find out his real identity or civilian aliases he's using. Luke shrugged. I never went to any. You see, my father didn't have enough money to fund my schooling. An illiterate and dumb kid like myself had no use other than as an ashtray. That's actually one of the reasons I'm here, to earn some savings for my future kids. Education is expensive, Miss Luna. I want them to go to Harvard. Luna bit her lip. She had heard from her older colleagues at the agency that for some unknown reason, even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most advanced satellites and cyber units couldn't trace this man's movements or figure out his identity. Hearing his answer, she sighed internally. It was no use. He wasn't going to give her any actual, concrete details that could be used to trace a digital footprint. And even if he lied, there was no way she could prove it here. Despite his speech about fairness, the game felt entirely rigged. However, as a rather new recruit, Luna desperately wanted to be useful. She wanted to contribute to taking this madman down. Asking mere factual questions wasn't going to help. He wasn't going to give anything away if she stuck to conventional interrogation tactics. She realized this fact after just 2 questions. You said you finally made a friend earlier, Luna said, completely switching her strategy. Why couldn't you make a friend before this? Ooh, low blow, Miss Luna. Veritas gasped, pressing a hand to his chest as if wounded. You just wanted to hurt my feelings with your words, didn't you? Cruel. Luna just stared at him. Anyway, that's a genuinely good question. And I will answer you truthfully, he said, leaning back in his chair. The reason is pretty simple, actually. Perhaps due to the image of my family around the neighborhood, and also how I looked during that time, always covered in bruises and cigarette burns, the other mothers wouldn't let their children hang out with me. And when I grew older. He raised his palm, letting a tiny, beautiful, multicolored firework show spark and dance across his fingertips. Everyone else just became afraid of me. Veritas continued, his words sounding surprisingly sincere. That's the whole reason I thought you guys could be befriended in the first place. You guys looked at me without differentiating me from Batrock's friends. You looked at me like I'm just another human. Just like yourselves. Luna gazed at Veritas silently for a moment. For a split second, a tiny hint of pity flickered in her eyes. She knew about him. She'd watched snippets of his previous broadcasts. She knew his story, or at least the version he told. But she firmly refused to let his sad words distract her from her ultimate goal. After all, no matter what horrible circumstances he had to grow up with, his current, murderous actions were by no means justified. For the remaining minutes of her turn, Luna kept asking him questions about his life, his likes, and his habits. Even if these details didn't reveal his location, they would help S.H.I.E.L.D.'s profilers understand how his mind worked. Through his surprisingly warm way of speaking and his bizarre answers, Luke earned a tinge of genuine sympathy from Luna at times, and an annoyed eye roll at others. Somehow, against all odds, he had actually managed to lighten the heavy tension in her mind, even if only by a fraction. Beep. 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 A small timer on Veritas's phone went off. Your 10 minutes are up, Miss Luna. Now then. Veritas announced brightly, steepling his gloved hands together. It is my turn to ask the questions, Miss Luna. Luna stiffened. Her heartbeat increased just a little bit, as now was when the game really began. Now, she was the one who was going to get judged or executed. First question, Veritas began, leaning forward with an almost childlike curiosity. What's your favorite ice cream? Do you even like ice cream? Luna blinked. She took a slow breath before replying to the incredibly ordinary question. I do like ice cream. And my favorite is vanilla. Wow, really? Mine too, he replied cheerfully. Okay, next question. What are your hobbies? I like to read sometimes, Luna replied cautiously. And sometimes I sing, too. Ah. No. Freaking. Way. Veritas slapped his knee. Are we twins or what? Okay, who's your favorite singer? And don't you dare say, Lana Del Rey. Luna blinked again, yes. It is her. Her brow furrowed. These questions were so incredibly ordinary. For some reason, she had expected a brutal, high-stakes interrogation scenario when he introduced a game called Truth or Die. Instead, she was getting middle school icebreakers. Public comments. Marcus, such mundane questions. Why? Blackened_heart, I wonder if he's gonna kill her too. I'm worried. I don't want another Patrick Sane situation. Adorable_filter, if she only speaks the truth, then she doesn't need to be afraid. Veritas already stated the rules. He won't back down from his words, at least I think so. Nate, but what if he asks something like how many times she masturbates or something? Will she lie? How would Veritas verify if she lied or not? How will he provide evidence in that case if she counters him? Marcus at Nate, bruh. Alice, are you guys serious? This terrorist has already killed people. Luna's live is in grave danger here. Will, I'm with the jester of terror and truth, whatever he does. Eva at Alice, true, I really don't understand why some people have started to act like cultists over a terrorist. I_am_watching, where do I show up for the Veritas cult initiation? Smiling face with smiling eyes. King_Lewis, hail Veritas. Kaiser__nact, hail. Dr. Frank at Eva, at Alice. Veritas killed Patrick Sane, a literal monster. And even after Veritas put the lives of other hostages in grave danger several times and destroyed public property, the people ignore it simply because Spider-Woman saved them. It stops people's guilt triggers and they allow themselves to praise his actions or support him without feeling morally wrong. Veritas is evil, but some people just haven't realized it yet. Also, I'd like to add another thing, right now these guys are just trolling you. They're not serious. Perverious at Nate, the real question is, will he show us that evidence as well? Caffeine Witch, creeps have invaded a terror stream, huh? Patron comments. Jaegeristo, is this guy seriously still talking? When is Spider-Woman coming? I want some tataki. Uranus, I'm just glad he actually put an effort in the setup. I love that projector. Enemies_to_lovers_enjoyer, while I don't understand what our boy is doing, I think he's building up for something good. The Fool fan at enemies_to_lovers_enjoyer, exactly, you have brain cells after all. But there is something very familiar about this casual talk seems like a front to build the initial trust, and lower the mental and emotional guards of Luna's mind. Cosmic_Johan_Libert at the Fool fan, you are correct. The Fool fan at Cosmic_Johan_Libert, holy hell. If you're here and you actually bothered to comment, then that means Luke got your interest as well. I'm sure of it now, what I think Luke's doing to this girl is right, and now, I'm afraid for her fate. It's somewhat like your style, back when you used to be a terror streamer as well. Cosmic_Johan_Libert at the Fool fan, not entirely. Right now, I'm unsure of the goal, and his method is completely different from mine. But I do think the opening strategy is somewhat similar, he's lowering her mental guard by putting her through an emotional roller coaster. Somewhere in the ocean skies. A shield Quinjet cut through the clouds at hypersonic speeds, tearing across the sky to reach the Indian Ocean. They were sending up their last payload when pirates took them, exactly 75 minutes ago, Rumlow briefed. Steve Rogers, fully clad in his Captain America uniform, stood with his arms crossed. How many hostiles are we looking at? 27, Rumlow answered. Top-tier mercs, led by two well-known terrorists. First is Georges Batroc. XDGSE, Action Division. Guy's got a nasty rep for maximum casualties. And the second, of course. Veritas. I'm sure you've all heard of him by now. He's making quite a name for himself. Right on cue, from a monitor that played Veritas's stream. Wow, really? Mine too. Veritas's cheerful, slightly distorted voice played over the live feed. Okay, next question. What are your hobbies? I like to read sometimes, a female hostage replied cautiously. And sometimes I sing, too. Ah. No. Freaking. Way. Are we twins or what? Okay, who's your favorite singer? And don't you dare say Lana Del Rey. Steve looked down at the tablet, his brow furrowing at the sheer absurdity of the situation. Well, Steve muttered, shaking his head. He announces his arrival loudly enough. It's obvious why he's famous. Natasha Romanoff, leaning casually against the bulkhead while checking her widow's bite gauntlets, smirked. She shifted her gaze toward the newest, youngest addition to their team, the masked Spider-Woman. This one here knows him pretty well, doesn't she? Natasha teased, I'm just wondering why he hasn't called out for her yet. Gwen Stacy, completely hidden behind her Spider-Woman mask, got flustered for a split second. But she quickly caught herself, letting out an exaggerated sigh to act as though the Black Widow's teasing hadn't gotten under her skin. What can I say? I just attract the creepy bunch. Natasha noticed the slight flinch before Gwen's response. Always hungry to figure out what made people tick, and looking for a little amusement to pass the flight time, she pressed on. So, how does it feel having your very own obsessive, masked stalker? Natasha asked, a wicked glint in her eye. Has the bad boy charm struck a chord yet, or are his efforts just a waste of time? Are you feeling a little jealous he's out there making small talk with other women? Yuh. Gwen recoiled, unsure what to say to all that. Knock it off, Nat. She's a kid, Steve scolded gently, and you're treating an international threat like he's a contestant on a dating show. This isn't a joke. Natasha just tilted her head, then, with a shrug, she continued, it was just a harmless tease, Steve. Half the internet actually likes him, you know, and I just wanted to know her thoughts about him. Steve sighed, yes, and that is exactly why he's so dangerous. People don't understand the threat yet. What he's spreading is just propaganda, and I've seen something very similar back in Germany. Fought against his forces, too. Some people loved what that guy was doing at the start, as well. Natasha rolled her eyes, a small, knowing smile on her lips. Yeah, Captain America. We all know about Big Bad Mr. H. Natasha turned to Gwen, and I'm most surprised by the fact that he knew about dating shows. He's catching up fast. Gwen snickered. Steve ignored the remark, shifting instantly back into mission mode. He looked around at the team. All right, here's the plan. I'm gonna sweep the deck and find Batroc. Nat, you kill the engines and wait for instructions. Rumlow, you sweep AFT, find the hostages, get them to the life pods, and get M out. And Spider-Woman, you engage with Veritas until Strike Team gets the hostages to safety. I'll join up with you after dealing with Batroc. Strike, you heard Cap, Rumlow barked, slapping the side of the bay door. Gear up. ETA in 16 minutes. Back in the Lemurian Star. After Veritas began his questions with Luna, for the first 2 minutes, the conversation continued just like this, a set of completely ordinary, slice-of-life questions. Luna began to wonder about his real motivation. But then again, hadn't he already stated what he wanted from the start? Even his previous acts of terrorism were motivated by the same reasons. This twisted situation was just a broken kid's way of forcing people to be his friends. She couldn't help but frown at that, internally. It was a heartbreaking thought. A mind so powerful and a person so dangerous, yet so desperate for a normal connection that he'd hijack a ship just to have a chat. Ah, really? Your little sister sounds like an absolute menace. Veritas laughed as he listened to Luna's reply about her family. He rested his chin on his hands. Okay, tell me, what is your favorite childhood memory? Luna went quiet for a moment. Her mind traveled down memory lane, and despite the grim situation, a small, genuine smile formed on her face. The smile quickly turned slightly wry, filled with both nostalgia and longing. It was the day after my 9th birthday, Luna said softly. My dad was already away for 6 months on deployment, but even after lots of earlier preparation, due to some travel issues, he was a day late for my birthday. And even after a full day of fun, making up for it, he went out for an hour and came back with Charlotte. She was probably the fluffiest dog in the entire world. Oh. A dog. Veritas leaned back, sounding slightly unimpressed. Not that big a fan. I haven't ever had either, but cats are definitely cuter. Luna's brows furrowed deeply. If this were any ordinary situation, she would have been fully prepared to lecture him for a straight hour on exactly why dogs were genuinely better and cuter than cats. It was a well-known fact around the office that she had successfully converted at least 3 hardened SHIELD agents into dog people using this exact lecture. Her colleagues said that if there was a dog cult, then cheerful little Luna would be their conversion head. Anyway, Veritas continued, waving a hand. Is Charlotte with you? Are fluffy dogs even allowed on covert ships? Luna's eyes fell to the steel floor. The warmth in her voice vanished. Even if Charlotte was allowed on this ship, she couldn't have come, Luna said quietly. She died with my parents and my sister 8 years ago. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Luna, Veritas said quietly, his voice devoid of any of his earlier cheerfulness. You were just 14 then, right? That must have been incredibly hard. Losing your entire family at such a young age. I can relate to that kind of loneliness. But yours was a loving family. You must have cried for days, didn't you? Luna stared at Veritas, but she wasn't seeing the white jester mask anymore. Her mind had slipped away, racing backward through time. Her chest began to heave as her breathing suddenly quickened. Ha. In front of her eyes, there was no Veritas. Instead, she was staring at the smoking, blackened ruins of her childhood home. The fire engines and ambulances were still parked along the street, their flashing red and blue lights reflecting off the wet pavement. It had been a few hours since the fire finally stopped, but only after turning everything she ever loved into ash. A younger Luna, just 14 years old, stood frozen on the sidewalk. She could only stare at the wreckage of the place she had called home. A backpack hung on her shoulder. Luna. Oh my God, you're here. An older woman had come rushing from behind, throwing her arms around the girl. It was Luna's grandmother. She had driven 3 hours straight after hearing the news. It will be all right, my poor girl, her grandmother sobbed, tears streaming down her wrinkled cheeks. I will take care of you, my Luna dear. Grandma's here now. Grandma's got you. She hugged Luna fiercely, pulling the girl's head against her chest, rocking her gently like she was still a small child. My brave little baby girl. It's going to be all right. I promise you, it's going to be all right. While Luna's grandmother cried her heart out, Luna didn't cry. She didn't sob at all. She just stood there in her grandmother's arms, breathing quickly and loudly, as if she were drowning in open air. Ha. 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 The vivid memory faded, and Luna forced her eyes to lock back onto the mask. No, Luna said, inhaling sharply as she forced her racing heart to slow down. I didn't cry when they died. Veritas paused for a bit. I see, people process grief differently, he replied simply. He gave her a long, respectful moment of silence to collect herself before speaking up again. How did they die? Luna exhaled a long, shaky breath and slowly closed her eyes, trying desperately to steady her racing heart. It was a house fire, Veritas, she said softly, looking down on the floor. Veritas leaned back, his relaxed posture returning. That's a lie, Miss Luna. Luna's head snapped up. Her widened eyes stared at the unmoving white mask in absolute confusion and shock. What did you say? I said, your parents didn't die in a house fire, Luna, Veritas replied, his voice chillingly calm. Nor did your little sister. No. Their deaths were not due to some tragic accident as you believed for all these years. The house fire was just a convenient cover. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a low, heavy whisper. Before the fire started, your little sister and your mother were tortured for hours right in front of your father's eyes. Your father, too, wasn't spared from the torture. And finally, they were all mercilessly killed together. Luna fiercely shook her head, her breath hitching. No, you're lying. You're just trying to mess with me. I never lie, Luna. I'll show you the proof. The phone hovered right next to Veritas. He simply reached out and tapped the screen. Behind him, the projector buzzed to life again. A video file opened up on the white wall, displaying a highly classified document header. Mission Report, September 15, 2005. The video began to play. It started with a doorbell camera feed. 3 men stood on a porch, ringing the bell. Luna's mother opened the door, a warm smile on her face. The feed seamlessly switched to an internal hallway camera. Luna's father walked into the frame, greeting the men warmly. They seemed to be friends, trusted colleagues. However, the video didn't show the faces of the 3 visitors clearly. Their features were heavily blurred out. Luna's eyes were glued to the screen, completely paralyzed by what she was seeing. She didn't even notice when Veritas casually got up from his seat and moved behind her. With gentle, almost polite movements, Luke angled her chair so she was facing the projector screen head-on. Down the aisle, one of the older SHIELD hostages suddenly panicked, realizing what video this was. He tried to shout, to interrupt somehow, but one of Batrock's men instantly stepped forward and violently shoved the barrel of an assault rifle directly into the man's mouth, silencing him. The other 4 mercs aimed their guns straight at the other hostages. The message was clear. Speak and die. On the screen, the video cut to the living room. It was a nightmare. Her mother and 8-year-old sister were tied to wooden dining chairs. They were completely covered in blood, missing several of their fingers. Right now, one of the blurred men was raising a combat knife to cut the ears of her little sister. The small girl was screaming in silent, muted horror. Her father was on his knees, begging, sobbing, and pleading with them to stop. It looked as if he was entirely broken, ready to tell them everything they wanted to know, or perhaps, he already had. But the first man didn't stop his torture. The second man stepped forward and began to cut her mother. The third man sat calmly at the dining table, rapidly typing away on her father's laptop. No. This can't be real, Luna whimpered, violently shaking her head. On the screen, when the men finally got what they wanted, they executed her family. They callously stuffed their bodies into thick, black silicone body bags and began pouring gallons of petroleum all over the living room floor. Veritas leaned down, his mouth right next to her ear. This is very, very real, Miss Luna. This is the absolute truth of what happened that day. You're lying. You're lying, they couldn't have suffered so much. Luna's chest heaved uncontrollably, her voice cracking into a desperate, agonizing sob. When her house burned down 8 years ago, her young mind simply couldn't process the sudden, catastrophic loss. Perhaps, if her eyes had seen their bodies, even days later, her brain would have finally accepted the reality of their deaths. But the authorities had told her that the bodies were nothing but ash and bones. The child was never even allowed to see them, not even their bones. So, while she knew factually that her parents were gone, her mind had never truly processed the grief. The dam had been holding for 8 years. But seeing the brutal reality, the dam finally had a crack, it was about to break. After so many years, a single, heavy tear finally brimmed over her eyes. But before it could roll down her cheeks, Veritas roughly placed a gloved finger under her chin, tilting her head up. The motion stopped the tear in its tracks. No. You don't get to cry yet, Luna, he said firmly. He leaned down until his glaring white mask was just inches away from her face. And even though you lost the game, I still have a couple of questions for you. He lowered his hand. Do you want to know the reason why your family was tortured and killed? Luna's lips trembled violently. She couldn't utter a single word, but she managed a weak, desperate nod of her head. Luke reached down to her wrists. With a tiny, localized spark of heat from his fingertips, he melted the metal restraining her hands. The metal snapped and fell to the floor. He gently offered her his hand. Luna, operating purely on autopilot, took it. He easily pulled her up to her feet and guided her toward the projector screen. The video feed vanished, replaced by an official SHIELD personnel profile. It belonged to her father. You might already know this, but just like you, your father worked as a SHIELD tech personnel, Veritas explained, pacing slowly like a professor. He was one of the most skilled people this organization had. He was kind, and he was righteous. But did you know he worked right here, on this exact same Lemurian star vessel? The next image showed an old blueprint of the Lemurian star, overlaid with schematics of a satellite. The image was dense with equations and technical notes. This satellite is crucial for several past and upcoming SHIELD projects. It is especially significant for something called Project Insight, Veritas continued. It collects data from cameras, digital networks, and all kinds of sensors all over the entire world. But your father, he observed something fundamentally wrong with it. Veritas pointed at the screen. He investigated. He found the proofs. But, tragically, he got careless. He informed a colleague about this, a trusted friend, and also his team lead. And then, along with 2 of his men, that trusted friend of your father's paid your house a visit. They did what they did, to extract every scrap of information he had, and to eliminate everyone else he might have shared those details with. Veritas slowly walked back to stand directly in front of her. He looked down into her eyes. The bright, cheerful sunshine, and that earlier fighting spirit that usually defined Luna Graham were completely gone. In its place was something entirely different. Her eyes were bloodshot, widened, and filled with absolute, all-consuming rage. Her lips shivered. Her entire body was vibrating as her nervous system was completely overloaded with adrenaline. Luna. Veritas gently took her right hand in his left. His voice dropped low, intimate, almost gentle. Do you wish to know the names of your family's torturers? He leaned in closer, his dark, hollow eye holes boring into her soul. The ones who cut down your sister. Your mother. Piece by piece. Until they bled to death on the floor of their own home. Luna's reddened, tear-stained eyes darted up, locking fiercely onto the dark, hollow eye holes of his jester mask. She gripped his hand tightly. Yes, Luna whispered, her voice cold as ice. Show me, Veritas. Veritas's gloved finger tapped the phone screen once more. The slide changed. An unblurred photograph of a middle-aged man with a neat haircut and a warm smile filled the wall. Surrounding his ID photo, the horrific video clips continued to loop on silent playback. There he was, using a combat knife on Luna's mother. There he was, pouring petroleum all over the living room. And there he was, casually shoving her little sister's body into a black silicone bag like it was just a bag of trash. He's Lucas. Luna gasped, her eyes widening so far they looked like they might tear. Lucas was her current team lead. For the past 8 months, that man had been like a father figure to her, a kind mentor and a trusted friend. And irony of ironies, that exact man was right here on this very ship, tied up with the other hostages. The only difference was that he currently had a gun barrel shoved into his mouth. He was the very same older agent who had tried to panic and interrupt Veritas earlier, before Marcel shut him up. Marcel, bring Mr. Lucas West to the front, Veritas ordered, his voice returning to that cheerful, game show host volume. Stuff his mouth with something else, though. I don't really want to hear his ugly begging voice. Veritas gently placed his palms on Luna's shivering shoulders and turned her around to face the aisle. You know this man, right, Luna? Your father knew him too. They were great friends, you know. He trusted him completely. And yet. Luke snaked one arm around her shoulder from behind, his voice turned into a heartfelt and emotional yell. And yet, he didn't think twice before torturing your sister, your mother, and your father, before mercilessly killing them in cold blood. Luna gritted her teeth. The sound of her molars grinding together was audible in the quiet room. She had bared her gritted teeth without realizing, tears threatening to spill out of her eyes. This man doesn't deserve to live, Luna, he continued with every ounce of emotion. What he did to your family was just a tiny fraction of the horrible things he's done his whole life. He gently pressed a heavy handgun into her palms. Luna's grip locked around the cold steel. She didn't wait for an order, she raised the weapon instantly, even as her arms shook under the crushing weight of the moment. Do it, Luna. The gun shook violently in her soft and gentle hands. This man actually enjoyed torturing your family. He enjoyed cutting little Emily apart, gained pleasure from her agonizing screams, and he did all of it even after your father had given everything he knew. Veritas urged, twisting the psychological knife deeper. This man didn't do it because he was following orders, Luna. He relished the torture. Such monsters don't deserve to live with us. Luna's finger hovered directly on top of the cold metal trigger. Lucas thrashed violently against the grip of Batroc's men. HMMMMMH. A pathetic, muffled wail erupted from behind his gag as he stared up at the girl whose life he had shattered, his eyes brimming with a coward's tears. End this monster. Luna. For what he did to you family, to your mother, to Emily. Veritas leaned in, his mask brushing against her hair as he poured venom directly into her ear. For all these years, without even knowing, you've suffered because of him. Luna breathed heavily, her chest heaving one last time, and then a twisted smile formed on her face. Bang. A single, deafening bullet left the barrel and went straight into the head of Lucas West. The impact splattered blood and brain matter all over the immediate area. Luna's once charming face was now completely smeared with his disgusting blood. Slowly, her small twisted smile curved upward to form a completely unhinged grin. Her eyes had turned entirely dark, utterly devoid of any human emotion. Veritas stood directly behind her, his hands resting on her shoulders. Even his white jester mask was no longer pristine, drops of blood slowly dripped down his mask. Just a few feet in front of them stood a man. Or rather, what was left of him. A large portion of the man's skull was completely gone, blown away by a bullet fired from the gun resting in Luna's once soft, gentle hands. Image. So this chap was 5.3k words. Whether you like this chap or not it's up to you, but this chapter was basically 3 chapter worth of words. And I want an appropriate praise for at least the effort I put in. So, I want 50 plus chapter comments telling me what you like the most about this chapter or the whole novel. And another thing right now it's 1109 power stones. Make it reach 2000 power stone. A few detailed reviews I can pin. See No Evil Monkey. Thanks for reading. patrayon.com/c/marveller. Right now for advanced chapters. Chapter 47, CH-46, Lemurian Star Hijack 6. Somewhere in New York. Like the rest of the nation, Agent Maria Hill was currently standing in a secure shield safehouse, watching Veritas's live stream on a massive monitor. She stood perfectly still, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. She had watched the entire thing. And now, looking at the broken figure of Luna Graham, Maria Hill felt something she rarely allowed herself to feel. Guilt. Because all the horrific things that Veritas had just shown to Luna, and broadcast to the entire world, had been provided by her. She let out a heavy sigh and sank down onto the safehouse couch, resting her forehead in her hands. Hydra had definitely infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. When Veritas had first tipped her off about a parasite growing inside her organization, a stubborn corner of her mind had still held onto some doubts. However, that changed when she started digging into the background and life histories of the personnel stationed on the Lemurian Star to gather the intel Veritas had requested. She was an experienced agent. She had been doing this for a very long time. And she immediately noticed something very off about a few of the agents' profiles. It took 6 grueling days of covert snooping around her own organization's highly classified databases like a thief in her own home. It wasn't easy. She had to put her own life in jeopardy several times just to finally obtain their actual histories and uncover the terrible things they had done in the shadows. The information she found completely erased all her doubts. Excluding Officer Jasper Sitwell, 8 out of 47 permanent personnel on the Lemurian Star were undeniably Hydra. Sitwell's information appeared to check out, but the doubts lingered. She wasn't certain about him yet. The horrific things those 8 personnel had done had 0 official S.H.I.E.L.D. records. But the raw data she managed to scrape together had one glaring, terrifying issue attached to it. All of these heinous, off-the-books missions had been authorized by Director Nicholas J. Fury. Of course, Hill trusted Fury without doubt. It was obvious he wasn't a Hydra agent. She immediately brought these highly classified files directly to him. Fury had looked at the data with his one good eye and simply sighed. He told her that while these files definitely proved a deep rot had grown inside S.H.I.E.L.D., the scale of it just wasn't enough to convince the World Security Council or the President. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. doing some dirty, bloody work behind the curtains wasn't exactly unexpected for a global spy agency. To definitively prove Hydra's existence and root them out, they needed something much bigger. So, Fury gave her the approval to send these decrypted files directly to Veritas as previously planned. To let the exploding jester stir things up, creating chaos and buying Fury some much-needed time to delay Project Insight's launch. Just make sure you scrub my name off the authorization lines before you hit send, Fury had added dryly. I have enough paperwork as it is. In the files he'll eventually forwarded to the masked terrorist, there were a lot of heinous things those 8 supposed Hydra agents had done. Some of their crimes were arguably even worse than what Lucas West had done to Luna's family. Considering Veritas's explosive, unpredictable personality, Hill was absolutely sure he was going to execute one or more of those Hydra agents on his live broadcast. And to be honest, she didn't really care if he blew them up the same way he killed Patrick Sane. They were monsters who deserved it. But what he just did to Luna. Hill had never imagined Veritas would do something like this. The way he had manipulated an innocent girl into executing Lucas West. The way he had completely shattered and corrupted her mind right in front of millions of viewers. It was so much worse than him simply exploding Patrick Sane's head. It was a level of psychological cruelty Hill hadn't expected. Hill sat up, her eyes hardening as she stared at the masked figure on the screen. Her initial assessment of him was dead on. He hadn't warned her about Hydra because he wanted to help. No, to that madman, S.H.I.E.L.D. was just another piece on a chessboard he intended to flip over. You're a special kind of monster, aren't you? Hill whispered to the empty room. She made up her mind right then and there. Once this Hydra crisis was taken care of, she was going to make sure Veritas was thrown behind bars herself. Lemurian Star, Indian Ocean. Ha. Ha. Luna stood there, the smoking gun still trembling in her grip. Her chest heaved, and that unhinged grin stayed plastered on her blood-spattered face. The man who had tortured and murdered her entire family was now a very messy stain on the floor. Veritas removed his palms from her shoulder and wrapped his arms just above her chest, pulling her into a tight, comforting hug from behind. You did well, Luna, he murmured. Today, you did humanity a great favor. The world is objectively better without that monster in it. He paused, then his voice softened to something almost tender. He squeezed her gently. You can cry now, you've suffered enough. Hearing those gentle words, Luna's blood-stained lips began to tremble. The cracked dam inside her, the one Veritas had forced to hold steady just minutes ago, finally shattered completely. Wah-ah-wah sniff sniff. Luna broke down, crying loudly and uncontrollably. The kind of crying that came from somewhere deep in the soul. It was the pain of missing them. The pain of never getting to see them one last time. The pain of 8 years of bottled grief finally exploded out of her small body all at once. As her desperate cries filled the gallery, her body rapidly lost all its strength. Her knees buckled, and she began to drop, completely melting back into Veritas's steady embrace. To the millions of people watching the stream, it was a strangely heartbreaking, emotionally complex scene. But to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in the room who knew Luna, it was a scene of pure, unadulterated horror. It looked as if a pure, bright angel had finally fallen from grace. The angel cried in absolute agony, and the only thing that could calm her was the warm embrace of the devil himself. The devil jester of terror and truth. Patron comments. The Fool Fan, clap. 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 The Fool Fan donated 5 TP. Jeff, truly flawless execution of chaos. Jeff donated 1 TP. Scoops Ahoy, holy fucking peak. Scoops Ahoy donated 1 TP. If Jesus Black do I get the cook-up, the Joker would proudly call you, son. If Jesus Black do I get the cook-up donated 1 TP. Erebus 677, holy crap. This manipulation, combined with the execution, was pure bliss. Chef's kiss. Well done. Erebus 677 donated 1 TP. Dr. Skills, Absolute Cinema. Dr. Skills donated 5 TP. Hazer 0508, what a fantastic stream. I love an evil guy like him. Hazer 0508 donated 1 TP. Enemies _to lovers _enjoyer, I know Gwen's gritting her teeth in jealousy right now. Is she coming, by the way? I think he's too far from America, and he didn't even call her, so I guess she's not. Sad Squidward gif. Jaegeristo, as a certain someone said before, this reminded me so much of him, the Aaron and Emer scene, that a white tear just rolled down between my legs. Jaegeristo donated 25 TP. Jaegeristo, don't ask for more, boy. This is already beyond what the average T-streamer gets in a single donation. And I'm not a rich guy like the Fool Fan. You are PP, okay, this was kinda epic. Pretty in red, but didn't he say he was an IT worker with no background in human psychology in his previous life? How's he so good at this stuff? At Cosmic_Johan_Libert, what do you think? Cosmic_Johan_Libert at Pretty in Red, just a little more empathy and understanding of human nature is all one needs to achieve this, honestly. Luke has been doing this since his very first stream. Today just happened to be much more brutal. That hug might cause some unexpected effects on her though. Cosmic_Johan_Libert donated 3 TP. Red Eyes_man, welp good pussy always comes with a psycho bitch attached to it. Enemies _to lovers _enjoyer at red eyes _man. Whoa, how did your comment even pass the mods? After a couple of minutes, Luna's desperate sobs gradually quieted into shaky, uneven breaths. She sniffled, wiping her blood-smeared nose with the back of her hand like a tired child. Veritas felt her body relax slightly in his arms. He waited a few more seconds, then gently separated from her. He took 2 steps backward, the painted grin on his mask as wide and unreadable as ever. The remaining hostages collectively held their breath, hoping the worst of the horror was finally over. But then, the painted lips on his white jester mask seemed to stretch wider in an unholy delight. "Now then, Miss Luna," he said, his voice returning to that familiar, casual cheerfulness. As if the sympathy and emotions he had shown just a moment ago were a mirage. "We strayed quite far from the game, didn't we? I mean, what a thrilling detour." Luna slowly turned around to face him. Her cheeks were completely stained with a mess of tears and Lucas West's blood. She stared at the unmoving white mask in silence. "In case you forgot amidst all the crying and the brain matter," Veritas said, steepling his gloved fingers beneath his chin. "You had lied to me earlier. And as the rules of the game clearly stated right at the very beginning." He spread his hands apologetically, "The one who lies, dies. You lost the game, Miss Luna." Veritas tilted his head. "So now, you have to die." Luna's eyes widened. For a split second, a flash of surprise crossed her face. But then, her eyes relaxed. Her shoulders dropped, completely letting go of any tension. A small, pleasant smile of acceptance formed on her blood-stained lips. She slightly nodded her head in silent agreement. Behind the mask, Luke frowned slightly. He noticed something incredibly strange. Something he hadn't planned for. It was faint, almost negligible. Amidst the blood, the tears, and the sheer madness of the situation, there was reverence in her eyes. "Thanks for reading and for the love you showed for the previous chapter. I love getting glazed. Glaze me, more." Caps and rescue team's reaction are also on the way. By the way, tomorrow's Thursday, so no chap tomorrow. powerrrr.com/c/marveller. Right now for advanced chapters.